Who? Calling who? Okay,
We will be calling him, Judge. That's our last minute.
okay, all right. I don't know anything about this person, so you'll have to educate me.
Roy Bedard, we anticipate will be offered as an expert witness by the state, specifically in the areas of police procedure, tactics, and use of force. During the deposition testimony, Mr. Bedard, he candidly admitted that, just as common sense would dictate, that getting inside of Jason Rayner's mind would be speculation, which is important on one ground, and then secondarily, he makes the opinion that he is observing this video and he's saying that it appears to be marijuana in Mr. Wallace's fingertips. Mr. Wallace's issue with the testimony in this regard is that it would effectively invade the province of the jury. There is no expertise needed in specifically Roy Bedard is going to testify, well, it looks intentional in the manner in which Rayner is shining his light on Mr. Wallace's hand, or the video appears to show cannabis. I think that's invading the province of the jury. There's no expert skill needed in looking at a video and determining where a light is flashing. And similarly, with respect to the cannabis, he's acknowledging that it hasn't been tested, that he can't say it's cannabis, but yet he's going to offer testimony to the jury that Rayner must have seen cannabis. So I think the issue is invading the province of the jury, and it goes beyond really what expert testimony should do, which is assist the trier of fact when their own common understanding is inadequate to decipher some information in the trial. I agree that there are bases of the testimony concerning perhaps the way in which a encounter with a citizen unfolds, the parameters of use of force, what tools you have, and the way that you're implementing them. But I think it would be improper for him to then say, here is what Rayner is doing in the video. This looks intentional. I'm making an opinion about what I'm seeing in the video. I think he can make an observation of, I see a light, it's going through his hands, I see something in his fingertips, but I think it crosses the line and invades the province for him to go and make his opinions in this matter. So for those reasons, we would ask that the court limit the testimony in that regard.
Okay, so as I understand it, there's two components to this. One relates to the marijuana, one relates to the procedures that are being followed. Okay, so let's separate those two. Let's deal with the marijuana first.
Yes, sir. Obviously, Mr. Bedard is an expert. The defense has hired him before. He's testified in trials for them before. I anticipate his expertise would establish he's had hundreds, if not thousands, of interactions with marijuana. He's not going to say it's marijuana, Judge, but he's going to say it looks like, and that's what marijuana could look like. He's going to be very candid with the jury unless it was tested, unless there was some way that he had it in front of him.
Is this a witness?
Yes. He would testify to that based on his training experience, Judge. Also based on Mr. Wallace's actions at that time, he is going to articulate that his actions of trying to hide that would be more foundation that it could possibly be. So that's the first foundation of it, Judge, is that he has the training experience to be able to articulate that. To say that this jury of 12 or 16 people, however we look at it, knows that something that looks like it's white in that situation and the way someone would use it is going to be possibly marijuana, I think that's outside the province of what a jury would actually know, because I'm sure there's multiple people there who haven't actually utilized marijuana before, Judge.
Oh yeah, you get the last word anyways.
This is absolutely underscoring the objection here, which is that the guard is going to take a stand and he's going to say, here's what I'm interpreting Othal Wallace's actions to be. He's going to say specifically, Judge, here's what we anticipate, is that Othal Wallace is seen in the video coming out of the vehicle and he has something between his fingertips. The other aspect of this is Roy Bedard is the only person after 2 years and thousands of hours of viewing the footage who has come up with this theory. So he comes out after seeing this slowed down video with something between his fingertips. In the real-time video, it's obviously very easy to miss because he's the first person in the entire case to pick up on this. Othal Wallace takes his hand in a casual, almost unintentional manner, takes his phone, goes like this, and puts his phone down. Roy Bedard is going to testify, well, that is absolutely defensive, it's evasive. He can say he takes the phone and he puts it like this. I don't think he can connect it out and say, Othal Wallace is, in fact, because I'm an expert, I can testify, concealing what's in his hand. Let's see how he can testify to what is going on in Othal Wallace's mind by virtue of making a millisecond observation of taking a cell phone from one hand and moving it to the other.
That's clearly visible in the video. The movement of the phone.
Absolutely, I agree with that. We don't take issue with what's in the video. Now, I also take issue with the fact that people can't determine the color from white, from brown, from purple. I mean, he can talk about what we're seeing in the video. I think it's absolutely begging the promise of the jury for him to tell the jury, here's what the video shows. This is a matter of intention by Rayner. This is a matter of evasiveness by Wallace. This is a joint in his hand.
What is the basis for him saying it is marijuana?
I think
Will you show me?
I certainly can, Judge. May I
I mean,
approve?
is there a picture? Is there?
Yes, there's pictures, yes. May I approach the court?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what is identified as states. Why? And he's going to be very candid, Judge, that he can't say that it is marijuana. He can say it looks like it could be consistent with it. And he's going to say, based on, he'll talk more about when officers illuminate hands and what they're looking for.
Okay. Anything else as to this issue? All right, I'll allow him to testify and point out that there's something in the defendant's hand. I will not allow him to say that it's marijuana. If he can just point out to the jurors that this is something that they should be looking for, and paying attention to the evidence, that's fine.
May I ask him, Judge, not that this specifically is marijuana, but in your training and experience, is marijuana sometimes rolled in, rolling paper?
That intimates that he's saying it is. I think you can ask whether or not officers are trained in the field of looking at people's hands to see whether or not there's contraband or anything, a weapon along those lines, but the word marijuana should not be. Let the jurors come to their own conclusions. Closing argument, you're welcome to say it looks like marijuana. And then you're welcome to say it's a piece of paper he had and nothing else. And then let the jurors decide. Okay?
One of the things of the defense brought up, but I may ask him not in reference around this circumstance, but when I introduce him to talk to him, whether or not officers are trained in the smell of marijuana, whether or not officers, because he trains officers too, whether or not it's a smell that you can tell from if it's burnt or not. Just leave it at that. I won't tie it in with this. It's just that information. The defense already tried to bring it out across.
Okay. All right. So that'll be my ruling.
How about the court comment on the other basis of the motion in terms of him interpreting the?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about next. I wanted to separate both issues. You conceded that he's entitled to testify as to some things, but the things that you're objecting to, as I understand it, are things such as he's saying that the defendant is obviously trying to do something like conceal things. I mean, that's very argumentative.
Sure, and I will just have him point out pictures. Is there a phone here? Is a cigarette or the white objects? Is it change hands? On the other hand, I'm not going to ask him to make an opinion whether or not it's being hidden.
That'll be fine. I mean, he's entitled to testify about police procedures. Educate the jurors what things have to be followed, what things are not followed, whatever it may be, and you're entitled to cross-examine him on those issues. But as far as invading the problem, at the end of the day, the video is the best evidence, and that's what the juror should be guided by. His opinion about the video is just his opinion, and the jurors have to make their own determination. If you want me to, I can say that to the jurors. You know, he can say whatever he wants about the video, but as far as an opinion. But what the video shows is the best evidence, and they're the ones who're supposed to determine based upon what they saw.
Yes, sir.
And similarly, that would apply to the comments about what Jason Rayner was doing with his flashlight as well. I mean, you can make a real-time observation that Jason Rayner is pointing his flashlight in a particular direction, but I'm also hearing you say it would be improper for him to say, this is obvious that Jason Rayner is observing something that's arising to his suspicion.
Well, yeah, that would be up. That's clearly for argument.
Correct. However, he will, based on his expertise, be able to tell the jury that officers are trained to watch people's hands.
That's perfectly
Right.
fair. Watch hands, watch faces, watch interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, look around. Yeah, these are all procedures that police officers are trained on.
We agree on that.
Okay, all right. So I'm sure we'll try to get through it as best as we can.
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I step out to talk to the expert, just kind of briefing what we got?
No, but who's doing jury instructions? I want to just touch upon that okay,
Andy, we did
that's
just,
fine. Go.
just so you know, we found in the instructions that we had sent you sent us was missing reasonable doubt, so we added that for you.
You found what?
It was missing reasonable doubt, the standard, so we added that in.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm using a standard as a framework to build upon. So you'll have to send me that. You send me your standard set.
Yes, I'll send you. I made a few.
What's that? Yeah.
I'll send you mine too.
Okay.
I think that was the one that you'd worked off of was all.
Well, let me try to just focus here. Did you incorporate what they had into yours?
No.
So there are conflicts and, okay.
Yes.
Well, I got somebody reading both right now and they will tell me what's going on.
Yes, Judge, I did file a motion and limited to the last paragraph, I think, in the proposed instructions about being able to argue to the jury that you only need a total of 12 jurors to render a verdict as to either first-degree murder or felony murder. In other words, the argument that they could have 6 for felony murder, 6 for premeditated, was a case that went on that motion.
Yeah. I think he's right, but I'll let you argue it.
There's a Florida Supreme Court case that's actually cited in the standard instruction.
Okay.
That is a standard instruction if someone is charged with felony murder or premeditated.
Okay, I'll look at it. I mean, I'm not making any decisions right now, but I just want to make sure that at least I know where things are coming from and what we need to do. I am working off of the state to try to build. I have to use a framework out of someplace. So, all right, anything else we need to address? Okay, all right, we'll be in recess until 9.
Early this morning, when I opened my eyes, the lonesome feeling took me by surprise. I guess you've been wrong, and I realize she's on my mind. The love we had, she's on my mind. say it. Help us say it. Come on, say it. Come on. Has it been good to you? Has it been good to you? Let me hear you say yes. Has it been good to you? Has it been good to you? Has it been good to you? You know what we do? Listen, I want to thank him. I want to thank him.
I need you, I breathe you, turning my heart blue. Maybe I need you, when I need you, I see you. Ah, 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 maybe I just feel lost without you. Maybe I'm just pissed off without you. Maybe my life's just off without you. Maybe you're worth it all to me, baby. Baby, baby, just maybe.
Presumed innocent until proven guilty. Though Othal Wallace was charged for the alleged shooting and killing of Officer Rayner, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Taylor v. Kentucky, 1978. However, the media and society have forgotten this long-standing rule, especially when it comes down to Black defendants. This may appear to be an uphill battle, but when thinking about the great Thurgood Marshall, who traveled the country as the lead attorney for the NAACP, fighting for justice for many Blacks who were unjustly charged, it didn't stop him. He was very successful against an unjust system. Also, great people like Huey P. Newton and Angela Davis, who was charged for killing or partaking in the killing of law enforcement officers, stood tall and beat this unjust system. Othal Wallace had the same opportunity and possibility to beat the odds. However, he can't do it alone. We have to support him and donate to his legal defense fund at othal.org. I'm Okoti Tamora, and I approve this message.
I would like to schedule the trial date for Monday, jury selection beginning on Monday, April the 3rd.
I need to free my mind now. I really need to free my now. I really need my now, yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me in love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system you cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts are troubling. I need to give up my pain. I need to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need right here. I really need my love. I need to free my love. I really need your love. I need to free my mind out. I really need your love. I need to free my love. I really need your love. Oh, yeah. Just I be free. as in the ocean now. Yeah, yeah, to set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
If you're dead.
So, hey y'all, this is Ozone. Shalom everybody, how y'all doing? So please, to all the people that can, hear me or been following what's going on with me, you know what I mean? Please hear my cry.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone.
Ooh, hey, oh, yeah. Holding back these, thinking about the fear I've had so long. When somebody here, listen to the fear that's gone. Wasted all those lonely years. Nothing had a chance to ever be good. Nothing ever could. I'll keep holding on. Keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. Never let go. No. I'll keep holding on. Keep holding on. I'll keep holding on. Hold, hold, hold it, hold. Yeah.
they always say it starts with you. You and me.
It's about what's right. You know what I'm saying? And what's right is for our brother to have a fair trial, have his fair day in court, especially when we know the history of this country, especially when we know that the slave code was embedded in the fabric of this country long before they ever came with a so-called Emancipation Proclamation. You see, way back when our ancestors were still locked up, they told them they were not allowed to defend themselves. So you can't tell me that the slave code ain't still alive and well.
Hello, peace again.
Hello, peace.
Jury in. The camera frozen. All rise for the jury. I think this goes to your IT guy. That's his note. The jury is present. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I begin every day by asking you the same questions. Did you become aware of any of the facts about this case outside of the courtroom, or you become aware of any information relating to the case while you were away from the courtroom? Thank you. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state would call Roy Bedard.
Mr. Switzer. Stand here, face the clerk, raise your right hand, be sworn.
I do.
Deputy Hill Street, Richard. Speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say.
Yes.
Counsel, feel free to move about. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Roy Bedard. Spelling of my last name is B-E-D-A-R-D.
What do you do for work, sir?
I am a police trainer.
Can you tell the jury about your educational background, sir?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice from Florida State University, a master's degree and a PhD in educational psychology also from Florida State.
When you were taking your master's and PhD educational programs, did you do any special, educational experience in movement, action, that sort of thing?
Yes, so my major is in sport psychology. It's sport exercise and performance. I focus mostly on the performance side because for most of my life, I've worked with law enforcement officers, military soldiers. So I didn't spend a lot of time discussing volleyball and baseball like my cohort did, but rather law enforcement officers and the way that they behave mostly under pressure.
Can you tell us about your experience, if you were a law enforcement officer and for how long and for where?
Sure. I started in law enforcement at the academy in 1986. I had my first job with Florida State University Police Department in 1987. I stayed there until 1990 and then transitioned to the Tallahassee Police Department without missing a day, and stayed full-time with the Tallahassee Police Department until 1996. At that time, I left full-time service and went to the reserve status, and in Tallahassee, the reserve program is a paid position. It's a fully authorized law enforcement officer, so I continued to do that until about 2015 when I retired. I left because I started my own police training company and started to train internationally.
Let's talk about your experience.
Can you do me a favor? You see the microphone there?
Yes.
Can you pick it up and put your book underneath?
Yes, sir.
I think that's the microphone that's making noise. Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. If you can, sir, can you tell us about your experience with teaching? We'll talk about nationally first.
So I've taught around the world, as I said. I've trained in over 5 continents. I made a living doing that. That's what I did most of the time. For about 25 years, I was traveling around the United States and outside the United States. I think my most extreme year was about 300 days, 1 year outside of the U.S. training internationally.
What would you do when you trained internationally?
So I focus on use of force in defensive tactics. This goes to an earlier background that I had even as a child participating in the martial arts. So I've always been involved in teaching law enforcement officers tactics. So my niche area was to teach law enforcement officers, corrections officers, military soldiers, how to tactically deal with situations in the environment that was unique to them.
Were you also a professor at the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy?
I still am.
Can you tell us what the Pat Thomas Academy is and what you do?
So I think the Pat Thomas, first of all, there's many academies in the state of Florida that train law enforcement officers locally and regionally. I think the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, which is under the guidance of the Tallahassee Community College, is the closest thing we have to a state law enforcement academy. It's where all the state agencies essentially headquarter. And so I've started there in 1987 as a defensive tactics instructor, and I've continued on without pause to this day.
At the Pat Thomas Training Academy, did you also teach multiple classes in police tactics and police procedure?
I did. So those are all certification courses, what we call the high liabilities. I do teach firearms. I do teach defensive tactics. Of course, I teach general topics. And most recently, perhaps due to the amount of time I spend in court these days as an expert, they have me teaching the legal block to law enforcement officers.
From the Pat Thomas Academy, do you also, are you an adjunct professor at other colleges in Florida?
I am. So a few years ago, after being in Tallahassee for about 37 years, I moved to Sanford, Florida. And Tallahassee, I still teach, as I said, I still have a residence there, but I am also now teaching at Seminole State College as a adjunct professor.
We have somebody from IT to come look. I don't, it's not him, I don't think. It is? Oh, is that what it is? All right, okay. Right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Make sure you speak up, okay?
Let's transition back and then we'll go forward again. But when you were a law enforcement officer, can you describe some of your duties you had when you were with the Tallahassee Police Department and the Florida State Police Department?
Yeah, I was a patrol officer, which meant that I worked the streets. I was answering calls for service. I was taking reports. I was dealing with suspicious incidents, domestic violence, the kind of things you would expect an on-call law enforcement officer to be dealing with. I did all of that. But in addition to that, I was a field training officer. That's always been my passion and my interest. And I don't know if I should describe what a field training officer is, but a field training officer is a sort of a transitional trainer. When you leave the academy, of course, you come to a police department. And for example, at Pat Thomas, there were many different agencies that would be represented inside the academy. So you might have people there from the Tallahassee Police Department, some from the Leon County Sheriff's Office. You might have some from the Quincy Police Department. And when they break out of the academy and go in service with their respective agencies, there is a transition that has to be done so that they can function in accord with that particular community. So policies are different from place to place. So field training officers are employed to help them transition, to take them from their earliest basic recruit learning to being fully functional on the street. And that's about a 4-month process or 3.5-month process that involves different phases in which they are not only placed in a patrol car, but they're observed. They have what are called daily observation reports that are written for the purpose of establishing their competencies. In some cases, they're incompetencies. Sometimes we wash them out. They don't make it through that phase. But if they are successful, then they are graduated to full law enforcement officer.
During the course of your career, just in the law enforcement portion, how many times do you think you've been at FTO mentoring other officers?
I don't know. I did it for 10 years as I was a full-time law enforcement officer. I would say maybe 100.
When you were as a professor and teaching at the Pat Thomas Academy and also in Seminole County at the college there, how many police officers do you think you've instructed over your career?
Thousands. I mean, that's what I've done for the last almost 40 years.
Have you been called on by FDLE to participate in, designing the curriculum for law enforcement?
I have. FDLE is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. That's officially our state agency. And we have what is known as a post. We don't call it that. We call it the CJSTC, the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission, which is our equivalent of any other state's police officer standards and training, thereby the acronym POST. So CJSTC, which is governed by FDLE, is responsible for writing curriculum. And the curriculum is administered to every academy in the state. So I was sourced as a subject matter expert by the CJSTC for now probably 25 years, and I've been responsible for several iterations of curriculum. And those iterations have and continue to be used by well over 50,000 police officers and corrections officers in the state of Florida.
And just backtracking to when you were a law enforcement officer, besides being a field training officer, have you responded, how many calls do you think you responded to as a police officer?
It's hard to say. I mean, every day is different, of course, but I mean, you take 10 years and, I don't know, look at the number of calls 4 days a week. Again, it would have to be thousands.
Have you investigated road cases before?
Yes.
Have you investigated stolen vehicle cases before?
Yeah.
Have you just patrolled areas, high crime areas, doing private police?
Yes.
In reference to marijuana, are officers trained on the smell of marijuana when they go to the academy?
They are.
Is there two different sides of it, like the smell when it's burning and the smell when it's raw?
Yeah, it's a very pungent substance. I mean, when you smell it even in its raw form, you usually can identify it as marijuana. It has a more pronounced and probably a farther reaching scent when you burn it, of course. But still, you would be able to tell it was marijuana. It doesn't change the scent that much.
Were you, when you were with Tallahassee Police Department, were you a trainer at the police department?
Yes.
What were you a trainer at?
I was a trainer in use of force and defensive tactics, mostly, and as I said, a field training officer. So I spent a lot of time doing what we'll call general patrol procedures for newbies out of the academy.
And then can you tell us the name of your company that you transitioned to in 97 or 98?
96. My corporation started as Rapid Rotation Baton Incorporated. It was the name of my flagship brand. It was a police baton with a holster. Later, I expanded to developing and patenting other law enforcement equipment and doing consulting work. And so I created a DBA called RRB Systems International, which is the corporation that I put out front now when I do the kind of work that I do.
Part of being part of the RRB Systems, are you called upon to testify in court?
I am.
Have you been hired by defense attorneys and state attorneys in the past?
Yes.
Are you also hired in civil cases?
Yes.
When you're hired by in criminal context, what do you think the percentage of defense attorneys are who hire you to the percentage of state attorneys?
I would think it's probably in the neighborhood of around 80-20. Most defense attorneys hire me. I get hired a lot for stand your ground cases where subjects may be, for example, accused of aggravated battery or murder, and trying to bifurcate the rules of law versus the incident itself. I offer testimony in the area of stress performance, things like that.
Have you testified in court before in reference to use of force?
Yes.
Have you testified in reference to a court for defense tactics?
Yes.
Have you testified in court as an expert in standing your ground?
I have.
Have you testified in court to police tactics before?
Yes.
In police procedure?
Yes.
And perception and reaction times?
Yes.
How many times do you think you testified in court, sir?
I think latest count, it's over 50. I don't know if it's 53, 54 or something.
And in respect to that, that doesn't include all the depositions you've conducted?
No, I don't know. I've probably done 2 or 3 times as many depositions.
Does this ask to be allowed to have the witness offer an opinion?
Yes, the witness will be entitled to express an opinion.
Okay, sir, were you asked to consult in May of 2023 in this case?
I was.
What were you provided to review in order for your consultation?
Well, I don't have a list of everything, but I was given what I'm typically given, which is sort of what I'll call the case file on a particular incident that would involve police reports, depositions, photographs, videos, sort of satellite data. In this case, I think I had some emails that were sent to me. I had lots of video, some body camera video from a variety of different officers. I had an edited video, a slowed down version of the incident itself. I think that covers it.
Based on reviewing those items, were you able to make observations and be able to offer some opinion about police procedure and tactics in reference to this case?
I was.
Before we get into that, if you can, have you ever heard the word in your experience, the word pigs?
I have.
Can you tell us if that's a reference to officers?
I mean, it can be for sure. If it's directed at a police officer, it is typically a derogatory term. I've frankly been called that before. So it's definitely not an endearing term.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can I get you to get closer to the microphone over here? Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you can, sir, can you tell us what proactive policing is?
Yes, proactive policing is sort of an evolution of the earliest policing, what we like to call a peeling method. We sort of adopted the policing system here in America from our earlier ancestors, the English, and Robert Peel is often cited as being the father of policing. Peel's idea of policing was a police officer should sort of not be seen, not be heard until there was a problem. And that's known as reactive policing. In other words, a crime occurs, then the police show up and they help you out. We discovered over the years that crime control was better than response to crime, trying to prevent crime. So the idea of proactive policing evolved. For example, firefighters are reactive. They stay essentially in a fire station until a fire happens and they respond to it. Law enforcement officers used to do that as well. But of course, what was happening, crime was going undetected, unlike fires. So what we had to do is put officers into the field to get into the wrinkles of society, to examine whether everything was baseline, in other words, stable. And as a consequence, there have been many programs that have been very well funded by the federal government and by various state entities to encourage more proactive policing. Things, for example, like community-oriented policing, various types of bicycle units that you might see out there where officers are not limited to the roadways so that they can get into the recesses. Foot patrols, something that you may see, for example, in the bigger cities, like in New England cities, started to appear in the South, where officers would be concentrated into what are known as problem areas. And these problem-oriented policing, for which there are grants for that as well, became proactive to try to not only discover crime, but to forge or perhaps reforge after the 1960s a relationship with the community, so that the first time you saw a police officer wasn't when there was a tragedy. It was you got to know them personally, and we formed a partnership with the community so that we could get valuable information that could help us fight crime through this collaboration of community members, law enforcement officers, people that had special interests in the community, and that type of thing.
If you could you give some examples or describe how proactive policing is utilized in the times today?
Sure. I gave you a couple examples. I mean, getting out on foot is one thing. As vehicles advanced throughout the ages, of course, it was much easier for law enforcement officers to roll up their windows, turn on their air conditioner, and be in a bubble as they patrolled. And what it effectively did is it separated law enforcement officers from their community. Proactive policing is certainly as a matter of policy and as a matter of academic study, encourages officers and their agencies to open their windows, to park their cars, to get out of their cars, to talk to people. And that's one form of it. Like I said, the bicycle units, you perhaps have seen police officers wearing shorts. That would have been considered very unprofessional 30, 40 years ago. But the advent of bicycle officers was to, once again, I think, humanize law enforcement, to put them into clothing that didn't look so authoritative, you know, with the polyester and the bobbles that hang off of it, but to make them look more relaxed and to put them onto vehicles that didn't have windows and didn't have air conditioning so that they could penetrate different areas of the community. And as I mentioned previously, these bicycle officers are oftentimes capable of getting into places where crime happens. Criminals tend to not commit crime in the open, where law enforcement vehicles would be noticed perhaps blocks away. They come in with lights, they come in with engines that you can hear. So they became very stealthy. But I think there was a sense of security that the community feels when they see officers out who they can talk to, they can ask questions to. Sometimes they just like to make small talk, you know, and say, how's everything going, that kind of thing, without being so concerned that perhaps something has happened in the community, just because they're now used to seeing officers that are in their environment.
Are officers trained at the academy in the use of proactive policing and that theory of policing?
Yes, they are.
Have you trained officers yourself in proactive policing?
I have, especially as a field training officer.
As a law enforcement officer during that training, are they trained in baselines for proactive policing? Maybe you can explain what that might be.
Yeah, so communities function differently, right? So I think it's fair to say if you've traveled the state of Florida, you probably know that things are a little different in Miami than they would be, for example, in Tallahassee. So each community has a baseline, and officers who work areas come to know that baseline. And sometimes they can either be further segregated into this part of the community sort of behaves a certain way versus that part of the community behaves a certain way. So when you're on patrol and you're trying to consider what to get involved in or to investigate further, you're looking for these sort of aberrations in the baseline. So I'll give you an example. If you went into a church on Sunday and it was very quiet, that would be pretty normal. But if you went into a club on a Friday night and it was silent, that would be kind of abnormal. If you walked into a church on a Sunday and everyone was screaming, you would think that's outside of the baseline. But if you went into the club on a Friday and everyone was screaming, you might think that that's just part of the environment. So law enforcement officers are trained to recognize baselines and to respond to changes in baselines, to be sensitive to aberrations, to look for things that are unusual. Sometimes they're easily explained, other times they might be criminal, but nonetheless to be curious. So law enforcement officers, I think the first, when they get hired, probably from the selection process, the first quality that we're really interested in is, are they curious? Because that's what communities anticipate they will have in their law enforcement staff.
Now, in reference to on a daily basis with proactive policing, when an officer comes on shift, can you describe what procedures they're taught normally that would lead to proactive policing?
Sure. I mean, bearing in mind that law enforcement officers are humans, they take their boots off and they take their uniform off and they hopefully go back to a fun and meaningful life. And so what happens is during those periods, they miss a lot. They end up going home and hopefully not thinking about anything until shift starts again. So there's some catching up to do. When a law enforcement officer arrives for work, they usually begin with some form of check-on. Now that has evolved in agencies throughout the state and the United States because we're able to do digital check-ons. We're able to check on from laptops, for example. It used to be we'd all assemble in the squad room. Some agencies still do that. And there would be information that was imparted to those officers with respect to things that have happened, mostly during the time that they were absent. Sometimes it might be information that perhaps they were looking for something yesterday and that person still hasn't been found, so we'll be reminded of that. So the check-on procedure is really a catching up period. It's an opportunity for officers to become more vigilant in the field, know what they're looking for, not just to look for these aberrations, these unusual and suspicious circumstances, but to look for specific things. You know, for example, missing persons would be something that a law enforcement officer would have front and center, right, on their console of their car. They'd have a description of that individual. And of course, they would be very concerned about their safety. So they would prioritize looking for that person. Stolen cars, stolen bicycles, anything that might make the check-on list would be something that a law enforcement officer would take notice of and be mindful of throughout their shift.
So officers are trained when they come on shift to review the previous information or the present information so that they can utilize that in their proactive.
Yeah, it makes them more effective.
Objection, leading.
No, sustain.
Was looking for stolen vehicles something proactive policing that officers would be trained to do?
Yes,
Overall.
absolutely.
In reference to that, would basically any sort of crimes that occur, maybe if they were notified, is that part of proactive policing to be looking into those?
Yes. I mean, anything that's happened in the community, like I said, that they weren't privy to because they weren't working when it happened. It's just sort of due diligence to give the oncoming shift officers the information that the last shift had as they take their boots and uniforms off and go back to their lives.
Do law enforcement officers, as part of proactive policing training, are they taught to just sort of mingle with the community or to interact with people?
Sure.
Why is that, sir?
Like I said, I think it humanizes law enforcement. I think, years ago when law enforcement showed up, everyone would clamor to the window to wonder what's going on. I think today, because they've become integral to the community and they are out of their cars, talking to people, intermingling as partners in this crime prevention, the communities have grown accustomed to them and tend to be less reactive to tragedies that happen in law enforcement. Sometimes tragedies do happen, and I think less judgmental and more understanding because they actually know the officers that are involved in these different episodes. So I think it's important as an investment in the community to create policies and to encourage programs to keep officers interacting with the community all the time, not just when crime occurs, but tonight.
When an officer, is proactive and interacts with a community member, can that sometimes transition into them doing an investigation when they see unlawful activity?
Sure. So, not every interaction is without suspicion. There are some times when officers will get a hunch, for example, that something is wrong. Maybe nothing is terribly overt, but we develop sort of these interesting senses that I think can't be explained in science, but law enforcement officers notice things about people. They notice, furtive movements. They notice perhaps expressions. They might notice how one person seems to drift away from the group or other people don't assemble around. Little things that I think people who aren't trained and don't work this kind of job don't typically notice. The law enforcement officers notice it. And so they speak with people to clear things up sometimes. If they have a hunch, if they think something may perhaps be wrong, they'll engage them in conversation. They'll watch not only what they say, but how they behave, how they act, and try to develop an understanding of what's really going on. And so I think that these interactions with the community can be very innocent, if you will, meaning that they're nothing more than to develop rapport. And other times they are investigative to attempt to figure out if there may be a crime afoot.
Why is it important for law enforcement officers to look for behaviors and actions?
Because this is about crime control. It's about criminals not being overt. They don't walk around with a sign saying criminals. So you have to identify these individuals from amongst a much larger population. And you do that through behavioral cues. You do this through conversation. You do it through observation. Most of the sense that we use when we deal with people is going to be a visual sense, things that we see. And so we tend to attend to things that are speaking to the law enforcement officer as, once again, a violation of the baseline. And even if it's a small violation, it doesn't have to be a gross violation, but even a small violation, that will capture an officer's attention and draw them to you.
In reference to behavior officers are looking for, can you tell the jury, when an officer is talking to an individual, is that person's response or lack of response something an officer should be looking for? Why?
It is. Most of communication is interpretation, right? It's not what you say, but necessarily how you say it. Or there may be some indication of nervousness. There may be some indication of deception in the way that somebody says something, even though the answer that they've given you is a perfectly fine answer. So law enforcement officers are trying to interpret real meaning of things. And so subsequently, I think a large part of the communication is not the question itself. It is actually the behavior of the individual, the cues, if you will, that trigger an officer to think something isn't right here.
So hypothetically, if an officer engages an individual and they're not responding to the questions or, being evasive, is that something law enforcement officers are trained to take into account when they're in that interaction?
It is. It would inform an officer that perhaps something isn't what it appears to be.
Can you tell us what the duties of a law enforcement officer are?
Well, they're vast and they've expanded. The original duty of a law enforcement officer is in the title. It was to enforce laws. But I probably don't need to remind anybody in this room that we just went through a couple of years of re-examining the role of law enforcement officers, and even to the point where we have talked about bringing other people to the police function, like, for example, social workers. Those are skills that law enforcement officers are expected to have. You know, sometimes they're enforcing laws, other times they're counseling, sometimes they're providing emergency services, sometimes they're providing first responder medical services. They wear a lot of different hats. So the duties of a law enforcement are very vast, but I think generally public safety is primary when it comes to a general overarching theme of policing. It's public safety. And officers are inclined to do a lot of things that may not even be spelled out in policy in an attempt to keep the community safe.
Can you give us some specifics, like on a normal shift, what an officer duties would be? Focus mainly on the law enforcement portion.
So I think I covered a lot of that. I mean, law enforcement is trying to identify people who are breaking the law. And of course, law enforcement officers are not lawyers. They're not legal technicians. They are working off of their understanding of the statute as it came to them in the academy and in service training and through their FTO programs and things like that. And so their identification of somebody that appears to be doing something that is inconsistent with what the statute requires would draw their attention and cause greater interest.
Would being on patrol in a police car, driving in a neighborhood be part of duty?
Oh, absolutely.
Would getting out of your vehicle and making contact with citizens be part of duty of police officer?
Oh, for sure.
Would investigating or following hunches of something that they think could be criminal, could be related to criminal activity, is that part of being a police officer?
Very much so.
Is a drug enforcement or identification of drug enforcement part of the duties of a law enforcement officer?
It is. I mean, it's a specialized area as well. There are narcotics officers that go to classes and form teams and sometimes task forces for the control of narcotics in a community. But every law enforcement officer is trained in being able to identify narcotics. That's usually where most cases start, at the street level by the patrol officer. And then often that information is turned over to, for example, the narcotics unit for further follow-up. So patrol officers are key observers of the drug culture and what constitutes use, sale, distribution, things like that as they go about their patrol procedures.
Approach the witness, Judge.
You may.
Let me show you what's marvelous states live. You can take a moment and look at those. See the correct answers there.
I do.
And what are those, sir?
These are still shots from the video that was sent to me on the encounter between Officer Rayner and
Are they fair and accurate depictions of what is on the video? Still shots.
Yes.
Anything seem to be changed at all?
No.
Just this kind of state move it states why.
Any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Judge, may I have the witness step down?
You may. Be sure to keep your voice up when you're down there, okay?
And Judge, I'm going to publish States 12, which is Officer Rayner's video with this. It's already in evidence. Yes.
As close as you can to the TV there.
Okay. And I just want to play this all the way through and then ask you some questions.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
Why you asking what's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Stop.
Come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why you asking me do
Sit
I
down.
live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Charlie 77.
Ask you some
Stop.
questions.
Stop. Stop, man. How's it going? Do you live here?
And if we'll just pause it there. So first off, I want to start out with, have you had an opportunity to review this video multiple times? Based on your observations, is there anything missing from this video? Can you explain why based on your opinion, your expert opinion, why you believe this is the initial starting point of the interaction?
When I first saw this, it appeared to me that when the officer first noticed that Mr. Wallace is somewhat startled, that this is a sudden interaction, not as if something happened previous to this, that would have been ongoing when the camera came on. So it looks like the beginning of it after.
Now I'm going to show you what came in as, is it 52 now?
The witness is entitled to render an opinion as to what he's watching. The ultimate conclusions of what the video shows is up to you. You cannot abandon that role as a fact finder.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to hand you this pointer. If you can, when an officer has an interaction with somebody, where is their focus initially, or where do you guys train officers to focus?
We train them. Obviously, as we talked about earlier, narcotics is a well-established enterprise. There's certain techniques and tricks that we will.
I'm going to object to non-responsive.
You know, the law enforcement officers may be watching. That's part of that proactive patrolling. They tend to watch the hands. That's where hand transactions are made. But probably more important than that, which is something that is, for lack of a better word, pounded into officers from the time that they're in the academy, through their in-service training, well into the FTO program, is it's the hands that kill you. So law enforcement officers, not knowing who somebody is, perceive everyone with vigilance for their own safety. And so they direct their attention to the hands, for lack of a better word, pounded into officers.
In this
from the time that
case,
they're in the academy, through their in-service training, well into the FTO program, is it's the hands that kill you.
Illuminating the hands.
That is exactly what I would expect an officer to be looking at, and I think for their own safety. And so they direct their attention to the hands. It's the hands.
In this case, is Officer Rayner's flashlight illuminating the hands?
It is. That is exactly what I would expect an officer to be looking at. And I think from a social perspective, most of us look at the face. When we approach people, we try to gather data from the face. Law enforcement officers, again, look at the hands, and this is where we can see the lights being focused.
Now, in observation of States 51A, initially, when you look at this, do you see an item in the hand? Not what the item is, but do you see any item in the hands?
I don't know what it is, but I definitely see an item there that's more than just a hand.
And if we go to 51B, just a little bit better shot of it, can you see that item in the hand still?
Yes.
And then if we look at 51C, if I can point right there, is that still in the hand? It is. In 51D, are you able to see it still in the hand there?
Yes.
And if we can start with 51B, based on your observation, where is Mr. Wallace's phone initially?
Initially, I think when I see him, it's on his lap, and he goes into his right hand.
And here in 51B, I'm sorry, 51A, is it in his left hand at this point when you're making the observation?
No, still on his right hand.
And if we can look at 51D, does it appear that the phone is transitioning to the left hand?
It is conscious intent of the left hand to receive the.
And then are we able to see, this is 51E, are you able to see his right hand devoid of the phone at that point?
Yes.
Is the phone, and when you watched the video or were able to observe it, is the phone and that white object in the same hand at that time? Yeah. Now, let's talk about, if we can go back to what it states 12. When Officer Rayner, can you just talk about the procedure, about how his approach is? And if he was investigating or if any officer was investigating a stolen vehicle, how would they go about identifying that specific vehicle?
Really two ways. You have to look at the identifying. You can get them off the rear license plate, or you can get them off the VIN plate, which is usually positioned at least in the front of the vehicle, if not alongside the door.
Looking at the way that this vehicle is backed in, would it be safe or tactically appropriate for an officer to go to the back of that vehicle to look at the license plate? Yes, sir. Why not? And explain what the proper procedure would be.
Well, any officer that saw somebody sitting in the car that perhaps was a stolen vehicle would recognize that the real threat is not the vehicle. The threat is the stolen object. The threat is the driver. So officers would learn, they would be trained to control and stabilize the driver first before conducting any further investigation. Not to mention, this is still a fact-finding investigation. You want to get a read of who the driver is. Is this likely a stolen vehicle? Are they acting nervous? Does it seem as if I should be more concerned with this than just a encounter where that could be easily dismissed with its proper explanation?
Why would it be dangerous for, hypothetically, for an officer to go behind a vehicle at night with someone in the driver's seat and like bend under the car? Why is that dangerous for an officer?
You can infer from my last statement that I said that officers wash their hands. So whenever you attend to something that isn't going to protect you, for example, a license plate, you are not capable of attending to something that can actually hurt you, like, for example, the person's hands, their relative position, access to weaponry, all the kind of different things that can happen inside the vehicle.
The way you've seen it, let me play it and then we'll talk through it.
How's it going? Do you live here?
The way that Officer Rayner is approaching Mr. Wallace, is that consistent with the way officers are trained in these kind of situations? And why?
So I think with invigilation, where you have a community that wants some monitoring, it's this sort of balancing act between infringing on someone's right to be left alone and officers trying to figure out what's going on. So they've learned kind ways of doing that. It usually starts with a greeting, sometimes an introduction. My name is Officer so-and-so. What's going on? What's happening? Just sort of open questions. It's not authoritative. It's not intended to be frightening, even though for some people it may be. Anytime I think they see a law enforcement officer, perhaps they think the worst. But it's sort of a greeting. It's a greeting by an individual who society accepts is a vigilant protector of the community.
Now, if we watch Officer Rayner's, taking care
Do you live here? What's going on?
where Officer Rayner positions himself, can you explain tactically why he would position himself there and what the benefit is and why he'd be doing that?
Yeah, so I can't get in his head. I don't know what he's thinking, but I would say if I were writing a textbook on this case, I would talk about three major concerns that an officer would be interested in. One of them would be their safety, first and foremost. The second thing would be escape. If this is an individual who's committing a crime, right behind him, you can see on the photos, there's a fence there, and it's a crushed fence. It has barbed wire that's been pushed down by multiple trespasses. It's easy to come over. It's easy to get back. So escape's important. And then thirdly is going to be the investigation itself. That's probably the least important thing. But to make sure that you can contain or stabilize the individual, you would position yourself in the best way possible to be able to quickly put hands on in the event that you were in a sudden fight, or to be able to put hands on if they were to escape. If you could determine that they were stabilized, if they didn't seem to be a threat, you could take your chances and you could perhaps start your investigation.
Would an officer's approach maybe be different at night as during the daytime, depending on the lighting?
I think so. I think, as I said to you previously, that most of the information gathers through our eyes, and we're all disadvantaged at night. Of course, that's why we give officers flashlights, because it allows us to see better, even though it is still a beam typically. So we're still unable to see many things around that beam. That creates a little bit of anxiety for law enforcement officers to maybe things in their environment that they're not seeing that in the day perhaps they would.
Now we noticed that Officer Rayner initially, when he gets out of his vehicle, he doesn't call dispatch and say, I'm out of my vehicle. Can you describe if that's consistent with law enforcement procedure and why?
It is. As I said to you previously, law enforcement officers are engaged in a lot of citizen contacts. Most of them go nowhere, I might add. You don't want to be the officer that cries wolf every time you get out of your car. You notify, hey, I need backup, I need help, here's what I'm doing. So a great part of law enforcement is this communicative feature of talking to people and trying to determine if something is wrong. And if there is something wrong, then you advance into what I'll call police procedures, which is the idea that you would call for backup, the idea that perhaps you would change your position, maybe you go back to your car and run some things like that. But the initial step is really just trying to find out who this person is, what they're doing there, and whether or not they are a threat to the community.
Now an encounter like this with a citizen, can it transform into a situation where an officer then feels like they have to radio for dispatch?
Sure.
Is that common for it to take a little bit of time for an officer to gather that information?
Yeah, it's not as common as I said, the majority of people we talk to, nothing happens. But when it happens fast. And so law enforcement officers have to be vigilant to that.
And I think we see later on in the video, do you observe Officer Rayner queuing up his radio?
I do.
Would that be consistent with the training of law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Let me just play this for a moment. Now we see Officer Rayner putting his right hand out to Mr. Wallace's shoulder. I guess it's his left shoulder. Can you explain what Officer Rayner, what that is and why he'd be doing that?
Sure. So we teach something called reactionary gap in use of force in defensive tactics. The reactionary gap is in part based on your environment. There's only so much space that you might have. For example, over here, there's a car. You can't really back up. But we try to keep a reactionary gap because of what's known as a reactionary time principle. Things happen before they even register on your mind in about 0.25 seconds. The idea, for example, if you're driving down the street and the car in front of you hits their brakes, it'll be about 0.25 seconds before that registers and you hit your brakes to stop. That's an important thing to know. That's why you keep car lengths between the car in front of you and yourself, so that it gives you reactionary time. So this is similar to that. When you have an individual who could strike you, for example, and we're not talking about a shooting or even a stabbing, but just a knockout where the hand can reach you. Officers are trained to put a hand out to create that reactionary gap where they can't step back. And in this case, he's not able to step back. So it seems to me, again, not knowing what's going on in his head, not pretending to know that, but this is consistent with the tactic of establishing distance so that the eyes can perceive what's going on. In the close quarters, of course, you lose most of your visual acuity.
So just to clarify, Officer Rayner is just, once Mr. Wallace is approaching him, he's trying to create distance so that he can react?
I think he's trying to maximize distance. There's two ways of doing that. One is for you to step back, and two is to push the other person back. So it looks to me he's almost doing both of those things when he puts his hand on him. Oftentimes we teach officers to put a hand up and say, get back, without actually touching. But if you're in that close quarters, there's a very good chance you're going to make contact. You may have to create distance by pushing.
And we talked before, I just want to listen, if we can listen specifically to the words that are spoken, then I'll ask you some questions about those, sir.
What's going on? Do you live here? What's going on?
Let me just back it up a little more, sorry.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Is Mr. Wallace being compliant and answering the questions of Officer Rayner?
Objection.
I can ask it a different way, Judge. Based on your observations as an expert, what are law enforcement officers trained in when people don't answer the questions? What does it cause them concern, and what is the problem there?
So you can see that this evolves from questions to commands. It starts with, what are you doing? Do you live here? To sit down. So there's an evolution here in control of the officer, or by control of the officer. Officers are generally trained that if somebody's not compliant, certainly with commands, that it's oftentimes a distraction. The distraction, frankly, is quite psychological. It has to do with the fact that we're not able to focus on two things at one time. So somebody asks you a question, you're not able to think about other things because you're thinking about the answer to the question. And I think we all understand this intuitively. You don't have to be taught this. I was taught this in my programs. But we kind of know that if you continue talking when someone's trying to do something, they're quite distracted from it. Perhaps people can relate to the fact that they try to do homework, or they try to work from the office and somebody's making noise in the living room, that they have to go somewhere else or tell them to shut up. And so this distractive feature is commonly used by folks in the community who are trying to prevent officers from making contemplated decisions about what to do next.
Back up. Stop, man.
Now, is Mr. Wallace being compliant with the officer's commands?
Objection to today's prosecutor.
Are officers trained in a situation like this to ask someone to get back in the vehicle? Why would an officer in this situation want the person that they're talking to sit back in the vehicle?
Those are the first 2 points I made. The primary point is not to get hurt. Secondly, it's not to lose them because they fled. When you're in a vehicle, you're contained and you're somewhat stabilized. Now, there may be weapons in the vehicle, but at least you can see them. At least you're aware of it. So you have the reactionary timing into your favor because you're placing them in an area you're going to be watching their hands. But what you've eliminated is mobility, the ability to quickly run, to fight, to do the kind of things that the officers are also afraid of. So when you can contain them inside of a vehicle for a question, it gives the officer a little bit of a relief and anxiety so that they can move on to the next part of the investigation, which is the investigation itself.
Based on your expert opinion, based on what you watched in this interaction, did Officer Rayner use any unlawful use of force?
Objection based
Did Officer Rayner follow proper police procedure from what you observed in the interaction?
objection based
Hypothetically, if an officer stops a vehicle and makes contact with that individual before, being able to investigate or follow up on what they're doing, would it be appropriate for the law enforcement officer to hypothetically ask that if an officer and if that individual failed to comply, would it be appropriate for the law enforcement officer to use a level of compliance appropriate for that situation? Yes. You have just a moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
See the TV? It's right up there.
Or it might be more that way.
I'm sorry.
Could you please stay? Okay. Mr. Bedard, you discussed a little bit about the information that you viewed in connection with you being paid by the state to be here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much have you been paid by the state to be here today?
Well, today, I haven't been paid.
Okay.
But I was paid
And is that a run for the local to be more after today? And you talked a little bit about receiving numerous materials to review in connection with your testimony. Do you recall that testimony? And among the materials that you reviewed, you would have to agree that there was no 911 call that a member of the community placed alleging Othal Wallace was engaged in any criminal activity. You would also agree with me that you received no information, any report that a member of the community flagged down Officer Rayner and accused Mr. Wallace of committing a crime. There's no information to suggest that Mr. Rayner was dispatched to 133 as a result of any complaint. We're watching, I think this is the beginning of the video, right? Yes. If we had 30 seconds more video, we would be able to see exactly Officer Rayner's vantage point when he comes around the apartment, correct?
I assume so. I don't know what the PWC version. That was why
You mentioned the dark. This is June 23rd, right?
yes.
You're familiar with the summer solstice? The longest day of the year, right?
Yes.
It's not completely dark out in this parking lot. Do you agree with that?
No, it's not a paid dark.
You mentioned before, officers are trained to detect, I think, non-compliance with a statute or something that's incompliant with the statute. Do you recall that testimony?
When it comes to elements of a crime, law enforcement officers are looking for things that are consistent with those elements and inconsistent with the baseline.
And you would agree that in looking at this video here, there is nothing apparent that is inconsistent with that.
That's the reason officers talk to people.
Sir, did you understand my question?
I did.
Okay, the question was, based upon an observation of this frame at this moment in time, do you observe anything that's inconsistent with the staff? So the answer is no, you do not see anything inconsistent with the statute.
I don't think at this point we can see anything except somebody sitting in the car.
Okay, but, and it is perfectly legal for a person to sit in their car in the dark. You would bring it back. Please describe to the jury what information one could glean from this observation that suggests that Othal Wallace is not in possession of a vehicle that he has a right to possess. Okay. And what do you see in this video which makes Othal Wallace deserving of some suspicion that he potentially doesn't possess?
Objection, Judge.
Okay. Please point out specific observations in this frame would suggest to a reasonable officer that Othal Wallace is unlawfully in possession of that vehicle.
You're framing this as a reactive response. I'm framing it as a proactive one. So there is nothing that the officer knows at this point except
thank you.
He is controlling a hotline note. Thank you.
Okay. And is it your testimony to this jury that a person's mere presence in a high crime area allows them to be subjected to immediate inquiries about their activities?
Police officers can talk to anyone about anything at any time.
Okay. And if the question that's posed by the officer is not based upon some particularized suspicion and performing a lawful duty, the person can end that at any time they want. Isn't that true?
And it happens very rapidly where an officer may go from mere hunch to thinking that a crime is occurring. And the person on the receiving end of that wouldn't know that, so they're not entitled to it.
So if an officer does not have probable cause or reasonable suspicion to detain a citizen,
these standards. They weren't brought up. They're not relevant.
they've come in the case, the use of force expert on police tactics about what he trains officers in terms of discerning and not discerning. I understand that. Is it your testimony that any person at any time, for any reason that an officer believes is justified, has to subject himself to being detained by a law enforcement officer?
Yes. If a law enforcement officer believes that a crime has been committed, the other person may not be here. And for a social contract, being inconvenient for someone, they have to with the officer player properly. Their recourse is in court.
So your testimony is that upon an officer just believe that a person is committing a crime, that an individual, a citizen, has to subject themselves to detention and inquiry.
Yes.
May we approach?
All right, the jury.
Feel me? And God said he should send his one begotten son to lead the wild into the ways. Follow me. Eat my flesh and my flesh. Come with me. Hail Mary, run quick, see. What do we have here now? I ain't a killer.
Is that if a officer is not possessed with a reasonable, articulable suspicion or probable cause, then a citizen can terminate the encounter at any time. That's a consensual encounter. And what Mr. Bedard just said is inconsistent. I'm not saying he was being nefarious or anything other than giving a well-founded belief on that. This is germane. He's been called in to testify under some cloud of expertise that he is all-knowing in terms of this. We believe that the jury should be able to have a full setting of the appropriateness in this encounter. What a better way for us to be able to either instruct on the law, talk about these encounters between police and citizens. That you can walk away. If there's no probable cause of it, you can walk away. That is the law. If there's probable cause, if you do so, then it's a crime and it's unlawful. It's an element of the offense, which is that that Officer Rayner was involved in a lawful execution of his duty. And in furtherance of our self-defense claim, we are allowed to undermine the good faith and lawfulness of his actions. And if he's overextending the parameters of a police-citizen encounter, we should be entitled to fully confront that and the witness to cross-examination. Furthermore, we believe that the jury should be instructed on the parameters of the
That's things reasonable suspicion comfortable and it was Mr. Cabrisco's question that solicited it. You shouldn't have asked a question that he didn't know the answer. And we asked the court to deny that. We didn't bring any of that out in our direct purposely and carefully to make sure that we didn't cross the barrier to justice.
The tone of the testimony is that everything that Jason Rayner did was appropriate under the law. All I'm asking for is
I don't want to testify to what was in the defense line. What was in all you want to have to do what was going on. At the end of the day, the jurors will have to decide, they can subjectively look at what's going on with those people. Then when we come in, we got to get into the shoes. Either party here, you can say, no, he should have, he can say, I was speaking as a defective, example of what not to do, or example of what to do, or, how we see reactions of individual defendants. This is what consistently what I expect, or inconsistently what I expect, and what reaction that will garner, generally speaking. Not necessarily in this scenario, but they can think what they want to do. I'm going to go ahead and remove the objection, not interfere with instructions. I don't think the jurors, I already said the ones that also witness here is not instructed on the idea to do that. So tell you my rule.
May I ask for some clarification?
Yes.
Here's what I'm struggling with is that I may ask the court a question in terms of I believe that Roy Bedard's answer to the question was inconsistent with the law on consensual encounters. I understand that, Your Honor, but I feel as though we are being hamstrung in presenting this information which we believe is relevant to the court, that a citizen does have the opportunity to walk away from an encounter. And that's all that I'm asking of Roy Bedard. Roy Bedard has said there's no situation, only an officer's belief subjects a person to detention. And that's not what the law is, Judge. No, I'm not asking him to go find a law. I'm asking him to use his expertise in when he trains an officer. It's inappropriate to train an officer that just with you can go and then detain them and subject them to impositions. That's not what the law says. The law says you have to have a family suspicion. And now he's testified to the jury that upon just my mere belief and hunch that I can detain you. Why can we not present a cross-examination on the fact that you have the ability to walk away?
Yeah, these are my words to my firstborn. You know it's these are my words to my firstborn. Nothing left to give. My words to my firstborn. My words to my firstborn.
What you really doing? Never had no one that does it quite like you. You can spend half a lifetime trying to find one like you. That's why I am so glad I found you, babe. I wished upon a star and it came true. Darling, I need for you to love. Hold me, touch me, deep in my soul. Never let it go. Oh yeah, of the love we share. No one compares to you. I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go. 'Cause I really love you so. I'll never let you go.
Who I thought was a queen. She ran in the streets. She hung out with the crowd. They had a lot of fun. They would drink and be loud. Many people told me I didn't belong, but I was so determined to prove them all wrong. I listened to her and I got into a car. We were going to the store. It wasn't that far. The guy took a detour and put a gun in my face. What could I do? I put myself in this place. He told me to run, so I did as he said. Then bullets began to pass by my head. The next thing I knew, I was down on the ground and police officers were beating me down. I was only 17, but they didn't care. They let me know they planned to kill me there. I went to court and I beat the case. but I could never forget the sound of his voice or the look upon his face. So I decided I had something to do to find this cop and turn what he said on him to become true. So I started wearing a uniform because I wanted to do that man harm. But once I learned what my job was to do, I decided that I had to be true. I had to show my people that someone would do right, and this is the reason that I have chosen to fight. So if you see me out here and I'm wearing a badge, it's not because I'm one of those who's bad. I'm looking out for people who look just like me and you. I wear the uniform to make it do what it's supposed to do. And know that Miss Watchman loves each and every one of you. I am going to do what's right. This is the reason why I fight.
We love to see it. Beautiful. I'm so glad that he let me try it again. Cause my last time on earth I lived the whole world a sin. I'm so glad that I learned more than I knew then. Wanna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground. No one's gonna bring me down. Free ozone right now.
Yeah.
Free ozone right now.
Thank you, family. Free ozone in the chats.
Hey, Shalom, how you doing, man? I want to thank everybody, man. I hear y'all out there doing the work for me. I want to make sure y'all know y'all appreciate it, everything y'all do. You feel me? I know for a fact that the brother Major, Daniel, Sister Straight No Chaser, Sister Offset, I want to shout y'all out just because I know that y'all on, and shout out everybody else who partake in the fundraiser for me. I'm still in here maintaining myself. You know, I'm doing good. Keeping myself focused, standing in the faith, you know what I'm saying? To all of Israel, Kwame, and Sherella, y'all keep fighting for me, you know what I mean? And I just want y'all to know, man, everything y'all doing to bring me fair justice and a good day in court, man. I appreciate it. You know, I don't want y'all to ever feel like, you know, what y'all doing is not working or it's futile, man. It's working. My lawyers are faithful. They come, they talk to me, they let me know what's going on. They're working. I've got an additional lawyer by the name of Gary Woods with almost 40 years of experience. And he is my deaf attorney, certified attorney, and he's the one, you know, doing a lot of things with the motion. And my other lawyers, they putting other things together for the day of trial. If I go to trial, and that's what's going on. So I thank y'all, appreciate y'all, and I'm glad y'all with me.
Before the sun rises, I love, I see it over and over again. I love it. Hey, relax your mind. We can be free together. Take your time, 'cause even through the tears, I'll be right. It was hard times, but it will be alright. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright now. Oh, baby, it will be alright. please hear.
Sir, yes, I do work. Work with six, I'm like Mike. He's out of sight. Whoa, you done got me pipe. You man like Ike. Six out the spot. Into the night.
Yeah, I'm shaking the drop. I'm still up on top. I've been at the bottom. The devil my eye. They pay me to stop. I got it at the top. We gon' blaze our way out the grave, dog. Living, speaking, praise God. Walking out the graveyard, back to life. I serve, follow your word, see what you sight. Let's get right, let's get right, let's get right.
Is it Haynes or Hayes? Does anyone know?
No N to the best of my knowledge.
Haynes? All right, good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. Upper riser, when you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All rise for jury. The jury is present and seated. You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Bedard, you testified before. You're a pretty busy guy, right? Traveling around the world testifying. Okay. And in connection with your job, have you ever had a moment to sit in your car and take a phone call? Yes. And you do a lot of training with police officers, is that correct? Let me give you, and when you're training them, part of the training is you're giving them hypothetical scenarios, correct? And you're instructing them on how to deal with these scenarios that they'll come across in the group, correct? So in the hypothetical training model, you're essentially defining the facts upon which the officer. You agree with that? I mean, you're setting a hypothetical. You're saying, here are the facts. How would you react to this? Would you agree with me, or let me ask you this, would you train your officers that if they saw a person sitting in their car, talking on the phone, that it would be appropriate to then go up and detain that person? It would be appropriate to go up and have a conversation. Right? And when we talk about detention, we're talking about acting in such a way or doing something that makes the person feel as if and similarly, what you would also instruct your students in that scenario would be, if you possess are a person sitting in their car, that person's free to walk away. However, what you just testified to rests upon the qualification of if the officer has a well-founded suspicion. You agree with that?
So I think once again, I got to be careful because I'm not here to instruct the jury at all. I can go to training law enforcement. So anything is reasonable, those are determined in the hindsight. An officer receives the belief and is assumed that it's reasonable. He may be found later to be unreasonable, objective to the standard. But the subject is the standard talking about something. It's assumed that belief to him is reasonable. And it can't be contested on the street level.
And you're instructing your students, obviously, to act reasonably toward members of the public, right?
Well, we instruct them in the criteria of what should be considered reasonable if they continue to follow the instructions of the training. They conform to the training. But again, that's why we have courts, because we're not always correct about it. Sometimes an officer's actions are deemed courts. That is how it's necessary.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I'm asking you from a training module perspective. You would agree agree with me that you would not instruct your students to make a command upon someone unless they had a reasonable suspicion that that person was engaged in a crime, about to be engaged in a crime. That's in some criminal context.
Judge objects.
You would agree with me that you would not train your students to command someone to do something, whether it be sit down, stand up, or otherwise, unless they had a reasonable belief that that person was doing something wrong.
So we have to have to that, for example. You do and suddenly, for example, if I'm investigating, so the officer, the person might be interviewing someone, they might say something like, what's going on here, what's happening, we live here, those kind of things. That's just, not only the officer has something on, decides to suddenly leave. And the officer says, stop, sit there. And the person refuses, we have another problem. So there's a problem also that problem.
Correct. But in order to get to that point, in order to make the command, you have to have a reasonable suspicion that somebody is doing
Judge,
something.
I'm gonna object as to legal standard again.
You know, he's now talked about the crime of obstruction that has elements to it that is germane to the question.
Sorry.
So the issue is this. Respectfully, I think that if an officer makes a command,
Argumentative.
if you're making a command on a citizen, you can't just do that for any reason that you desire, right? Okay, so the reason that you would command a citizen is because you are, let's agree on the baseline, about to do some investigation, right? If you're going to do some investigation, then you would possess some knowledge subject of your investigation is potentially engaged in some crime. And I think that we can agree that the standard of potentially engaged is a good faith basis. Can we agree with that? And we're talking about a good faith basis to believe something. Let's advance the video forward just a little bit here. Okay. I think before in your testimony, we'd agreed that at least in this portion of the video, from what you don't see anything criminal going on right here in this building. And I'm just going to advance it for a few seconds.
How's it going? Do you live here?
Now I've advanced it just a second or so. Okay, same situation, same question to you. You would agree that there is no discernible criminal activity going on.
There could be, but I can't see.
And you are seeing, just as everybody's seeing, a very good representation of the ignorant point when he's walking up.
Well, I'm only seeing, smelling, hearing, on your things that would have. This is like the general treatment,
Sure, and I appreciate that response. The audio on this video as well, or not. You agree with me that in the contents of the video that we took thus far, there's nothing that is audibly apparent that is criminal in nature. And just while we're on this car here, you would agree that Mr. Winner doesn't shine his eye go over to the side of the vehicle, right? In training your law enforcement students, I'm sure that you encourage them to hone their power observations, right? Because just as it's important to use those to apply your proactivity to those deserving of suspicion, you don't want to capture people that are undeserving. I think that was poorly worded. That's reasonable. You do not want to apply suspicion to someone who is undeserving of suspicion. So in doing so, an officer is relying on things like bolos, correct? I'm sorry, Aaron. And in a bolo, they can come over the dispatch, right? You can come through the email, you can come from another officer just telling you something. If an officer has a bolo that contains a vehicle, you would agree that you would instruct your students to pay careful attention to the way that that vehicle appears.
Yes, I mean, I think more broadly, there are so many different types of vehicles, but I wouldn't expect them to be all of the nuances of a maker. So there would be a degree of reasonableness in time. I mean, there's actually ways to do birds and cars, like that, but it involves mind-numbing hours of observing a certain vehicle, perhaps hundreds of times to be able to identify those nuances. So law enforcement officers are trained to look, for example, in this case, silver hunt.
And just get back to a much more simpler issue, which is that. Sorry, I apologize. Were you finished with your?
That would be the start of silver Honda, right? Then we have to figure out perhaps what the make is. That would be the next thing. In this situation, I think it would be really cool.
Okay. I don't mean to interject, but I think that going a little bit beyond the question was just a general one in terms of powers of observation. So
yeah, well, that's where I was heading. Okay. So powers of observation are going to go from broad to narrow.
Sure.
So the first thing is silver Honda. Then we're going to look for make. Then we're going to look.
I don't mean to be rude. I'm not asking anything specific about a training model. Can we agree that you're training an officer to use their best reason, their best observations to distinguish between a vehicle identified in a bolo and a vehicle that they see on the street? And with respect to the evidence in this particular case, you would agree among the items when you, a reasonable officer, in looking at this vehicle, would be able to see. This is the bolo that we spent all day Monday talking about. Okay? And you agree with me that there is a feature on the roof of the vehicle? Yes. Okay. Would you agree with me that upon a rear look at this vehicle, one can observe the taillights?
Yes.
Okay. And those taillights extend all the way from probably the midsection of the hatch all the way up.
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, there are observable on both sides of the vehicle. Correct. You would agree with me that the vantage point as exists here would allow a person in the same position to see of the back lights.
I don't know. I don't know. Again, because of the darkness, where he's coming from. What he's looking at, remember, he's tending to the drive. He hasn't quite gotten to the vehicle yet.
And you would agree with me that what you're seeing in the video is inconsistent with the way that an officer would approach a high-risk vehicle.
If the officer knew this was a stolen vehicle,
so we can agree that the actions that we see in the vehicle are inconsistent with Rainer acting upon.
I wouldn't agree with that. I think that there's an entry point in that person.
Okay. You agree that it appears to you that he's not sure if this is a stolen vehicle or not. How we train officers to deal with stolen vehicle.
Objection to the speculation as to what officer is thinking.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view this video extensively?
Yes.
And view of this extensive view of the video, you have rendered certain opinions about the police tactics that are observed in the video. All right. And you have provided prior testimony concerning your observations of the tactics you put in this video.
Yes.
On a previous occasion, given testimony specifically on the utilized to approach this vehicle. Okay. And in connection with that, you would agree, you said it appears that he is not sure if this vehicle was a stolen vehicle or not. That's not how we turn officers to deal with stolen vehicle, high risk. So what we're seeing in the video is inconsistent with how you would train an officer to deal with a high risk, correct?
No.
Do you remember having your deposition taken? And that was on August 24th, 2023. Do you remember that? Yeah. And for the record, I'm looking at page 27, line 24, over to page 28, line 3. Would you agree with me that I'm handing you the deposition of Board of Guard taken on August 24th, 2023? Can you please read on page 28, line 4, and please let me know. Okay. Now, previously, before I handed you the deposition transcript, you disagreed with this question, which was, it appears to me that he's not sure if this is a stolen vehicle or not. That's not how we train officers to deal with stolen vehicles, high-risk stops. Do you agree that the words that I just recited were the exact words you said in 2023? In the video, you don't see a flashlight directed at the vehicle, correct?
No.
Advancing the video a few more seconds.
Do you live here? What's going on?
You would agree that when Officer Rayner approached the open driver's side door both of Wallace, he does not introduce himself. He doesn't say, "Hi, my name is Officer Rayner." You would agree that as we advance the video further, Mr. Wallace asks several questions of Mr. Rayner as to why he's being fired. And you further agree that at no point in time does Officer Rayner indulge Mr. Wallace in the questions that I'm gonna. Is the court ruling that I can't ask him what's going on in the video? Do you ever hear Jason Rayner respond to Mr. Wallace's questions in the video?
Objection, Judge.
You know what I mean? We've been asking about what's been observed. I guess I'm just confused the difference between that and what you shine a light. Do you ever hear in the video Jason Rayner respond to both of Wallace's questions?
stand by.
Thank you. Mr. Bedard, you would agree with me that the best evidence of the video, Mr. Rayner does not reply to the Wallace.
He does reply, but he replies with a question.
In this particular, this is not the best frame, maybe advance it for a second.
How's it going?
You would agree that the video also depicts Rayner taking no stop from the exit of his vehicle directly to the side of Othal Wallace.
Makes no stops. He has to pause at the outside of the building. Like it looks like he is positioning himself for.
And just in a few moments, we've seen the video, probably, but in just a few moments, you would agree the video shows Mr. Wallace go and approach a small gap between the door and this brake bar.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's an improper statement. It's not components.
Okay. In instructing your students in police training, if you were going to discuss a manner in which an officer could detain an individual, would you agree that one of those circumstances would be to position the officer's body in the only means that the citizen can freely move?
And yes, that would be.
Okay. And you would agree that what we see in the video is a red car, a door that's open, yes, and a very short window between the opening door and the red car. Yes. And then you see Mr. Rayner position himself in that only opening there, correct? And you've been in several parking lots in connection with your law enforcement duty. Yes. Okay. You would agree with me that it was the very small space between an open door and this car here, the red car. Unable for a human being to get through without either the person moving or the door being. Additionally, in this video, we have a large amount of shrubbery. It would not be reasonable to assume that a person in the same situation could leave.
Not sure that's true.
Okay.
There's a lot of evidence that people don't know that.
Certainly, you'd get cut up and it would be difficult.
I don't be popular.
Have you ever been around?
Okay.
Have you ever been around Palmettos in Florida? Ever walked through the woods?
Yeah.
You can get pretty cut up with those things.
And sure.
So when Mr. Rayner walks up to this point of the door, he has the ability to leave from his vehicle.
I would think.
Okay. And now we've kind of gone, I think we're video right now. In the previous 3 seconds, you've agreed with me for no observable items of criminal activity in the video, correct?
No, but I don't know what's going on in Raymond. But I can't see anything. None of us can.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but as we are here now, 4 seconds in the video, right before Mr. Rayner, a person aside, you'd agree that there is still no criminal activity in the video.
I'm not sure. You're talking about before he gets to the door?
No, sir, I'm asking you, let's just start with 4 seconds in the video. We're 4 seconds of the video. We agree that I'm pointing. Okay, and you also agree you're using your 40 years of expertise. You can't see any observable.
He may present something in his your question. You mentioned
And you mentioned before that you can't see Othal Wallace's hands in this video, correct?
I can't see that.
Okay. And the vantage point of this video is from a camera that's mounted on Jason Rayner's chest. Okay. So if you can't see his hands in the video, right? Okay, so if you can't see the hands in the video, it would be unreasonable if you're using this as a training module to then say to your students, based upon what you can see in this video, you can make an assumption.
It's not what. I don't. Yeah.
We'll advance it forward just a second.
Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down, sit.
And we advance now to 9 seconds. I think we can agree and probably move on from this point that you don't know what Mr. Rayner did or did not see.
He's looking at his hands with red light. He's attending to his hands, whether or not it has actually registered.
And do you have a good recollection of questions you Yes. And my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, would show you what's been composite exhibit 31 piece that there was some photographs taken. You looked at some photographs that were taken here of my client's vehicle. Okay. You reviewed those in consideration of your testimony here, did you not? Okay. And as a law enforcement officer, an expert at travel all around the world, you're probably familiar with what switcher key is, correct? In connection with your direct testimony to the jury, were you provided that picture?
Sidebar.
Okay, and my question is simply this: during your direct examination, previously during your direct examination, we asked about this. Isn't that I believe it's part of Exhibit 30. Exhibit 30. Were you asked about this photograph in your direct examination? We see, you would agree that Mr. Rayner's hand is upon Mr. Wallace's shoulder, or at least
He's touching him with his surface. I didn't know if he's touching him.
Sir, can you sit down?
Do you have a good recollection of the video, how it transpires from here to its conclusion?
Pretty good, yeah.
Do you agree that there is not a time as we move forward in the video where Mr. Rayner ever releases his draft from Wallace's body.
Again, it's. On video appears.
Do you live here, yes or no?
What's going on though?
Who, Charlie 77?
No, back up.
Stop.
In this particular video, in this particular still shot of the video at 2050, you would agree with me that you see Jason Rayner's arm? Yes, you see his hand around his shirt.
I'm not sure if I can see that.
Do you see a shirt? Do you agree that Mr. Rayner has not let his grasp go of Mr. Wallace's shirt? Is there a method of training that you can point to which involves practicing by the back of their clothing such that it restricts the breathing into their mouth?
I don't point to that graph. There's no indication.
All right, I appreciate that response, sir. My question to you very specifically was, if you think of in your line of expertise in training the police students, is there a procedure that involves grabbing a citizen by the back of their clothes, restricting their ability to breathe?
You're making that procedure. The difficulty in breathing. All of our procedures.
And we talked a little bit before about commands to the citizen. And let's talk about the other side of that in terms of compliance. So you would teach your officers that if they are, acting upon some reasonable belief, that a person has to obey. Right?
There are some considerations. For example, an officer is unreasonably using a person does not have to comply and be killed. But short of that, yes, they are required by statute to call that, comply with the right or wrong. So the right is the wrong.
And a component to your training of police officers is kind of how to manage the human factor of stress in the moment, right?
Yes.
How and stress has a physical manifestation. Do you agree with that? Heightened breathing, inability to concentrate, inability to articulate oneself. Decision making can be impaired in many regards.
Yes. I can just break with you're saying stress is extreme. There are many levels of stress. None of this is impaired. And arousal, those things happen.
And I think what we can both agree upon is the reason why you need to train law enforcement officers to manage those emotions, because without the training, human beings are going to be susceptible to have those emotions overcome them in a stressful situation.
But yes, we assume that we're training officers to a standard.
So if a citizen doesn't have such training, potentially not equipped with the tools. And before you had mentioned that I think as society, we universally accept that police officers are vigilant protectors of the community. Did I accurately characterize your testimony?
I don't know, but I agree with that statement.
Okay. So it's your testimony before the jury that every single person in the vigilant protectors of the community. Would you train your officers when they're going into, let's say, for instance, a high crime area, that the officers would have an expectation that the citizens that they're going to encounter will do them as protectors of society?
I think that the community at large, and I don't like to speak in extremes, I mean, I really just outliers. Community does the policing.
Yeah, in proactive policing is often applied to the most impoverished areas of our community. Do you agree with that?
I don't want him to leave.
I think you can sit down. Thank you for pointing that out. No, you're not. I'm happy to move it back now if you'd like to. You can move it back now. Crime happens in affluent communities.
Yes.
All peoples of all races, of all creeds, of all beliefs.
Yes.
And you talked a lot about your instruction of your police students that proactive policing model is the appropriate one, correct?
Appropriate to what?
It's a very important part of policing.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yet we are applying this proactivity in a way which we both agree is only targeting a certain portion of the population.
I don't agree with that.
Well, before, a few moments ago, I think we agreed that rich people commit crimes. Yes. Black people commit crimes. Yes. White people commit crimes.
Yes.
Gay people kill people.
Sustained.
There's a limit to proactivity, though, right?
Yes.
Just because an officer wants to be proactive doesn't give them the ability to go and make a command.
No, the ability to be proactive is sort of a general theme. The commands would come from specific information that's derived from the component.
And you would agree with me that one's mere presence in a high crime area does not subject them to commands and required compliance with the law enforcement.
Overall, I'm sorry.
I can tell you what we train officers to do. Hypothetically, mere presence is not sufficient for a person to be stopped just because they happen to be in some particular.
In terms of location, you gave an example before about kind of where there are aberrations to the baseline. Do you recall that? I do. And I think the example that you gave was the church on Sunday morning. Yes. The church on Sunday morning, the baseline for that, assuming that they hold services on Sunday morning, would be a room full of people.
Yes.
That's going on. Yes. Okay. And you can apply that baseline to other places like the parking lot, right?
Apply the baseline everywhere. Yes.
So things that you'd expect to see in a parking lot with an apartment building would be cars, correct? In those cars.
Sometimes, I mean, depends on, we get into the hour, we get into if it's a high crime area, things like that. So I think there are other factors that go in besides just the fact that there are cars and there are people who drive.
And I think you have characterized Mr. Othal Wallace as being suspicious that he was in that vehicle.
I'm not sure.
You're not characterizing just Othal Wallace's mere presence in that vehicle as being suspicious.
So again, I'm not privy to all the information that the officer had. I think the officer thought he was suspicious. He decided to exit his vehicle. Now, he could have been there.
We need to remain objective. That's objective. Fine.
I'm just asking for your objective opinion. I mean, you've been called here to render an.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you believe that individual in the vehicle would cause a minor amount of suspicion. What are you doing there? It's dark. You're all alone. What's happening?
Specifics in this case.
Might I ask for a legal basis beyond the specifics?
May I proceed?
You testified before that Mr. Wallace was startled.
He appeared to be startled to me.
And certainly you would advise your criminal law enforcement students to take into account the way in which a citizen would react to their actions, right?
No.
You're not.
That's not true.
Maybe I probably asked the question. Let me ask it this way. Wouldn't you agree that in connection with lectures, you would tell your officers you need to be observant of people that are doing it, right? You would observe their behavior.
Yes.
Okay. And certain cues that you're looking for could potentially suggest involvement in criminal behavior.
Possible.
And you have things that people can do with their hands that might be criminal behavior.
Yes.
Things that people can do with the way that they're speaking that might be consistent with criminal behavior.
Yes.
Okay. And there are ways that a person would act. They are being falsely suspected of something.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think an officer would know if they're being falsely accused of something. I mean, for example, if it's a approach to Mr. Wallace because maybe Raymond has, maybe this is a medical emergency, or maybe he's operating behind the wheel of a car because he's intoxicated. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking, but approaching him is not inconsistent with training. Approaching him, talking to him, finding out what's going on, trying to develop a baseline for the parking lot at that moment, I think is appropriate. That's exactly what we would train officers to do.
Certainly you would agree with me. You never tell them it is completely reasonable for you to think that if you go up to someone, falsely accuse them of something that they will have no negative interaction with at all. They wouldn't be startled, they wouldn't be scared, they wouldn't be frustrated.
Oh, you can answer if you can.
So again, I take some exception with the idea of reasonable because I think that is a judgment call after the fact. That being said, it is appropriate for officers to approach people, and we do tell them that sometimes their behavior is unpredictable, particularly when we pull cars over. Sometimes people get all panicked when they're behind the wheel of a car. They may not go to the side of the road like we expect, and they cut across the lanes. So I think officers are cued in on the idea that an approach to somebody will have some consequence in their reaction. What that consequence is unpredictable until it happens. But if it's consistent, law enforcement officers are also trained to recognize that.
So confronting someone who's doing nothing wrong might result in an unpredictable.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Thank you. Redirect. Say it again. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
I don't have any questions at all.
All right, can you,
Yes, sir.
fix this screen? All right. May the witness be excused. State,
Yes, sir.
defense.
No, he-
Okay, you're releasing this again. Thank you. All right, state, call your next witness. Yes, sir. This is a procedural stop that I have to take at this moment. You might have to step into the jury. All rise to the jury. Folks, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, okay? Be back here in 5 minutes.
I was down on the ground and police officers were beating me down. I was only 17, but they didn't care. They let me know they planned to kill me there. I went to court and I beat the case, but I could never forget the sound of his voice or the look upon his face. So I decided I had something to do to find this cop and turn what he said on him to become true. So I started wearing a uniform because I wanted to do that man harm. But once I learned what my job was to do, I decided that I had to be true. I had to show my people that someone would do right, and this is the reason that I have chosen to fight. So if you see me out here and I'm wearing a badge, it's not because I'm one of those who's bad. I'm looking out for people who look just like me and you. I wear the uniform to make it do what it's supposed to do. And know that Miss Watchman loves each and every one of you. I am going to do what's right. This is the reason why I fight.
We love to see it. Beautiful. I'm so glad that he let me try it again. Cause my last time on earth I lived the whole world a sin. I'm so glad that I learned more than I knew then. Wanna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground. No one's gonna bring me down. Free ozone right now.
Yeah.
Free ozone right now.
Thank you, family. Free ozone in the chats.
Hey, Shalom, how you doing, man? I want to thank everybody, man. I hear y'all out there doing the work for me. I want to make sure y'all know y'all appreciate it, everything y'all do. You feel me? I know for a fact that the brother Major, Daniel, Sister Straight No Chaser, Sister Offset, I want to shout y'all out just because I know that y'all on, and shout out everybody else who partake in the fundraiser for me. I'm still in here maintaining myself. You know, I'm doing good. Keeping myself focused, staying in the faith, you know what I'm saying? To all of Israel, Kwame, and Sherella, y'all keep fighting for me, you know what I mean? And I just want y'all to know, man, everything y'all doing to bring me fair justice and a good day in court, man. I appreciate it. You know, I don't want y'all to ever feel like, you know, what y'all doing is not working or it's futile, man. It's working. My lawyers are faithful. They come, they talk to me, they let me know what's going on. They're working. I've got an additional lawyer by the name of Gary Woods with almost 40 years of experience. And he is my deaf attorney, certified attorney, and he's the one, you know, doing a lot of things with the motions. And my other lawyers, they putting other things together for the day of trial if I go to trial, and that's what's going on. So I thank y'all, appreciate y'all, and I'm glad y'all with me.
Before the sun rises, I love you. I say it over and over again. I love you. Hey, relax your mind. We can be
Right,
free.
do we have a motion from the defense?
Take your time.
Defense will make a motion for.
Sleeping through the tea. But here we it's alright, it's alright now. Oh, baby, we'll be alright. It's alright now. Falling down, right down. Please hear.
Okay, brief response.
As far as premeditation, because before and after, as well as video and what happened, video are all established.
Right? He's out of sight. Woo! They got me tight. You feel like, hey, 6
All right, the standard of review at this point in time is that the court review the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Based upon that standard, I'm going to find that there's sufficient evidence for the jury to consider the case and render a verdict. It still has to be in the common case at this point in time. Motion for judgment of appeal. Did you say you have something you present? No. Okay, the motion for mistrial will be denied. In
terms of the scheduling and adjustment,
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep going right now.
Okay.
But because I may not get, Mr. Wallace, we've had conversations about taking the stand or not taking the stands for 2 days now. And now comes the time where I have to ask you those questions, whether or not you've had the opportunity to discuss the decision as to whether or not you want to testify or don't want to testify with your lawyers. Have you done that? And have you given thought whether or not you want to testify or you don't want to testify? And have you made a decision whether or not you want to testify or you don't want to testify? What is your decision? You want to testify. Now, you remember we had this discussion that you had, I told you that you'll be able to tell the jurors what you want to say, but that you'll be vigorously cross-examined. You understand that? Okay. You made that decision freely and voluntarily, correct? Did anybody threaten you or force you or coerce into making that decision? Did anybody promise you anything for making that decision? Okay. I'm obviously you're not on the just the control officers. Okay, then oh, it's okay. The court order took down the answers. So that microphone you have to push down to pick up the PA. That's okay. That's fine. The court reporter took the answers. All right. So you ready for the jury?
Any objection? We have a few.
I don't know. Is there objections?
Just for the court's edification here, we have the body worn camera audit trail, which we talked about. We certified that. We have 2 photographs that were up. We could check shots. And I think the only our desire to produce body on camera footage. I mean, it's 30 minutes, an hour before video, Othal and Jason Rayner. And in that video, she has a very brief exchange with Mr. Rayner. They don't talk at all. The purpose of that would be effectively to provide information on the bias and credibility of the testimony, where she said at a prior time she was very certain that it happened at a press conference. And in terms of the relevant side of the relevant ground, in terms of the ability of which we did, because not only authenticated, but also we have
Okay.
Judge, yes, first off, Officer Dickinson,
She already admitted that she didn't make that statement at that time. There's no issue with evidence. What's up with this is on the fact that they made a mistake or they lied or they were inconsistent. You can't put any evidence into that. Unfortunately, they can't have. Secondly, it's all hearsay. This conversation with the current officer, but Officer Dickinson already.
Okay. Well, it's not hearsay. It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So that doesn't fly.
Secondly, it's all hearsay. It's just conversation with her and Officer, but Officer Dickinson already did.
Okay. Well, it's not hearsay. It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So that doesn't fly.
There's no statement on the video. That's the point. There's no conversation in the video at all.
Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna play 30 minutes of nothing?
It's 30 seconds to a minute of video.
Oh, okay. I'll overrule the objection if you want to.
Even though the witness already admitted she didn't say that at that point.
I think they're entitled to show proof that, they're consistent with their position. That she didn't say it, at least on that one instance. I don't know what other instances there are. You're free to argue. There might have been another instance, another communication, whatever it might be. That's argument for the jury. But I think they're entitled to put whatever they want to do to demonstrate that at least in that one instance, there was no communication regarding the stolen vehicle. I think that's what it shows, right?
She's already admitted that on stand. So you can't put an extrinsic evidence once a witness admits. Unless the case states differently, all the case law is clear. Once the witness admits on the stand to it, you can't put extrinsic evidence through it.
Okay.
So that's exactly what they're doing.
I'll allow it. Thank you. Anything else? So that's the only objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
The rest of it is stipulated too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just for security check. I don't think we have a desire to actually publish that to the jury. We just wanted to see if we're having any of that. We go on the record, admit those, and then we take it.
Out of fairness to the jurors, at least say, admit this item and then stipulate to, what it may depict. So they know what to look for. Otherwise, I don't know how many items of evidence are we up to now? But,
That's exactly what I was asking.
okay, well, but there's an agreement as far as what it might be in there. I mean, sometimes the description becomes objectionable too.
And I know just this is exactly why I brought it up, because I don't think it would ever be appropriate for an attorney in this context to argue to the jury. All that I wanted to say was, the defense at this point in time, by virtue of stipulation, admits this piece of evidence, which is the Axon audit trail.
That's fine.
Something to that effect. I just wanted to make sure that.
That'd be fine, okay? Obviously, the description is something that is inconsistent with what you believe it is. You're welcome to stand up and I'll allow you to say it, okay? Anything else? We're ready for the jury?
Hold on.
Hold on.
We need to set up our computer. The state's taking away the one that was up there.
Set up your computer?
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
We have a moment.
yeah.
Judge, can we go back on the record for a moment while they're setting that up?
Yeah.
I do have Mr. Bedard here. I'd like to sit into the testimony as the use of force expert and possibly to follow the rebuttal. Reference to testify.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
The defense, you have an objection to that?
No, I think it's in line with the.
Okay.
It's one. This is two. This is three. We'll do that first. Do we have these?
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. If I could just.
Yes, sir. Oh, take him. Bill, I'm sorry, Bill. Wait. They have to take, go ahead. He needs to go to the restroom, take him. Wait, don't move the TV yet. Let him go to the restroom.
You're gonna do, is hit this green button, and it'll just, don't, yeah, and then you just hit share the meeting, and then it'll just share your screen. Okay. And then when you're done, you should stop.
Do you? In terms of. You want me to show you? Because I mean, the version is in CD.
As long as you have the 15.
Well, let me.
Yeah, the one you didn't, Andy send it to you?
Yeah, just okay.
Wait, don't move the TV yet. Just wait. Well, it's not that. Wait.
You just wait.
Then I don't get yelled at for things happening.
It's that until somebody trips and then there's a lawsuit.
Yes.
You ready?
Your Honor, to go to the bathroom, I just need a moment to find this one video. I'm trying to find the same clip.
Do you have, I can make a copy before if you need it.
Well, I have it, I just.
But if you need me, I can just copy for you.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest.
You have a flash drive?
Well, I don't want to use that.
Okay.
All right, and now you may move the TV. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready for the jury?
Not yet, Mr. Herbisco, I'm trying to get him a file, Judge. Do you have the flash drive?
I don't have an actual one.
I don't want to use the ones that are marked for evidence. I don't think I have one. I have it in the office. Hopefully it's not your porn stash. No, I don't think there's anything on there. Make sure we're on there.
How's it going? Do you live here?
It's called Ozone on there.
All right, thanks.
You good?
Believe so, Your Honor. Let me just make sure that it transferred appropriately on here. Leave it to the judge. Thank you.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay, bring the jury in. Wait, hold on. Mr. Wallace, when you step up here, did you have any restriction, any? You don't have anything? Okay, thank you. Bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
The jury is present. You may be seated. The state has rested. Defense?
Your Honor, this time we call Wallace.
You'll raise your right hand, please.
Yes.
You'll come around here, please.
Witness is seated, Your Honor.
Make sure you speak loud and clear so the viewers hear what you have to say. You may proceed.
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
And just a little bit up. Sometimes it picks up your breathing, but thank you.
Where did you grow up?
I was born in Gainesville. There I moved to Daytona. Then I stayed in the land for a while and moved to Broward County. Then I went back to Daytona.
And back in June 23rd of 2021, where were you living?
I was up in Daytona Beach,
And what was the address?
3 Kingston.
Now, were you working?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
Off of Bellevue Road in Daytona Beach.
Back in June 2021,
Yes, I did.
what were your hours?
I was open, so I went in about a little after 4:30 in the morning.
Were you working at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
At the McDonald's off of Bevel Road in Daytona Beach.
And back on June 23rd of 2021, did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And what were your hours that day?
I was to open, so I went in about a little after 4:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and I got off shortly after 3:30, between 3 and 4.
And after you got off work, what did you do?
I drove home as I always do.
And then did you stay at home the rest of the night, or what did you do?
Well, when I got home, I took a shower. I had to go see my other kids. I have 4 kids that reside in the Volusia County area. 2 that were where I was living, and 2 lived with them. My other kid's mom lived over in Deltona, so I had to go to see them in Deltona. And I was just trying to split the time, share my time with all my kids.
And I probably should ask you, who all lived with you at 133 Kingston Ave?
My 2 daughters, should I say their name?
You don't have to.
My 2 daughters and my girlfriend at the time, Taisha.
And how long were you out seeing your other children?
I had left after I took a shower, so it was after like 4:30 or 5 maybe, and then I didn't come back until like a little after 8:30.
Okay. All right. And you've seen everything that, the video and everything. And obviously you were there, but when you got home back to your apartment, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I was just sitting in my vehicle. I was listening to music. I had taken a phone call, and I just went back to listening to music and just relaxing and smoking my cigar.
Were you ever aware of a vehicle pulling into the parking lot area?
I noticed lights because I was just sitting there, and it was fairly dim in the parking lot in the back at that time. So I was just sitting there, and I noticed the lights, and I didn't notice the vehicle just about until it was in front of me, like in front of my car.
Would it be safe to say you were preoccupied with what you were doing?
Yeah, I was just minding my business. I was.
And at some point, did you notice Jason Rayner walking towards your vehicle?
I noticed the individual with a flashlight. I didn't know it was Jason Random, but I did notice the flashlight, and it startled me a bit, and I was kind of like nervous and just caught off guard. So I was looked up to see what was going on.
And when you noticed the flashlight, where was it shining?
It was directly in my face. I was just about blinded from it.
From the time that you noticed the flashlight in your face to the time that Jason Rayner was at your vehicle, approximately how long did that take?
It was quick, like within seconds, almost, I would say just about immediately.
And as Jason Rayner approached, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I had already opened my door because I was prepared to get out the car as I usually do to go in the house. So I was just gathering all my things. That I basically had stuff on my lap, and I was just kind of collecting and overseeing the car before I get out and just getting ready to go in the house. I already had the door open, so I had my leg out.
And so you had one leg out and you were starting to stand up, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was in the motion of getting out of the car.
All right, and as you were getting out, did you see Jason Rayner in close proximity to you at that time?
As I was getting out, by the time I made it to stand up, he was like just about he was like in the car door, in the area of the car door, and making his way in between like the opening of the car and like me. You know what I mean?
At that point, how did you feel when he was standing in that area, I guess?
Like I said, I was already like nervous and kind of surprised, a little shaken up because I didn't know who it was, and I'm not, used to nobody approaching me back there. So I was nervous and confused, a little like, caught off guard.
And how tall are you?
5'7".
And was Jason Rayner taller than you?
About 4 or 5 inches, yes, sir.
Now, when Jason Rayner was standing, I guess, between the car door and the car, did you feel at that time you were free to leave?
No, sir. It wasn't even space for me to leave at all.
But is that the only reason you didn't feel like you could leave is because of the space, or
No, I mean,
anything else?
I was shocked, and I realized like, he's right there, so I couldn't move. I was locked in, and I was kind of like, going off and what's going on with this situation.
Did you ever try to leave?
I did. When I stood up, I attempted to like, kind of move around, but he was right there so close, I couldn't go anywhere. So that's at that point, can I go back a little bit, kind of in the past? Okay, I went to I'm a licensed security guard in the state of Florida. So I had taken
Sustained.
Just why, I mean, I'd asked you about whether or not you felt you could leave or why you tried to leave.
Okay, well, I couldn't leave. He was standing in the doorway.
Okay. And how many times did you try to leave during this incident?
I made 3 efforts to walk away, and it happens very fast, but and I'll try to explain, but I made 3 efforts and that I can remember.
And did you ever find out as to why you were put in between your car door and your car and unable to leave?
I never got an answer as to why I wasn't able to leave.
And as far as Jason Rayner's actions, was he asking you questions or what was going on?
I recall him saying something to the effect of, "Hey, how's it going? Do you live here?" And I was just like, "What's going on?"
Was it really dark at that time, or was it just becoming dark?
It was newly becoming dark.
Right. And while you're put in between your car and the door, what was going through your mind?
Like I said, I was already confused and caught off guard by the unsuspected presence of him in between my door way like all of a sudden. So I was beginning to get scared, and it like immediately he began to like put his arms on me and stuff. So I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have an answer to my question, so I was confused as to like what's taking place in this situation here.
Why didn't you just sit down as you were instructed?
I didn't know what was going on, and I wanted to know what was going on, but I also do know my rights. So I felt that I had the freedom to leave.
And why didn't you just tell him that you live there?
I asked him a question to try to figure out what was it, try to get some insight of the context of what's going on. And I thought that it was a fair question, being he's the law enforcement officer. So upon approach, I just asked what's going on. I never got an answer, but I just asked what's going on. I mean,
was there ever any conversation between the two of you?
Not besides my question and his demands. That was it.
And at what point did everything escalate?
It began to escalate at the point of when he started to put he had his hand on my shoulder, as you can see in the video. And when I made like an effort to kind of like shimmy my way between the space that I had to move and like where he had his hand, he put his other hand on my hand. That's when, like I say, I don't want to go into it, but I want to be able to explain why I held my forearm out. And that's something I learned in security school, is when you want to make distance with somebody or create a space to move. If like anybody have ever seen like celebrities walking through a crowd of people, they have bodyguards and they kind of walk through with their forearm out, not in like a way to like hit anybody or cause force, but if you bump into the forearm, it's a safe barrier to kind of create that space. So that's what I attempted to do when I just kind of like held my forearm out to get. If you look on the video, the door is open and he's standing there. So if I can hold my forearm out, I can create a space where I can maneuver, because I don't want to become physical with him. I'm just trying to kind of make my way out of this small space that was like that I found myself in.
And at that point, were you fearful at all?
I was most definitely fearful because I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't had answers to my questions, and I was just trying to see like what's going to happen here. I never ever in my life been in that situation, and that was kind of like one of my worst fears, is being in a situation like that in the dark with no witnesses, nobody to see what's going on, and nothing to like really bring any awareness to the situation.
And, Your Honor, we're going to play the video, and then I was going to ask if the court would allow for Mr. Wallace to come down here.
Okay, we know what the exhibit is you're playing?
It's 12, I think. 12.
It's the real-time video.
You may sit down.
State's Exhibit 12.
How's it going? Do you live here?
Further down here.
Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Who? Charlie 777.
No, back up.
Stop, man.
If we could back it up. Okay, right here is a good spot. At this point here, you testified earlier that the light was in your eye.
Yes.
What's going on right here?
Right in this particular situation is when I noticed the light, and I'm a little confused. Like I see, I'm not used to people coming up to me at this time of night, and I was kind of just like caught off guard and a bit like shaken up. So I'm starting to become aware of his presence and is garnering some type of emotion that would make me feel kind of scared. Like I was like,
Can we go to the point where the door is open? He's standing. Okay, at this point right here, explain, I guess, where you are in relation to Mr. Rayner, because obviously we can't see him.
Okay, well, just imagine the hood of the car and the door, and the driver's seat. At this point, I had just stood up. So when you get out of the car, you automatically turn sideways. It's like a normal motion. So as I'm getting up, I'm turned sideways, right here. And that's when you can see his arm on my shoulder and my hand, like it's, when I'm getting out of the car, my phone was on my lap, so it's kind of sliding down. I'm always aware that I crack many phones by just standing up. So I always like kind of grab whatever is in my lap. And that's what I was doing. And in the picture, that's how I check my phone over.
And you said that his hand was on it. Was that just a soft touch, or was it a forceful touch, or what was going on?
This initial touch is what stopped my first effort to walk away. This is the first. If you see, okay, I can't really see, the screen is big. Can I take it?
Yes.
Okay, so the screen is kind of big. So at this point, you can see, if you go back, you can see where my shoulders shifts. So I can't, now I realize I don't have my freedom to walk away right here.
And
Sir, can you sit down?
that's what I was going to ask you. At that point, did you feel as though you were free to walk away?
No, I knew I wasn't, because the only way to walk away was to basically go through him or go some way around him.
Can you go a little further?
Come on now, come on now, don't do this.
Sit down there.
Why are you asking me to do that?
All right.
Okay, wait, we can't talk if the video is playing, and we can't both talk at the same time, okay? Only one thing at a time.
Let me ask the question. Go back just a little bit. Okay, right there. All right. And if you were unable to, in your mind, leave when there was one hand on your shoulder, how did you feel when the second hand was placed on your other shoulder?
It furthered my fear of what might take place between me and the individual at the time. If you look, he's holding my shoulder, like pushing me, basically pushing me, and then he shifted me back towards the way, which would kind of, if I took the seat, I would sit directly on the driver's seat. So that's kind of what's taking place in this.
Move forward.
In this brain.
Can you do I live here?
Do you live here, yes or no?
What's going on though?
Radios.
777.
No, back up.
Okay. So now at that point, you hear him radio, you go to his radio, takes his left arm off you, and that's when you bring up your left forearm. And why at that point did you make a more concerted effort to leave?
Because for various amount of reasons, I hadn't had any answers to any of my questions. I'm scared as I can possibly be. There's no witnesses, so now I'm thinking that he's gonna call somebody else. So I don't know. I didn't do anything. I wasn't, breaking the laws. I had just been sitting there minding my business. So now it seemed like there's about to be more people to come assist him with whatever he finna do to me, and I don't know what's going on. Nobody has answered any of my questions. I'm 10 feet away from going into my apartment. I don't know what's going on. So that was my effort to be like, okay, now I have to become a little more assertive in my effort to walk away. And that's when I held my forearm out. Just kind of try to make those.
All right, go up till it gets dark, so you can't see.
Stop.
There's good. Okay, now at this point, you really can't see what's going on from the video, right? How close were you and Jason Rayner at that point?
We was just about chest to chest, because he was pulling me towards him, and like we was kind of shifting and like kind of spinning around. It was like basically if you grab somebody and you have a lot of grip on them and you kind of shifting around, the space is so small, like there's nowhere really for us to go. So we just about chest to chest.
All right. Did you continue to try to get away from him?
I was pulling away as I'm like trying to, I'm not in like I'm not trying to get any closer. I'm pulling away the whole time I'm trying to like pull away, but he, you know, he got me by both hands just about, and you know, that's how I'm like so close to him.
Yeah, that was gonna ask, did he still have you with both of his hands?
Yeah, at some point, but then
And then at some point, were you able to get away from would be his right hand?
yes, I was.
And how did that happen?
Well, he like either lost, I'm not sure if he lost grip or just moved his hand, but when his hand did move, so like imagine this is my shoulder and like it's a pulling motion. So when his hand did move, he started to like make movements towards his waistband, and I was starting to look and try to like.
Let's go back a little. As you were trying to walk away just before it gets dark, where did he have a hold of you?
On my shoulder and my arm.
And when you say shoulder, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but now at this point, his hand is on my shoulder, but his grip is on my shirt at the shoulder portion of my shirt. That's what I'm.
Was he pulling on your shirt?
Yes. Now in this frame, if I would have been able to walk away, it would have been like a motion like this. Like I can't really do it because I got a suit on, but it would have been more of a yoking type of motion. It would have been more, my head would have like been taken back by that motion.
Now, when we get forward again where it's dark, once he was released, when his right arm let go of you, what maneuver or what motion did you make at that point to try to get away?
So his right arm came off me, but this shoulder. So if you reverse this position, it would it would be like this. So when he dropped his right arm, I kind of like tried to make an effort to duck under it, because if I could have got his right arm to go over my head, I would have been able to put him behind me, and then I would have created like that space of freedom to get away from him or whatever was going on.
And then did you notice anything when you ducked down to go under his arm?
Right. When I ducked down, he kind of like shimmied his elbow and was making a reaching motion towards his waistband. And that's at that point I was like, you know, something, this is not gonna go right for me. And I started like basically like there was a deep sense of fear that my most, you know what I mean, the thing that I feared the most was probably gonna happen to me right there.
So how, you said you saw his hand go towards his waistband?
Yes.
All right, and in response to that and your fear, what did you do?
That's when I made an effort to get around, but when he moved, he still had, I can't really do it without extra body, but it's hard to. So his arm is on me, right? And I'm trying to get under, imagine this arm is on me, I'm trying to get under it. But his elbow goes like this, so I can't. But when I'm doing it, his right arm is making that motion. When he makes that motion, that's when I drew my right arm and I couldn't get under his arm, and I kind of ducked. When I ducked and I fired, the gun went off at like right at my ear, and that's when like he was in like a moving type of motion, and he fell backwards, and I like stumbled back because he lost his grip on my shoulder.
All right, and then
Stop, man.
Okay, and you hear you say something at the end. Do you recall what you said?
I was in like a state of adrenaline, so I was basically like, I think I said something like "get the fuck back" or something like that.
Okay. All right, you can sit back then. Yeah. Need a bathroom? Yeah. Now, we've all seen those Instagram posts that came out in early June Were they a part of your Instagram account?
Yes, it was.
And there's the one that references pig's blood. And you make reference to Minnie. What was that in response to?
The pig's blood statement was this probably the stupidest decision I ever could have made when it comes to me venting to the things I was frustrated about. But at the time, it was a lot going on in our country. People, was getting killed, and it was unfortunate. Lots of unfortunate situations taking place. And I'm not sure if many of the jurors are familiar with social media, but I'm kind of one of those people that wear my heart on my sleeve when it comes to expressing myself on the internet. So a lot of times I get on there and just say stuff like meaninglessly, or just I'm one of those people that's quick to make comments about things, whether it's true or not. I just cast my opinion. So that was kind of basically what was going on, but it was just a reflection of, what I was feeling and going through at the moment about what was taking place all over the country with these unfortunate incidents.
Can I get you to stop there? Disengage the computer from the screens.
Yeah, push the button. Yeah. There we go.
Proceed.
All right, what about the post with regarding Johnny Bolton? What was this about?
The situation with Johnny Bolton is a guy that was killed by a SWAT team in Cobb County, Georgia, no-knock warrant. And I felt really bad for the incident that took place. And again, like I say, I've made a bunch of comments online about things taking place in the country. And that was one of those comments that I had made just out of frustration for what took place. I was feeling, much compassion and sentiment that his family was expressing online. And I was just saying stuff, just making my frustrations known in whatever way.
Were these posts in any way a manifesto for you? Like, this is what I'm going to carry out. This is what I'm going to do.
No, it was just things I said out of frustration, because I'm just overly expressive sometimes.
If you could, would you have deleted those posts?
Yeah, but unfortunately I couldn't. I wasn't able to delete them. I do that often when I regret saying things or realize how stupid it was. I just delete it. It happens.
Was it ever your desire to have a run-in with law enforcement?
No, sir. No, sir.
What, and again, you kind of explained, but what were these posts? Why were they there?
Like I say, there's a lot of content on my IG page. And I'm one of those people, like I said, I'm very expressive or overly expressive, and I get upset or whatever. So sometimes I vent about things online, go to Instagram. I'm one of those people that make comments on YouTube, and whether you could call it trolling or not, or just an overly expressive person. But I'm kind of one of those people. So you'll find if you knew me or was on Instagram, it's my life, somebody else's life, or neighbors. I'm always just kind of just talking about things, just expressing my opinion, just whether it's relevant or whether anybody can connect with it. I just do it. That's just something I do when I'm in my leisure time on social media. So I noticed that I have a few young jurors, but I'm not sure if y'all use social media, understand the use of it. But a lot of people tend to get online and just freely express themselves, whether it's relevant, whether people can connect. It's just something.
As a narrative.
Sustained.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Later on, after this incident, there was an audio post. When was that posted?
Later on, as in?
On June 23rd of 2021.
The post after the situation?
Yes.
Well, there was an audio recording, and I was just, again, being overly expressive about my frustration at the situation I had just found myself in, and I was just frustrated, and I was really in a state of panic, and I was kind of still in that adrenaline state where I thought that this is over with. There's no way in the world that I'm gonna get my last message out, because I was driving and I was expecting something to happen, like a pit maneuver or my car to be, stopped and shot up or something like that. So it was kind of a last ditch effort to get the message to anybody that was on my social media.
Okay. That night, were you hoping or were you trying to make those close to reality?
No, I was just sitting in my car, relaxing, minding my business.
And why did you pull your firearm?
Because in the moment there was no, I felt in that moment there was no other way I can get out of this situation. I'm in a situation with, I don't know what's going on. And I tried my hardest and I gave a genuine effort to try to gain an understanding. I said, what's going on? And after I realized there's a situation outside of my control, I just did what I could to survive the encounter because I didn't know, how it was going to end for me after I realized, him going for his waistband.
And why was the firearm in your pocket?
Well, when I leave in the morning for work, I get up early, so I always get up and put my firearm. It has a sleeve holster, and I put it in the glove compartment of my car. So as I said before, I was already getting out of my car, and that's one of the first things I grabbed to make sure that I don't forget it in the vehicle. So I grabbed it and I put it in my pocket, and as I was getting ready to get out the car, it was already in my pocket.
And I guess in your mind, how certain were you that you had to react the way you did?
There was nothing else I could do. I was backed in the corner. I tried to leave. I tried my hardest to get an understanding. I seen him reaching for his, waistband where I know that there's, multiple amounts of weapons that could be used to cause, me harm or death. And being in this situation, I'm not sure how people, how other people would react. But in my perception, I felt that this was the only option I have after I had tried everything else. There was no other effort that I could have put into walking away safely. And that was the best thing I could have did to preserve, my being.
1 second, yeah.
Yes.
And I don't have anything else at this time.
Folks, I understand this is lunch hour, but I think I'd like to keep going. Does anyone need to eat a snack before we keep going or use the restroom? State cross-examination.
Yes,
I have Council Sidebar just very quickly. Okay. State, I already ruled on the marijuana issue, so there's no need to repeat that. But what is the next proffer that you had at the sidebar?
Yes, Judge.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace indicated he's never been in this position before, never been in a situation late night with an officer by himself. There's 17, I said 14, it's 17 other interactions with law enforcement where he either received a notice to appear or was arrested, Judge. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he's not a convicted felon. As far as impeachment, they can ask if he ever been convicted of a felony or crime, misdemeanor involving dishonesty. When he's talking about I've never been in this situation, he's talking about one thing, and he's going to my car, go into, not that he never had an interaction
Because the state normally wouldn't file a Williams rule. We don't know if the defendant's going to testify. And once they open the door, it's fair game for us to address that situation.
His answer gives the inference that he's never had any sort of interaction with law enforcement. That is misleading to the jury. However, to get into 17 specific instances would be overly prejudicial. So unless you can call back your question, I'm not really sure.
I can ask if he's had interaction with law enforcement. He knows how to behave with law enforcement. He's had times where he's been with them and he's behaved.
So that's an open-ended question, which I know he probably doesn't know how to answer that based upon what the limitations are for impeachment. The standard rule for impeachment, have you ever been convicted of a felony or been convicted of a crime involving making a false statement or dishonesty? That's normal impeachment. His state of mind is at issue, and he claims that's an open-ended question, which I know he probably doesn't know how to answer that based upon what. So what would your question? The limitations are for impeachment. The standard rule for impeachment is, have you ever been convicted of a felony? Have you been convicted of a crime involving making a false statement or dishonesty? That's normal impeachment. His state of mind is at issue, and he claims that at that time, he'd never been in that situation. So what would your question, proffer your question to me if I was Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir. Judge, he made a specific statement. He's never been at night in a parking lot or somewhere dark where no one else has been around, where law enforcement has interacted him. There's at least 2 or 3 incidences where I would go into where it was late at night. He was arrested by law enforcement and everything was fine. And there was no issue. It was one officer who arrested him in that instance. He knows the facts better than I do, Judge. So I would just go into certain instances where you say that you've never been in a situation before with an officer late at night. That's incorrect, isn't that, sir? In fact, on this date at 1:30 in the morning, you were arrested by a law enforcement officer. It was dark at night.
Okay, no, I don't want to let you get into the arrest part, that he had interaction with law enforcement, that the interaction resulted in an amicable or a resolution to the case without resorting to the use of violence. But we're not going to use the words arrest. Certainly there's no convictions. So, and that just establishes the state of mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Based upon his answer that he had never been in this situation before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, and I don't want you to say the nature of the charge either.
I would not do
It's
that.
just an interaction
Yes, sir.
with law enforcement before and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Anything else that we need to, while the jury's out?
I don't think so, Judge. I mean, if there's something close, I will obviously come sidebar before I do it.
Yeah, I just asked to limit his hands on what he's going to talk about, not a second, just because he plays parades around.
I'm just organizing the different dates and night times.
I mean, I'll leave that alone. So, we'll be back. Actually, hold that door. Counsel, I don't know. I got a note. I'm assuming it came from a juror. I don't even know who put this. 73? 33. When we in the room a lot of the jury discuss the case when we're not supposed to. Please make them understand we cannot do this. It's brief, but it happens. You want me to do anything about it other than to instruct them again?
I was just asking instructing.
I would just ask for another instruction.
Okay. Bring him in. Mike.
All rise for the jury.
We just- You may be seated. Folks, I want to emphasize an instruction that I have given you, that there's no gray area to my ruling, okay? You are not to discuss this case at all. That means nothing when you go into the jury room until I allow you to do that. I have to trust that you will follow my instructions, and I'm banking on you that you will follow the rules. So please do not utter any words that relate to anything that happens in the courtroom while you're inside of the jury room, okay? Thank you. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Something became unplugged. You came back. All right, I'll tell you what, do me a favor. Just move it just back a little bit. And I really want you to stay at the podium, okay?
Yes, sir.
And you can X out that whatever that is.
That's from Zoom itself.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wallace, when Officer Rayner, you keep referring to him as Jason Rayner, you knew he was an officer, right?
I do know he was an officer, yes.
Speak up.
Yes, sir.
Right, so when he approached you, he was in his uniform, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he had a shiny badge?
I didn't notice a shiny badge, but
I'm sorry?
maybe he had one, but I didn't notice it.
Did you knew he was a cop, well, a police officer, correct?
Yeah, at some point it became clear to me
Right.
that he was an officer.
Before even hands-on or anything, you knew he was a police officer, did you, sir?
Before he put his hands
Before
on
he
me,
put his hand on you, and he stepped around the car and said, "How you doing? Do you live here?" As he approached you, you knew he was a law enforcement officer, didn't you, sir?
I was blinded by the light, so I wouldn't been able to see him until he was in the doorway, and that's when it became clear to me that this is a police officer.
Right. You saw the police car though in front of you, didn't you?
I did see the police car.
So policemen usually drive police cars, right?
Yes.
So it would be apparent to anybody that Officer Rayner was a police officer as he's approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that he asked you, "Do you live here?" And you didn't respond, did you, sir?
I did respond. I asked him what's going on.
Right, you didn't respond with an answer, did you?
My answer was a question. I said, what's going on?
Is that how people respond to questions with other questions?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for anybody but myself.
Is that how you talk? So if someone asks you a question, you respond with a question and like one of them?
And depending on who I'm talking to, and if I feel like, I should answer them without a question, I would just give them an answer.
Right, so you didn't feel like you should have to answer Officer Rayner, did you, sir?
I did feel like I should have to answer him, but the approach was what garnered, it was a natural reaction to just say what's going on. It wasn't a matter of me being defiant towards him.
Isn't it true he asked you several times, "Do you live here?" And none of those times did you answer him, correct?
It is true that he asked me that, yes.
Right, and none of those times did you answer him.
No, I asked him what's going on. I answered him.
And you never said, "Hey, I just live right across the street there," right?
No, I didn't say that. I did
Right.
not say that.
So you were non-responsive to a law enforcement officer just asking you some questions, correct?
If you put it in that way, I didn't answer his question.
You were evasive, better word?
No, I was not evasive. I was just simply asking them what's going on. That's what I would ask anybody if they approach me suddenly I would just ask him what's going on if I was a bit confused as to why he was in front of me.
So if anybody approached you, you'd respond that way, not differently with a police officer?
No, I would just respond like that. If it could have been anybody, I could, what's going on? If you just suddenly walk up and you're immediately in my personal space bubble, I would ask you what's going on. Like, you know, are you here to give me, do you need to tell me a secret, or like, what's the need for the close proximity is
Correct.
what I'm trying to find out.
Did you ever say, what's the need for the close proximity?
No, I asked him what's going on. I think that would have been a more universal way of attempting to get an answer.
After he asked you if you live there, correct?
Yes.
Multiple times, correct?
He did ask me that multiple times.
And he also asked you to sit in the car multiple times, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't listen to him, did you?
No.
Right.
I did.
You know, you're a security officer, right? Or you went to a security class? You got training, correct?
Yes.
And as a security officer, when you were trained, you learned that people are supposed to respond when a person of authority asks them to do something, correct?
When I was a security officer, I never walked up on anybody.
The question is correct, yes or no?
Ask me the question again, please.
When you took this class and you got trained as a security officer,
Mhm.
you learned that people are supposed to respond when a person of authority, a law enforcement officer, security officer, asks them to do something, correct?
Yes, if it's reasonable.
So in your training, they taught you, you only have to listen to a police officer or a security officer if it's reasonable to the person who's hearing it? That's what you're telling us here?
Hold on, ask me that one more time.
When you went through this training,
right,
as a security officer,
okay,
right,
Mhm.
you learned that you're going to give commands to people, and there's an expectation that they would listen to those commands, correct?
Correct.
Right. Yet in this situation, after you received this training, you didn't listen. You didn't respond to the law enforcement officer, did you, sir?
I responded by asking him what is going on.
Right, but he asked you direct questions. You can understand that late at night, right, an officer sees someone in a parking lot and they're patrolling the area, that they might want to make sure that person lives there. You'd agree that's an appropriate thing for a law enforcement officer to do, right?
Yes, I would agree in any other.
Right, you live in that neighborhood, and if there's someone suspicious or someone who may not be there, you want the law enforcement officer to look into that and make a decision and see if that person belongs there, correct?
I would want them to do that if they don't live there.
Right, but how did Officer Rayner know you live there? You didn't tell him?
I'm a regular resident of the place. I park there every
How
day.
did Officer Rayner, who asked you a direct question, do you live here? How did he know you live there?
He wouldn't have known if I lived there.
Right, because you wouldn't answer him, correct?
I didn't give him an answer as to where I live. No, I didn't.
Right, because you were being evasive, right? You wouldn't answer any of his questions, correct?
It was not an intention to be invasive.
Okay. Well, when he asked you to sit down, that was evasive. You didn't sit down, did you, sir?
No, I didn't.
Right. In fact, you testified earlier under direct that you had no other option but to kill Officer Rayner that night, correct?
After there would have been a situation where I was pulled on, pushed on, and then where I was back in between the cars and the gate, and then I seen him reaching for his waistband or whatever could have been on his waistband.
We'll get to that in a minute, but you testified earlier that you had no other choice but to kill Officer Rayner that night, right?
And after everything else I had tried, that had become the only option that seemed to be.
Did you try turning around and sitting in the car?
Did I try to turn around and sit in the car?
As he asked you to do?
I tried to walk away.
Sir, that's not the question. You said you had no choices. Did you take yourself and sit yourself in the car when a law enforcement officer, who you said from your training, you know you're supposed to listen to them, asked you to sit in the car?
Well, he was pulling me at that point, so I wouldn't have been able to sit down.
Sir, at that point, he has his hand on your shoulder and he's saying, sit, right? He's not pulling you at that point.
No,
You've watched
not-
that video 50 times, correct?
More than that.
Right, and you would agree with me, at the point when he's asking you to sit, he's only pushing you backwards actually to get you to sit down, correct?
Right, but I'm trying to walk away because.
But you said you had no choice to do anything else.
After everything else I had to do, I tried to do, that had become that's what seemed to be the only option. But initially, are you asking me could I have sat down initially?
You certainly could have, couldn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't, did you?
No.
Right, and you could have listened to the officer and told him you lived there, couldn't you?
I could have.
Right, but you didn't, did you?
No, because I was trying to get an answer as to what was going on.
You wanted to be in control of the situation, sir, correct?
I wanted to know what was going on, most certainly.
You wanted to be in control. You didn't want Officer Rader to be in control, did you?
It had nothing to do with my efforts of being in control. I just wanted to understand what I was dealing with.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro. I'm not gonna back down. Whose words are those?
Those are my words on Instagram.
Your words about police officers, correct?
No, it's not about police officers.
Really?
Not that message is not pertaining specifically police officers. I was just.
Why don't we get into that then? You sat through the trial, correct?
I've been sitting.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states 45. I'm just going to stand over here, okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's read. One day, I will take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on me. Were you talking about little piglets?
No, no.
Talking about farm animals?
Not specifically farm animals.
You were talking about police officers, correct?
Not just people. Not like just. I'm just talking about people that don't see me as human.
What people do you refer to as pigs?
People who don't see me as human.
So you were going to get pig's blood on my hands and boots. If you can't feel the enemy following you now, I'm going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy and I wish death to all. Right? That's your words.
Yeah, but you didn't read it as it's.
Right? Well, let's go. But I want to go on. So if you remember, you had been texting with your friend, right? And your friend actually sent a screenshot of this to you and told you you shouldn't be saying that because you're going to get your account closed down, correct?
Oh, he said something to the effect of that, sir.
Yep. In fact, he says, love you. I love you getting banned. That means he's afraid your account's going to get banned by saying, correct?
I'm assuming that's what he was intending.
When you had a conversation with him,
I said, I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
what did you take it to mean?
I just agreed and said, I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
Right, and you said, fuck these crackers and their power, I'm speaking to them. You didn't care, right?
I'm talking about the people of Instagram who have the power to shut down my Instagram.
Right,
That's what I'm talking about.
And then you say, you're right, fam. That's why I've been not tagging my old tags. So you were avoiding tagging your old tags on your account, correct? Because you didn't want to get caught.
Caught doing what? I was
You said it. Why I've been not tagging my old tags.
right. Meaning
You've
saying
been tagging things that were antagonistic and anti-law enforcement, correct?
no. I've been tagging other things that may have been the reason why my Instagram got shut down. It had nothing to do with police officers in specific.
Well, let's talk about that. You say, I'm tagging my old tags, saying too much, bro. I want their blood, for what they've done in me. June, they killed another brother.
Mm-hmm.
Who killed a brother in Minneapolis?
There's been various situations that
Who are you referring to?
you talking about. Okay, you have multiple situations.
Mr. Wallace.
Judge, Your Honor, let me answer.
I'm trying.
Let me resolve
This way.
This statement right here was
Mhm.
direct to police officers, correct?
No, sir.
Give me one other person in Minnesota who killed someone.
I can't do that. Is over 2 years ago, and can I answer?
Sure.
I made many comments on Instagram about things happening all over the country. I can't say specifically that message was intended to direct at police officers because it was so much stuff. I commented on a lot of stuff all the time, and I just don't remember specific that being a direct at police officers. So no, I can't agree with you on that.
So as you sit here today, you're telling this jury that this wasn't in reference to police officers.
No, sir.
And when you say, I hate them, you're just saying, I hate anyone who.
I'm talking about
kills people.
I'm talking about the people. I'm replying to multiple things going on in the text, going on in the chat. If you give me a chance to explain, there he writes multiple times, and I'm commenting multiple times. We're having basically a twofold conversation in one chat, and that happens on social media, which when you talking to people. So, and I could have been talking about when I say I hate them, I'm talking about the people that be shutting down my page.
That's not what it says. If you read the context of it, sir, it says, but I feel it 100%. And then you say, fuck these crackers and the power I'm speaking to them.
Yeah, but he also said something about me getting banned.
Is Instagram a bunch of crackers?
I'm not sure if it is, but
You refer to that as law enforcement officers as crackers.
no, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, you refers to law enforcement as pigs, don't you?
No, sir.
In fact, after you killed Officer Rayner or shot him, you went on Instagram and you posted that I'm not going to let these pigs do anything to me, correct? Say it up to them.
I said, yes, I did refer to as pigs, but when I say the word pigs, I'm not specifically always talking about police officers.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who don't see me as human.
Okay, so when you shot Officer Rayner, you referred to him as a pig and all the other people as pigs, the officers, correct?
No, not just when I said it again. I'm referring to people who don't see me as human.
Sure. And then you go on and say, I hope they're listening. Fuck them, brother. You just don't know how close I am, bro. Right?
Yeah, I'm talking again. I'm having a twofold conversation about the people who have the power to shut down pages at Instagram.
No, this is about you harming a law enforcement officer because it's in response to pigs and the blood, right? Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm having a twofold conversation in the chat.
Where's the twofold? Yes, sir.
I'm having a twofold conversation in him about about the post, but I'm also talking about the people who run Instagram. And if you understand how I conversate, that happens with me a lot of times because I'm very expressive when it comes to comments and making, things on Instagram. So that's kind of what's going on in that.
So in this entire conversation,
Mhm.
I don't see your alternate conversation here.
You don't see where you're talking about me getting banned from Instagram?
Right. If you read it, it progresses. You were going to get banned because you were posting about killing police officers. And he said, you better watch out. We need you to be out there, bro. We still need you to be around. And then you say, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm going to post what I want to post.
Not true.
Okay. And then further on your post, you say, I hope they're listening, meaning the police, because who else is going to be listening to you?
I want to ask you, do you know if the police have an Instagram account that they specifically watch my page?
I have no idea, sir.
So how could they be?
Well, why would you write that?
Because Instagram monitors, and I'm frustrated with them. So I'm just referring to them specifically.
So when you say, I hope they're listening, fuck them, brother, you just don't know how close I am. What, are you close to canceling your Instagram account?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm just
when you
frustrated by.
So when you say, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, I'm not gonna back down. So if they take your stuff down, that's you're gonna cancel your Instagram account?
I'm not, you talking about specifically that. Again,
Oh,
I'm having a twofold conversation. This is over 2.5 years ago when this took place. So when you read the comment, I'm trying to understand the exact context we was having, right? So read it one more time so I can understand which comment you're talking about.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro. Oh, yes, sir. Madam Pro Sheriff? Right here. So when you said, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro, I'm not gonna back down. That was from Instagram?
Was it from Instagram?
So you weren't gonna back down from Instagram, is that what you're saying?
I was gonna be consistent with continuing to start more accounts. I'm not gonna give up because they cut count.
Okay. Let's talk about that night. You were possessing a firearm, correct?
Yes,
And you had it concealed in your body, correct?
yes, I did.
Right, and you didn't have a concealed weapons permit, did you, sir?
At the time, I had already applied for concealed weapons.
Did you have one at the time of this incident?
No, I didn't.
That's the answer then, thank you. So you were actually not lawfully in possession of that firearm at the time, were you, sir?
It was most definitely mine. I had bought it from a store, and
Were you allowed to possess a concealed firearm
was I allowed to conceal the firearm that I possessed?
and possess it on your body?
Objection, Your Honor, that goes beyond his scope. He's asking for a legal question.
He went to security school and was trained. Wait. Yes, sir. You went to security school, right?
Yes,
You learned when you can carry a concealed firearm, didn't you, sir?
yes.
In fact, you were applying for a concealed weapons permit, correct?
I had already applied.
So you went through the process, right?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't have a concealed weapons permit at the time you had that firearm secreted or secreted on your side, correct?
No, I didn't. I didn't have one, but I had assumed that my application had been approved because I already had my license.
You assumed it was approved. You had a license from the state of Florida, a concealed weapons permit license?
I had a security license.
That's not my question. Did you have a concealed weapons permit license?
No, I didn't.
Right. You knew that you couldn't possess that gun, didn't you, sir?
Again, if you let me answer, I was going to answer that in my previous question. I had assumed that my application had been approved because these licenses, these types of licenses backpack on one another. If you don't have any felonies and you're legally able to possess a gun and you apply for a carry concealed or a G class, then you would normally get, once you get approved for one, the motion of getting approved for others just smoothly like happens. It's not nothing that will prevent you, because once you're deemed able to be a security guard, then you basically meet the other qualifications. And I had assumed that I did already meet those qualifications. So yes.
So you without any notification from the state of Florida, without any paperwork back, knowing you filled it out, which said you have to wait for you to get a license, you just made an assumption that you can carry a concealed firearm?
Yes, I did.
Even though you went through all that training with your security class?
Again, I had made the assumption because I had known the
That's not my
previous
question.
steps of
You were trained in the security class of when you can actually possess the firearm. You had to have a concealed weapons permit, correct?
Yes.
Right, you didn't have one.
No.
And you knew what the law was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When Officer Rayner approached you, did you say, I have a gun on me, be careful, here it is, officer, I don't want to cause any concerns?
I never got to answer or conversate with him too much beyond asking my question. And I didn't understand why I didn't get an answer.
Right, because you didn't answer him.
No, I didn't give him an answer until if I lived there. I asked him what was going on. It wasn't even a effort to pull power. It was just a natural reaction to somebody coming up to me. That's what happened.
Sure. Let's talk about your training. You have extensive training with firearms, don't you, sir?
Yeah,
You're very proficient with them. You agree with me, right?
yes, I would say I'm.
Fired more than 100 times in your life. Right?
Yes, I have.
Maybe 1,000, right?
No, I wouldn't say just up to 1,000, but I've fired.
And you possessed firearms around other people before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know how dangerous they are, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
And you know how dangerous they are, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you know you only pull them, and you receive that training in your security class if your life is in danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes. I'm sorry, my bad.
Right?
Yes.
And in this case, your life wasn't in danger, was it, sir?
Yes, it was.
What danger?
Mr. Rayner had me back between my car.
You mean Officer Rayner, right?
Officer Rayner.
Right, okay, so Officer Rayner, go ahead.
When he had me in between my car, the door, my car, and the car backed up, I had already tried to leave. He had begun to grab me by the back of my shirt, and I was restricted from everything I was trying to do to prevent any physical encounter or misunderstanding between me and him. And I seen him reaching. I began to be in fear that my life would be taken. And this was already my worst fear in the world, in my life.
Sure, let's break that down. So you said it once again, he had you blocked in, right?
Yes.
And all you had to do was sit down, right?
I could have sat down.
But you didn't, did you?
No.
Right, you didn't comply with it.
Because I wanted to walk away.
I understand you wanted to walk away, but you could have complied and not got to a point with having used deadly force, correct?
I could have sat down.
Yes. Right, and complied, right?
Yeah.
Right, you'd agree with me, right?
Yes.
Right, so this whole situation would have been diffused if you had just listened to the law enforcement officer there, correct?
But I was already
That's
in the
not my question. It could have been diffused if you listened to the law enforcement officer, isn't that correct?
he already been touching me, so diffusing.
Sir, that's not my question.
Mhm.
You said that you had to use deadly force because he's reaching for his weapon, and that only happened because you escalated the situation getting past him. If you had just sat in your car, this would have never happened. You would agree, correct?
I wouldn't say it would never happen because I don't know what was on his mind.
Okay. If you had sat in your car, you would agree with me that Officer Rayner was not
Judge,
deploying
Your
a gun.
Honor, and ask an answer.
You would agree that if you had sat in your car and listened to Officer Rayner, there was no threat on you at that point, correct?
I wouldn't have perceived any threat.
Correct. Let's talk about this. You're talking about that you have to do this and Officer Rayner grabs you. Isn't it in fact true? Let's go back and watch it. Let's go frame by frame.
Let's scoot over a little bit. Oh,
How's it going? Do you live here?
How's it going? Do you live here? He asked you two easy questions, right? Didn't respond, right? Let's hear what you say.
Live here? What's going on? Sit down, sit.
Let's look at this picture right here. You testified with your attorney that this was your suite, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can see that it looks like a joint too, correct?
I know what it is, but I don't know what you can perceive it as, but it was a swisher.
Aren't Swisher Sweets a much bigger cigarette style?
It's a cigar, and I'm at the end of it. At the end of a cigar. So it's,
You would agree that people smoke marijuana in Swisher Sweets, correct?
I don't know what people smoke their marijuana out of. I smoke cigars.
So you don't smoke marijuana?
No, I have before, but I wasn't smoking marijuana specifically, but I have smoked marijuana before.
Because if you were smoking marijuana at that point, that would provide Officer Rayner an opportunity to arrest you, right?
Your Honor, again, it calls for a legal conclusion.
It goes for whether or not he thought the officer could have arrested him.
Ask me the question again, sir.
If that was a marijuana cigarette, do you think Officer Rayner could have arrested you?
If it was a marijuana cigarette, I don't know what he could have done if you know, I don't know what he could
You know
have
if
done.
that's a crime or not to smoke marijuana?
Am I aware of it? Yes, I know it's illegal in some places because at this point people have license for it. It's legal and marijuana, medical marijuana is legal. I'm not sure.
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it wouldn't be legal for you, right?
No, but I wasn't smoking marijuana.
Okay. So you're saying this is the end of your cigar?
That's the butt end of my cigar because it's
Why are you trying to conceal it when Officer Rayner comes out there?
it's visibly out. I didn't try to conceal nothing.
Let's watch and look at your phone.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
What's going on?
So let's just go a little frame by frame. You see it right there in your hand initially? You see you're pulling your phone?
My phone was sliding out of my lap.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but you see you're putting your phone and it seems like you're concealing.
I didn't conceal nothing. I just was dropping my hands.
Okay. So in this instance, Officer Rayner has his arm on you, correct?
Mhm.
And he's just asking you because you're getting out coming toward him. He's just making
I'm
space.
just standing up.
Right. You agree he's not grasping you here, right? He's just making
Your Honor, I
space.
object. Best evidence. They've been carrying on about that. You can watch the video.
One was there. You would agree right here, he's not grabbing you, he's just pushing you to make distance, right?
There was no way to make distance. I was just standing up.
There was no way to make distance because you were approaching toward the law enforcement
I
officer.
was just standing up on my car.
Okay, but then he said, sit with this light little tap, and you didn't sit, right?
No, I didn't. I just continued to stand.
Yes, sir. You've never met Officer Rayner before, correct?
I didn't even know who he was.
Right, no interaction with him before.
No, sir.
You know how to act with a law enforcement officer though, correct?
Yes.
And you know that if there's something that they do illegal, the place to challenge it is in the court system, correct?
Did I know that law?
Based on your security training.
They don't teach you that law in security training. I don't get police training and security training. They give me security training to be a security officer, not necessarily police officer. We don't learn the statutes of how police conduct themselves.
So you, as you sit here today, you didn't know that you can fight in court if there's something the officer does that you think is wrong?
I know that you can make complaints and you can file a civil claim, but I didn't, to this degree, there was nothing.
Let's talk about this body camera.
There was nothing I would have done to, I mean, there was nothing I would have been thinking about. And because there's nothing necessarily initially making me, want to take him to court. He hadn't.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, at this point.
Right.
At this
He's just asking you to comply. He did nothing wrong.
And I was trying to walk away.
You weren't complying though, were you?
I hadn't done nothing wrong.
How do you know?
Because I've been sitting in my car.
What if he had a report that you were a suspicious individual? Does he have to relay that to you right away?
He would actually cause for speculation.
This video right here that we've watched multiple times, you would agree that that's the complete interaction with you and Officer Ray, correct?
To my knowledge.
You were there. Was there any other interaction?
No, I've never had any interaction.
That's not my question. Your defense team is making a big deal about 30 seconds of the video before. Was there any interaction with you and Officer Rayner prior to what we see on this body camera here?
No.
No. So this body camera is a fair depiction of your entire encounter with Officer Rayner. Do you agree?
I'm not sure if he's seen me or.
The question is, your entire encounter with him is all recorded on the body camera, correct?
To my knowledge.
Well, is there any other part of the interaction that's not codified here?
What I'm saying is, I don't know if he has seen me and I didn't know he was there. I don't know.
That's not okay. Your interaction, your speaking, communicating, and interacting with Officer Rayner, it is all on this video that we watched, correct?
Again, to my knowledge.
Well, you keep saying that, but I don't understand what that means.
Because I don't know if there's something else somewhere else that I was never made privy to.
Are you aware? You were there that night, right?
Yes, I.
Is there any conversations, any interactions before this video starts with you and Officer Rayner?
Not with me and him.
But so your entire interaction, you, Othal Wallace, Officer Rayner, right? The entire interaction
as far as I know,
on this video. You would agree, it's all on the video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After you shot Officer Rayner, did you call 911 to report that someone was shot and they need an ambulance?
No.
Right, and you could have just called anonymous, couldn't you?
No, well, yeah, I could have.
Right.
I was so, there was a lot of adrenaline going on, a lot of emotions, and I was too afraid to have any further interaction with another police officer or the force period because I didn't know how it would go, given that this one didn't go at.
So you could have called anonymously, right? And you could have reported, there's an officer being shot behind 133, right? Get an ambulance there.
When you say anonymous, I mean, I couldn't have, I know that police record, and I was afraid to have any further interaction with a police officer or the force.
Because you just unlawfully killed Officer Rayner.
Because I just had a situation where I had to defend myself. I didn't necessarily know if Mr. Officer Rayner was dead or not.
But you just shot him and you didn't call any help for him.
I did have to shoot him, but I didn't make it. Like I say, I was afraid to call anybody.
You're claiming self-defense. You live right across the street in 133. Why didn't you run in there, lock the door, call the police, tell them Officer Rayner's been shot, get an ambulance here, it was an accident, I didn't mean to do it, or it was self-defense, I need someone to respond. You didn't do that, did you, sir? No. Instead, what you did is you fled, correct?
Yeah, I did.
You're right. And you actually drove up to Jacksonville in the car you were in already, right? Okay. But you didn't go right to Georgia at that time, did you, sir?
I was basically driving around aimlessly because I was afraid.
Instead, though,
What you did is you called your dad and said, I need a new car, because you wanted to disappear, right?
First thing I said on the phone with my dad, I'm not sure if he remembered, but I told him I was scared and that a cop had got shot.
But you didn't tell your dad, I had to shoot him in self-defense, did you?
I didn't go into why or anything. I just
Right.
told him that it happened.
But you didn't, when you drove up to Jacksonville, you had an opportunity, you know Jacksonville goes straight to Georgia, right? Okay. You've been to Georgia many times.
Yeah, Jacksonville on 95, you could go there.
Right, so you could have taken the vehicle that you killed the police officer in, that you were driving, and you could have stayed in it on your way to Georgia, correct?
Yeah, but I was too afraid.
You were too afraid because you were trying to cover your tracks, right?
No, I was too afraid that if I was seen in the vehicle, that I automatically get shot and killed and never have an opportunity to have this day.
Why not just drive to the police station, walk inside where you know they have cameras, say, I'm the one who did it, please, I need to get my side of the story.
At that moment, those are the very people I was scared for my life from.
So you think if you walk into a police station where they've got cameras, all these officers, that they're gonna rush at you and just shoot you on camera there?
I didn't know how it would go by me trying to explain what took place. So I was afraid.
Right, and then in fact, you went all the way to Gainesville, right? To get a different car.
I went over to Gainesville, yeah, and I called and
And you backed your car in, right, at Home Depot. You didn't just pull it in regular, right?
backing in is just like a normal way that I park.
Or it's also a way to avoid someone seeing your license plate, correct?
I mean, it could be for somebody else, but it's just the normal way I park.
Sure. So after you just shot a police officer, you were just thinking, well, let me make sure I back in. Let me take a little more effort, back the car in, just make sure. Not trying to get out of there quickly. I'm just going to take the extra time to back the car. That's what you're saying?
Backing in is like a forced habit because that's just what I'm used to. I back in at work, I back in at home. It's just kind of how it happens.
You cut your hair after, didn't you, sir?
Yes, I did.
Right, to avoid detection, correct?
The reason I cut my hair is because I was afraid that if I got identified, I would be killed without question.
Right. Once again, you could have went to any police station among hundreds that you passed your way to Georgia, but you didn't stop there, did you? No. You didn't call the news media and say, hey, I just had self-defense with a police officer. I need you to come with me when I turn myself into the police company, right?
I didn't consider that as an option.
Instead, you went all the way to Georgia, right? And you go up in a treehouse, correct? So yes? And you have an AK-47 style weapon up there with you, correct?
Yes.
500 rounds of ammo.
Beyond the scope of direct.
500 rounds of ammo, correct?
I don't know the specific round count that was.
And you're hiding out there, correct?
I'm just scared, and I'm staying where I feel safe.
Right.
Until I can figure out how to bring myself to the law.
You would agree Officer Rayner was polite and courteous to you, correct?
No.
You don't think he was polite and courteous?
When he asked the question, but about are you talking about verbally or
verbally? He was polite and courteous to you.
Initially.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't answer his questions, right?
No.
Okay. Even though he was polite and courteous to you.
But I asked him a polite and courteous question.
Don't you think most importantly when someone asks you a question, you respond first and then you ask the question after that?
In normal communication, but I was confused, and I asked him a question out of a natural reaction. It wasn't like a casual conversation we was having. I just asked him a question as a natural reaction.
Sure. Let's talk about this struggle that you say ensues. So tell me how long it takes for you and Officer Rayner to struggle and you pull your gun and shoot him. You went through this long thing that took a long time when you were down here describing it. Describe it to us.
I was just describing motion by motion.
Right, let's hear it.
When it happened, when he started to force me back and push and pull and twist, there was obviously a struggle, you know.
Well, you didn't respond. You actually were not moving and getting away from him until he called on the radio, correct?
I had already tried to walk away twice.
Right, but I do, sir. And on the radio, it's when he calls for other officers, or he's getting on his radio, and he says, Charlie 77, and you say, no, back up, man. Don't you, sir?
That's when I reasserted my efforts to leave.
You reasserted your effort and pushed Officer Rayner out of the way, didn't you, sir?
He was already pulling and twisting me.
You pushed him out of the way to get away from him.
I held my forearm out. That's what I did.
Sir, you pushed him away. Right, let's see. Right, he's trying to have you comply, and you pushed yourself away. You would agree that using force against a law enforcement officer, even your forearm, that is a form of a battery, right?
I held my forearm out.
Again, he's asking him to draw legal
Yes, sir. You're aware you can't resist police officers with force, can you?
Yes.
Again, he's asking you to.
You're aware you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
You're aware you can't touch police officers or hit them, correct?
I never touched him. He was coming towards me and he already had me. So I was trying to create a space where I could walk between the door and him. And I just held my forearm out. The reason I held my forearm out is so that nothing would get misunderstood about me being aggressive towards him. I didn't want him to perceive me as any form of aggressive because that's why I held my forearm out.
Based on your training in the security class and then your other, maybe training you've had, you would agree by pushing a police officer and trying to get past them, that's not appropriate for someone who the police officer is trying to talk to, correct?
I never pushed him. I just held my forearm out. I just held it out.
And you touched him with it.
I didn't intend. He was already on my arm.
Okay,
so
let's
I didn't
seconds.
like force. I didn't like do any motion like that. I just held it out to try to get around the door in the space between him and the door.
Where was the gun?
At this moment,
Yes.
it was already in my pocket because I was
Which pocket?
the right pocket.
And where was it in a holster?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a gun in your holster, in your pocket.
Mhm.
Your big thing, is that right? Yes. Right. And tell me how much time it took from when Officer Rayner grabbed you till you shot him.
I can't specifically. I would have to reference.
I don't want you to watch the video. I want you to tell me from your memory.
It's two and a half years ago. So whether it took a couple seconds or, are you mean by seconds or like milliseconds? I don't know how specific you intend to be here.
Here's what I want you to do. You told me that you and Officer Rayner are chest to chest for a tussle. I assume for a couple seconds. Is that correct?
Well, he's pulling on me. He's pulling me towards him and trying.
How long?
It happened for a good few amount of seconds. It took
A good few amount. More than 10?
just about.
Okay, so you're tussling for about 10 seconds. You'd agree with me, correct?
Mhm.
So yes?
I don't want to agree because I don't know specifically if it was 10 seconds or 8 seconds or 9.5 seconds. So I'm trying I don't want to be time specific because I can't remember the amount of seconds.
Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. 8 or more seconds.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree 8 or more seconds that you're tussling at first with him, correct?
That he's pulling on me and
Right. Pulling on you after he cues up on his Charlie 77 and he's still grabbing you here. And then there's another at least 8 seconds where you're face to face. Not on the video here, but it has to be off video because we don't see you face to face here, correct?
I would say we're pretty face to face.
Are you including your time in this one right here? Because all he has is his hand. Let's go forward.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Come on now.
Okay, so are you talking about this? He's tussling with you?
I mean, that's what I was meaning when I said he was pushing on me.
He was just directing you to try and have you sit down, correct?
I just tried to walk away from him. I stood up.
But that's not a response to my question. Okay, he's telling you at this point, please just sit down. Sit down and I'll talk to you, right?
Yes.
Right. You didn't listen, right?
No.
And he's got a hand here and a hand here trying to direct you back into the car, correct?
He's pushing me
into the car, right? He's not using excessive force on you at this time, right?
I'm beginning to get scared, so
Did you scream for help from anyone in the community?
Scream.
Help!
It's in the back of the parking lot. Everybody's in the house. There's nobody outside.
You saw the video before about all those people in the body cam that came running out after Officer Rayner was shot, right?
Gunshot is way louder than my abilities.
You don't think you could scream loud enough for help there?
I probably could, but I would have to continually scream.
But you didn't, did you?
And I wouldn't get enough help to be able to dissolve this situation. Time ready.
Yes, let's take a break. 5 minutes.
All right, security.
life I has to fight. All's my life hard times like bad trips like Nazareth, I'm f***ed up, homie, you f***ed up, but if God got us, then we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
Malcolm X did for the nation, Tupac did for hip hop. Music is science, history and fruit. I was sent to represent and be the truth for the youth. Every smile that I flash means revolution. Either a mass exodus or be burned blue. Pass on down.
I got me what has become of my life. I have a wife and 2 children who love me. I am the victim of police brutality. No, set me free. I am the victim of police brutality. No. Set me free. Set me free. Set me free.
People's Legal Aid Project, or PLAP, is a nonprofit charitable organization established in Houston, Texas, with services available nationwide. PLAP raises funds for individuals who cannot otherwise afford effective assistance of counsel and may be facing the death penalty due to unjust charges for what may have been self-defense against police brutality. Join the movement today and help PLAP save lives and donate to the Othal Wallace Legal Defense Fund. For more information, visit othal.org.
Sir, X I do work. Work with 6, I'm like Mike. He's out of sight. Whoa, they got me pipe. You man like Ike. 6 out the spot. Into the night. Yeah, I'm shaking the drop. I'm still up on top. I've been at the bottom. The devil my eye. Can't pay me to stop. My God at the top. We gonna praise our way out the grave, dog. Living, speaking, praise God. Walking out the graveyard, back to life. I serve, follow your word, see with new sight. Let's get right, let's get right, let's get right.
it allows me to download the emails in .pst.
I don't want to hear me. Where did, where the hell is my work phone? Where the heck is my work phone?
Attention business owners. If you're a business owner, you can get free access to this book, 77 Ways to Get More Customers. This book sells for $20 or pounds on Amazon. I want to give you immediate free access to the online version because in this economy, there is nothing more urgent or important than getting customers. And what most business owners don't realize is there are 77 ways to get customers into your business, but most only use one or two. For example, number one, social media. You've got to be using social media effectively, but most people aren't doing it right. Just getting people to like you on Facebook, for example, won't be particularly effective. In your free book, I'll show you exactly how to use social media effectively. Number two, your website. If you've had the experience of people coming to your website but not converting to customers or not contacting you from your website, you're not alone. And there are some really powerful things you can do that can help improve your conversion rates and therefore your sales or your leads from your website. It's all in your free book. Number three of the 77 ways to get more customers, email marketing. We've got to be sending emails regularly to our customers, but you need to send the right type of emails. And you need to send them at the right time of day and on the right days. And I'll show you how to do that in your free book. Number four, Instagram. Instagram has emerged as a really powerful way to grow a business, but you've got to build followers on Instagram. I'm going to show you how to do that even if you're brand new to Instagram. Number five, marketing for free. There are some great free ways to go out and reach customers, like referrals, for example. And I'll also share these with you in the book. As I say, this sells for $20 or pounds on Amazon. I'm doing this because I want to introduce you also to me and my work. My name's Chris Cardell. For the last 20 years, I've been working with entrepreneurs across the world, UK, USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, to use advanced online marketing and marketing to grow your business. Every year, thousands of people come to my seminars and events, and because of my reputation, I'm widely regarded now as a leading figure in the entrepreneurial and media world. I would love to have a lifelong relationship with you. I would love to show you the ways to protect your business in this crazy economy. And in business, I believe in giving first. I believe in investing in a long-term relationship. So I'm going to give you the immediate free access to the book. There's a learn more button down here, I think. Just go there and you get immediate online access to 77 ways to get more customers. If you're willing to use all 77, it could have a major impact on your business. But even if you pick the 5 or 7 or 10 that are the easiest for you to use, it really could make a significant difference. So please don't miss out. Go to the website, confirm your details, and you'll get immediate online access to 77 ways to get more customers.
Poly mailers are a great way to package your products. And with Sticker Mule, ordering custom poly mailers has never been easier or faster. Our custom poly mailers can be printed in full color and shipped within 4 days or less. Each poly mailer is durable and tear resistant, allowing you to ship your t-shirts, products, or startup swag in your custom mailers all over the world. To get started, select a size and quantity, upload your artwork, then breeze through checkout. Within a few hours, we'll send you an online proof showing how your custom poly mailers will look. You can request changes to the proof for free until you're happy. With easy ordering, fast delivery, and print runs starting at just 10 units, Sticker Mule is the internet's favorite place to get custom poly mailers.
Well, Professor Lucas, thank you so much for joining us on WION with all your insights on this.
to defend himself, to be honest. Especially because he walked up to him and put his hands on him. That's outrageous. So how do you feel? Like, I know it can be, or how do y'all feel? Because I know it can be conflicting, especially for Black Americans. And
for this incident. And the night that this all took place, I couldn't sleep and I was crying. I couldn't understand why I was crying and why I couldn't sleep. I got to work the next day, opened up my phone, and that's when I found out what had happened the night before. And I've been devastated about this ever since. If we fail Ozone, we fail us. So failing is not an option. Everything that happens to our people today is because somewhere along the line, something happened to one of us and our people failed to come together and unify and stand up back and support someone who looks just like us. This case sets a precedence for our people. The evidence that they presented before us, I don't see anywhere where it supports the charge. And if we allow them to railroad our brother, we give them permission to come onto our private property, be it an apartment complex or your house, and harass us and possibly even take our lives. We've seen them murder our brothers and sisters. This is not a time to stand down. This is not a time to turn your face in the other direction and say it's not me. Because if you do those things, you give them permission to make it you, to make it your daughter, your son, your grandchild, your uncle, your aunt, your mom, your dad, your grandparents. We are one in their eyes, and we need to be one in our eyes. We are the royalty that they fear, and they do not want us unified. Don't please them. It is time to stand up and be one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the sister is gonna, you are staying on for later to present a poem as well?
Yes, I am. I want to share something with you all tonight. There's no one out here who's unable to donate. And I'm going to tell you why I can say this. It doesn't matter how large or small the donation, every dollar helps. With all that I've done, what Brother Ken and the others who know me do not know is that I've been fighting with transportation issues. I've been fighting with housing issues. Today, I had a deadline to move because they're gentrifying where I live.
Wow.
I've lost money trying to get another place. And right now I'm going to have to get an attorney to get some money back because I had paid to move into a place and they told me at the last minute they didn't have anything for me to be able to move into on today when they knew it was my move day. But I thank the Most High for being who He is. I went to a hotel to ask about pricing. It was too high for me. But for some reason I said, can I see a room just in case I have to come back? They asked me to take a seat and wait for someone to come and show me the room. And while I was sitting there, this young lady came to the desk to pay her bill and she was short. I walked to her and asked her, did she have a Cash App? And I sent the money to her so that she could complete her bill. After I left that place, I found a place and the man told me he's going to make sure that I'm in that place before the weekend is out. I explained my situation. I showed him my paperwork. I showed him the monies that I've lost. I was supposed to move in a place on the 1st. I had to get code enforcement to help me get my money back. yet I've found a way to be able to donate. And before the stream is over, I will be sending something else.
That's a blessing. Much appreciated for sure. And yeah, I think you do make a good point though. People don't realize that they can give more than what they can. You know, some people are got a stingy relationship with money though. You know, which is sad. But yeah, you should give as much as you can to this brother. And yeah,
If you're going to go out this weekend, take anywhere from $1 to $10 off of what you're planning on spending, because a donation to Othal.org is not really a donation. It is a contribution to ensuring that the police don't treat you the same way in the future, and you may not be the one to walk away.
man, karma is real. Absolutely. And I'm glad you said that too, because I did want to know. And hopefully the brother Nick Bezel comes in so we can get his thoughts on it as well. But I wanted to know, you know, some of your thoughts on, and this is for the panel as well, some of your thoughts on self defense, you know, because again, we don't want to speculate or assume, you know, but from the video, again, that officer, it really seemed from what we got, seemed like he was just harassing the brother, to be honest. And it looked like he was trying to defend himself, to be honest. Especially because he walked up to him and put his hands on him. And that's outrageous. So how do you feel? Like, I know it can be, or how do y'all feel? Because I know it can be conflicting, especially for Black Americans, and the history we have with police and like our integrity, you know, especially for our men. There's you know, they don't want to be, a lot of these cops will initiate the conversation with emasculation or with disrespect or with belittling, you know, to try to trigger a lot of brothers or Black people to get a reaction on them. So that way they got a reason. They're looking for a reason. So how has y'all experiences been? And what's some of your thoughts on Black people in self-defense when it comes to encounters with the police?
ZZ, I've worked in some field of law enforcement for 33 years. Right now, I'm back into security. And I can tell you that that officer was wrong. Number one, he had no business on private property. That is not where he's supposed to be unless somebody calls him. His place to be is on the city streets. You hire security officers for private property. And I look at that video and I see a smooth arm and I see a hairy arm. I see two cops or two individuals, because we can't see who's putting their arms on Brother O, on this gentleman who has been approached. What we see is we see two arms, and even the angle of the arms is incorrect for it to be one person. So we have to be able to review the video footage that we have and look at it objectively and notice what's out of place. I've tried many times to angle my arms the exact same way that I see them on that body cam, and I can't do it. I can't do it. It has to be two different people.
Interesting.
And I want to emphasize again, a smooth arm and a hairy arm. Nobody shaves one arm and leaves the other one hairy. I've never seen it done before. Not unless there's something mentally wrong with you. But I can tell you from a law enforcement perspective, I don't have any reason to put my hands on you unless I'm detaining you. That's regardless of whether I'm working as a police officer, a correctional officer, or a security officer. Even bounty hunters have no reason to put their hands on you unless they are about to detain you. And anytime you ask why you're being asked a question, whoever you're talking to in law enforcement, their duty is to answer you. And the brother kept saying, "Why are you asking me, do I live here?" He was never answered, but he was pushed repeatedly and told to sit. And every time I hear that, I'm like, Why is he talking to him as if he's a dog? Why is he putting his hands on him? I see this brother appearing to run for his life. Then I hear a gunshot. But I also see this brother with a long dashiki on. So you're not going to tell me that whatever happened that we can't see is supported by this video, because it's not. I see a brother running for his life. I hear a gunshot. He has a long dashiki on and a cell phone in his hands. I don't see enough time for anyone to pull a weapon, not even in self-defense. We're talking about a clumsy officer who makes a lot of mistakes. And the law says you have to be able to determine beyond any shadow of a doubt if there was a gunshot that came from a weapon other than the officers. I don't see this brother that he was touching on being the one firing that weapon. It's not supported by the evidence. And there's no way that it could be premeditated murder. Because you got to be able to think about it first. All this brother was thinking about was getting to safety, because that's what I would have been doing. And I've heard some people ask the question, if he's not guilty, why did he run? If a cop gets shot, even if you're not the one who did it and you're the one who he approached, don't you think you need to be hiding to get to safety so they don't kill you before you find a way to turn yourself in? I saw the video footage where they gave the kill order, and nobody's showing that anymore.
Well,
So anytime you work with these
run.
people, you know what they're saying. They said, if you have to engage, no questions asked. That's a kill order. If you have to engage, no questions asked. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And I have no fear, Z. I don't care if they come after me.
Well, always run, fight or flight. That's the first thing you do when you're scared for your life. What you do, run?
That's what you should do in this case.
Absolutely.
And you should fear for your life every time a police officer pulls you over, because you do not know. Look how many times we have watched on the body cams. Good, innocent, law-abiding teenagers going to college, these young men going to college, never had no kind of history, getting pulled over. They fear for their life and they take off running, and what? They shoot them. Later on, a couple weeks later, they say this person never even had no kind of, not a deadly weapon, not a non-deadly weapon. If a police come right now, I'm gonna be in fear for my life.
We have to think about what happened with Philando Castile. He wasn't the driver of the vehicle. He followed orders and he was murdered.
Sandra Bland followed orders.
The fact that this brother was sitting in his vehicle preparing to get out on a parking lot of an apartment complex where he lived. And for no reason, he was approached. Not only was he approached, but it was hands-on.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to, let me switch over, because we got a brother on the panel. We can't talk about this with a black man on the panel and I get the black man's opinion. Okay, brother Afro. What you think about self-defense and as far as black people in encountering police? Because I mean, if we're being honest, y'all are at the forefront of that, when it comes to self-defense, to defense, period, at all. So what's your thoughts on it?
Well, first off, I believe that you as a human being have a right to self-defense. It is a law, and then there is a human law, there is a moral law, and you, as in the moral law, you have a right to defend yourself, even if it's against a police officer. Because somebody else gave somebody else a badge, that means that you can't defend yourself against that person. That's not moral. That's not right. And we shouldn't live in that type of world. And this situation in and of itself is questionable alone because you have several instances where you have people who impersonate police officers, which if you look at the video in detail, the person never announced himself. He never flashed his lights. It was dark. You couldn't see a badge or anything like that. He just walks up to somebody and starts putting his hand on them, asking, "Do you live here?" There was a situation in Chicago last month with somebody who had a badge on. He had a police uniform on, and he was impersonating a police officer so he can get inside some people's personal businesses and people's personal houses. So imagine somebody walking up to you at night and they appear to be a police officer and ask, "Oh, do you live here?" That person clearly, and I'm not saying that person is Ozone, but the person who we assume might be Ozone, that person might have assumed that that person was about to rob him. And then if you look at the scuffle, you look at the scuffle as well. Um, you don't really know where the shot came from. We have
No, you
instances
don't.
all the time where police officers wind up shooting themselves. That happened, or people allege that that happened in the situation with Breonna Taylor as well. I feel like we should look at the autopsy of the the police officer to find out which angle the bullet went through, to find out if he actually shot himself, if it was his gun that fired, or if it was somebody else's gun. Our brother Ozone, who we allege in this video, because we don't have solid proof that that is him in the video. But back to my earlier statement, uh, if that was Ozone, he has a right to defend himself. Even if he did announce himself as a police officer, we can't say the police officers aren't corrupt. Police officers do some of the most vile, egregious, as you would say, vile, egregious things that people do, period. And you have a legitimate, moral, human right to defend yourself. And I'm glad that that person, if we assume it's Oakland, I'm glad that he did that because he lived to see another day. His children are still able to talk to him now because he did defend himself. In this system that we live in, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And right now, we're making steps to change that because every human being should have the right to defend himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% agree with that. Absolutely. Would somebody else like to chime in?
I do. I would I actually have a story on this. I don't know if y'all remember Oprah back in like 1999. She went to a town called Forsyth County, and it was a lot of racist, white people basically running Black people out of the town. I think in under like a year, their Black population went from like 80% to below 10%. Basically, they gentrified all the Black people out. So long story short, I've gotten pulled over in Forsyth County before. Now they claimed I ran a stop sign. To my knowledge, I don't generally run stop signs, so this is not something I could remember or even I really didn't know if what they were saying was true, but they ended up basically saying my car smelled like weed, which it didn't. And then they basically took everything out of my car. I'm talking is everything you can think of. Looking back at the situation, being that they didn't find anything, I feel like I could have, pursued them legally because, again, cops are not always right. In fact, in certain counties, which Forsyth County is a sundown town, my second incident there, I was just driving at night and I got pulled over, and the cop basically said that one of my lights was off. So what was funny was I didn't know any of my lights to be off. And when I went to the gas station, I turned on my lights. Both of the lights were on. So again, this happened in Forsyth County. I think a lot of times people don't realize that even our sundown towns in Georgia, they still exist. So sometimes you will be pulled over just because you are, Black while driving. It is very true. I also think another thing we have to focus on is how easy it is now to become an officer. If you think about it, there's a now hiring sign almost on every block. So the qualifications now to even become an officer are not what they were 5-10 years ago. And I do think that a lot of people that get these jobs, were bullied, maybe treated a certain way. And then they go out into the field and they unfortunately treat, Black men specifically because of the caste system in America, and they kind of treat them how they were treated. So that is my observation of it all. I think that it's just bullies bullying, to be honest, and the qualifications to become a cop are very low. I could go sign up right now and choose that as my new career. It's one of the easiest things to do. And I think that's very problematic.
Absolutely. I would agree. I would agree because that's being put in a position of a lot of power. You put in a position where you can take somebody's life. That should not be something you could just go sign up for. I would agree.
Not at all.
May I weigh in before I leave to try to answer your question and how I see it in terms of our protection? I live in New York, and so it's really difficult for us to own guns, period. But I think about the young people. They are of another mindset altogether. It's as if they've accepted the fact that just being in the streets, but not in the streets, not doing anything of criminal activity, just leaving your house can end in your death, right? And so where it relates to law enforcement, I think so many of them, at least those who I speak with, they have determined within themselves that they're not going to go down without a fight. And so whether they have a legal gun or they just fight, because that has been happening here, then we have to raise our concern to another level, right? We are concerned when our young people go and come because we don't know if they're actually going to come back. But now we also have to be aware that they're willing to die for what they perceive as their own liberty and their right to defend themselves. And I feel like we're hard pressed to tell them not to, right? But we do tell them not to and to comply, even though we know that by complying, it may not save their lives. It may not preserve their lives. So we are still the most underclass of underclass people in the United States. And for us to tell our young people, don't defend yourself, even against state-sanctioned terror, it's almost like a betrayal that we must engage in because we desire to see our young people come back. And so I cannot tell young people or their parents to do this or to do that. I only just hope that they all make it back in. Both of mine are out of the house right now. My desire is that they get back in safely. And I think that is the cry for all parents, Black parents, but not just parents, right? Black people, male, female. You just gave us your story, JL. And I think that could be any of our stories at any point, whether it's a sundown city on town or not. We are just enemy number one in this country. And I think we have to accept that. And I think, again, as I said, I want to continue to raise the awareness about the political, the legal defense fund, rather, on the People's Legal Defense Fund. So I thank you all for having me here with you tonight. Sister Z, you're doing a wonderful thing in hosting this fundraiser. I'm so glad we're so close to 40, and we're just going to keep tweeting it out and reposting it everywhere we can just to help get us there. We're so close. Look at that.
Yeah, we itching there. We almost there to 40,000. It's a blast. We right there.
So thank you all, and God bless you all, and thank you for having me here tonight.
Thank you so much, sis. Have a good night.
You too.
Cool. Okay. Shout out to that sister. Sister Offset, are you ready to bow out as well?
Am I ready to who?
To bow out? You good?
I
mean, you can speak if you good.
I'm in here.
Okay, cool. All right, you
Yeah.
come on then. Cool. All right. But what I'm going to do is I'm gonna have Miss Watchman come up in a second, but I want Afro to go ahead and do the trivia question, or one of the trivia questions for the chat.
Okay, thank you. The first trivia question is, when is Ozone's birthday? I repeat, when is Ozone's birthday? That is the first trivia question.
Yeah, please don't answer it, panel. We know. Oh, y'all might know probably. Let the chat answer it, okay? We're gonna answer it.
Do I ask the second question now too?
Do you the second question? Actually, you could, to be honest, you could ask both because they both short answers or one word answers. So Yeah, you could.
Okay. The second question. Ozone spent years, his like last 6 years or so of his childhood in a foster care. What was the name of the foster care that Ozone lived in? What was the name of the foster care? That is the second question. The first question is what his birthday is. The second question is the name of the foster care he lived.
Yes, sir. And just to give you a little hint, both of those answers, actually, one of those answers is in. I don't know, man. I ain't got no hint for you. I like. If you seen the last stream, it's in there. Okay, let me see if the sister Miss Watchman is ready because I'm gonna have her do her poem. If so, if not, I actually got a couple more questions and I can we could take some calls too afterwards. Oh, why did I put that? I didn't have me to send in the chat. I'm tripping. I mean, what you call it? You ready, Miss Watchman?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna take us off and I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Because this is about Brother Ozone, I want to share this poem, A Woman Scorned. I would like to speak with those who live and work in the United States. This subject was sparked by our Black sons and their untimely fates. Although I feel you should have known, don't take from me the joy that's grown since the day my son was born, for hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Then add to her the anguish of a mother. That woman will destroy you like no other. She may bawl and she may cry. She may even ask the question, why? Yet she cannot heal nor let it go. I beg of you, don't let this be so. Don't take me through that pain and strife because you took my baby's life. I raised him well and now I plead. Don't cause him harm nor make him bleed. Don't choke him until his breath is done to prove to your gang that you have won. Don't shoot him and proclaim, for my life I did fear, for my loss will bring more than just a tear. Hell has no fury like a woman scorned. The world cannot endure it if this mother's torn. He is my sunshine and my brighter day. You won't see me coming if you take him away. I will not be able to contain myself, for if you murder my son, I will evolve into something else. So please, let's leave that demon in the basement, in the vault, beneath the shelf. It does not matter if you are just a citizen nor the police. Nobody wants that beast unleashed. Know now that you've been warned. Hell has no fury like a woman scorned.
I'm gonna throw you some snaps. Well, you doing another one? Or you just doing one?
You want me to do both of them now?
You definitely can if you want.
Actually, I'm gonna do a freestyle on the second one, so you might want to hold that one for a moment.
Let me know when you're ready. That's no problem.
Okay.
No problem. I'm gonna put you in the back for now. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm gonna bring this back up here. Let me see, Ken.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hope y'all enjoyed the poem. That was nice. I wish I could
That
read it.
was beautiful.
It was. It was. Loved it.
That was beautiful. I guess we're at the talent portion. Look, Z, we have a sister in the community, Sister Callie Griot.
Okay.
She plays the flute. So, she wants to do something, in recognition for Brother O. So we got together, she did a little flute with us, and we did one of those little videos. So, whenever you're ready, we can probably show that too.
Absolutely. Almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder. Look at God. Go ahead. You have that on your
Yeah, it's pulled up. It's pulled up right now. So if you share the screen, then it can go.
Heard that. Copy that. Oh wait, this screen, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. All right.
Damn, Kai, you going crazy. I be in a loop, she be in a group. Brody want a friend, throwing alley hoop. Turn something to nothing, bro, I'm living proof. How can I lose when we the who's? Still running around with more, shit ready, packed to go, yard. People probably think I show up, I ain't even give it yet. Running up a silly shit, staying out the internet. I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 mil on calling deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and I'm out here grinding still. I need equity to sign this deal. I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 mil on calling deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and I'm out here grinding still. I need equity to sign this deal. Over buying cars, I snatched the barbers just for motivation. Shoot out at the spot today, tomorrow we at a new location. Free all of the guys, I hope y'all beat the case to get probation. Never be a bother if you off me, no problem, just say that. Never running off, so if I owe you, I got you, I pay that. Get this shit my heart, so when I'm old, I can chill and just lay back. Really from the bottom, so the trenches is where I feel safe at. I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 mil on calling deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and I'm out here grinding still. I need equity to sign the deal. I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 mil on calling deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and I'm out here grinding still. I need equity to sign the deal.
Okay, shout out to that sister. That's a blast.
Yes, indeed. That was good.
Yeah, that was sweet of her to do that. That's a blast. We love to stand. Let me see. But I ain't worried about that though. Yeah, copyrights. I want to know because I asked the panel last time though, so I want to ask y'all this one. If you could describe, or have you, if you can, let me say, can you describe a time that you may have encountered the police and maybe was in a similar predicament? You felt like it was something more. I'm sorry. Oh, you ain't talking to me. It was something more that was presenting. You felt threatened. You felt like it was things was about to go left very quickly. How did you react? And in hindsight, do you feel like you could have done something differently or better, or even like Jay said, JL said earlier, how she felt like she could have followed up and maybe did a lawsuit against the department. Have you ever been in a predicament like that?
I have. I've been in a predicament like that. I was 18. I got pulled over my very first time. I was on my way to some type of appointment. I think it was like a doctor's appointment or a job interview or something like that. I got pulled over because really I was in the wrong neighborhood, and I saw the Karen who called the cops on me. I literally made eye contact, but I digress. The police pulled me over. This was in January. They asked me to step out of the car and they searched me. And I was already running late to my appointment. And they asked me if they could search the car. I thought at the time, being 18 years old, I thought like, okay, if I tell them no, they're gonna think I'm hiding something. If I tell them yes and they search the car, they won't find anything, then they'll let me go faster. I can tell them no, but I thought at the time that it was a smart idea to let them search the car, not find anything, and then go about my way. So when I said yes, one of the officers said, "Okay, well, just go walk with the other officer." So he walked me to the back of my car, and he told me to sit on my trunk. And when I sat on my trunk, my eyes almost popped out of my head because I'm thinking like, you can like literally plant something on me. Like I didn't have the foresight to see that at the time. So I tried to turn around and look at him, and the officer was like, "Don't look back. Let him do what he's doing." And I'm just sitting up there in fear, literally shaking, like I'm going to jail. He's probably gonna plant something on me, and nobody's gonna believe an 18-year-old black kid over two white police officers. Now,
Yeah.
luckily, they let me go, saying you seem like a good kid, so we're gonna let you go. So I don't know if I gave them attitude. I don't know if they would have. Maybe I don't know. But just off of that alone, I know not to ever do that again. Just off of the fear that they can put something on you, and then it's your job to prove that you didn't have that versus their job to prove that they found it on you. So
Mm.
that was a situation, my very first situation where I got pulled over, one of many.
Right.
I don't want to
Right.
hog up the stage, but I just wanted to give that for an example of
Look,
something I was
Yeah,
able to do
that's a
differently.
learning lesson for sure.
look, Afro Ali, we're gonna take turns telling these stories because it's funny you should say that. I don't know any black man who doesn't have an 18-year-old story about, police coming at them the wrong way. So I'll start mine, with that story. But it is funny how people don't realize that, yeah, your best option, I don't care if you do or don't, your best option is, I tell you how my professor in law school told us. They ask you, they search your car? You tell them, hell no. That's what he told us. You see, now I was like, well, I'll at least just say no. but the point he was making is stand on your rights. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what we learn as men growing up in this system, this unjust system. And when I was 18, it was a very similar situation to that brother in that video. The only difference was they came with their guns drawn. I was in my apartment complex. I just went to my car, you know.
Mm.
And what was funny about the situation is once it was all over, I said, what are your badge numbers? Don't you know they covered them up?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, is this a movie? What is this? But it's real life. And that's what we're dealing with right now, real life with Brother O. And we all have had these types of experiences. So, I'll give the floor to somebody else to share theirs and we'll keep coming around with it.
Oh, let's see. I used to get pulled over by the police all the time. They was
Hey,
always harassing me all the time.
Yeah.
And I had no clue of the law. I didn't know that I had any rights. They used to search my car, everything. And I didn't know that I had the right to tell them no. I didn't know. But now that I know a few things that I can't get now one of them stop me now.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's true. Like, now, after what happened with George Floyd and so many others before, I make sure to protect myself when I walk out the house, and so now for the most part, what I get is mutual respect. Hello, sir, how are you doing? You know, so there's nothing wrong with protecting oneself. That's your, like Brother Afro Ali said, that's your God-given right. And this country respects that right. They say in their laws that that right is there. So what we have to do as a community is just hold them to that. And that's what we're doing here right now, raising these funds so that we can make sure our brother gets a fair trial.
Mm, absolutely. And Jo, did you want to share anything else?
I guess I already shared my story, but I did share my donation. I don't know if y'all saw my name on there.
I think I did ask my
Thank
folder.
you.
Did you let us see it? Hold up. Yeah, I think I seen yours.
Oh, there I am.
Yeah, Afro
Where
Ali.
you at? Where you at? Not sure. Oh, right there. Okay, yes. I know what you're talking. We let us see it. Shout out to you. And
Already.
Also,
Already.
can I bring another story?
Yeah, go ahead.
This was I used to work at UPS, and the shift I worked at was at 4 o'clock in the morning. I would have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. This was the Monday after the Super Bowl, and my boss asked me if I can come in early, and I said yeah. So this was around like 3 o'clock in the morning. I decided to go to this McDonald's to get some coffee. As I was leaving the McDonald's, I was trying to adjust the coffee in the cup holder, and a cop pulled me over because I was driving too slow, and he wondered if I was drinking. Now I'm talking to you the same way I'm talking to him, just as sober as I was, and he kept implying that I seemed like I was drunk and I smelled like Hennessy.
Mm.
And I told him I haven't had a single drink, and I asked him if I can have a breathalyzer test, knowing that the breathalyzer test would come up 0, and his reason for pulling me over, which was him feeling that I was intoxicated, knowing that I'm not going to be intoxicated, he would have to let me go. So he said, just stay right here. He took my driver's license and my insurance and everything back to his car, and I sat there. And then he walked back up to the car. And when he got back up to the car, there was at least 5 other police cars behind him and an ambulance, all with their lights on. They lit the block all the way up. Like it looked like a huge like shootout or something like that, where as many cops were just standing there outside. So he was all like, can you step out of the car? And I'm all like, I asked him a couple of times after that. I'm like, okay, I'm stepping out of the car, but are you sure? Can we have a breathalyzer test? I'm not intoxicated. I haven't had anything to drink at all. I was just driving a little slow right there. And he's like, okay, well, we're not going to do the breathalyzer test. We're going to do, I don't know that other test, like the maternal test or something like that, where you got to like put your finger on your nose and count to 3 and whatever. Now, mind you, this was right after the Super Bowl, so it was very cold outside. It was like 15 degrees, like 3 o'clock in the morning, 15 degrees, and I'm out there. I got my finger on my nose. I'm standing on one foot. I'm counting backwards towards 10, and the whole time I could hear the cops on the side. They're laughing and giggling like this is a big joke. So after I get done with all of that, I felt very embarrassed and almost kind of emasculating, like it was almost like a buck breaking ritual to a
Yeah,
degree. And
that's
then
agreed.
when I sat back in the car, I waited another like 10 minutes or so, and he walked up and he was all like, guess what? You passed. We're gonna let you go. And he gave me my license and my insurance back, and he was all like, okay, well, drive safe now. So I bring the story up to say cops sometimes do stuff just to mess with you. Sometimes cops
Yeah.
get some type of sick thrill out of messing with people, and more than likely, those are black people that they're messing with. They just do things, and they do things that normal people would be very aggravated by. If I was not a calm person, I would be very aggravated. I would be very upset by the fact that you're making me late and I'm standing outside in the cold, standing on one foot, very embarrassed as you guys are clearly doing this to laugh because you could have gave me a breathalyzer test if you honestly thought I was intoxicated, which they didn't. So cops do sick things like that to people, and they get away with it more than likely. So translating this back to the situation with Ozone, it could have been some sick cop who thought he could get some type of thrill by messing with a black man, and um, the situation transpired poorly for him. So cops do stuff like that all the time.
I have a question for the room. This is something that I've brought up before, but just think about all the police brutality cases that there are. And I'm not saying that we are not affected disproportionately. I'm not saying that at all. But do you guys ever wonder why you don't see any other races in the media getting killed? I'm talking about Indian, white, Asian. You just don't really see it. And I feel like part of this is our spiritual warfare as Black people. And I think that we also have to be aware it's not necessarily because people look down on us, but sometimes they look up to us. And I do feel like we are the chosen people, which is why they keep us down in certain ways, why they want us to be weary, why they want us to have no hope. And that's why I think that this is perpetuated throughout our screens and the media. So we do have to be aware of that, that this is psychological warfare to some extent. And I do think that, if we keep the faith and we keep our vibrations high, I definitely think that the possibilities are endless as opposed to us just, like even the Othal Wallace situation, a lot of people might be thinking negatively based on what they're seeing in the media. You get what I'm saying? Instead of just looking at this as an individual case. So I just want us to be aware of that, especially as Black Americans, because it gets to the point where you want to be aware of what's happening in the world, but you don't want it to upset you, and you also don't want these people's agendas to affect you, and realize that we are a chosen people. So at the end of the day, we are protected. We do have faith, and I feel like it's also important to know that when you give, you do get. So everyone that is making these donations, like I know I've had some bills that I have to pay or whatever, but I'm still gonna again try to make my portion of the 500 because I know this is a good cause.
Absolutely. Now you bring a good point. Sister, did you want to chime in?
Well, I listen to a lot of Dr. Claude Anderson. And he talks about why we don't see a lot of other races, um, you know, with the police brutality happening to them. And he always says because we don't have any kind of economic, we don't have any black economics. We don't have anything. So, I mean, say we just don't have anything to hold us up.
Yes.
I don't know if y'all listen to him a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He was the first one that kind of taught me that we needed, resources as a community.
Right, right.
What other races do, yeah.
Right.
It's
Because
actually
we're so dependent. We're so
Yeah.
dependent on everybody, and they don't see us as anything because they know we are supreme, but we're not acting like it. I mean, we kind of do. That's why they always stealing everything from us. But I mean, we don't have no system for ourselves. We don't have anything.
We could organize.
Because we could wake up tomorrow and they can shut everything down. We can't run to ourselves for anything. We don't own anything, any air quality, anything for the air. We don't own no land, no sea, nothing. Like what we gonna do? So I just feel like we just don't have a backbone built for ourselves, so they will continue to just keep doing what they're doing.
I would like to jump in on that. First off, I want to say I shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson for all of his work and all of the work that he's doing currently today. Because we don't have an economic base, and the economic base will be the foundation of everything. That's the foundation of system of white supremacy, is their economic base. To what JL was saying, the reason why we see it so often is because they want us to see it. It's really dehumanizing. That's why they brought a crowd around anytime they lynch somebody, anytime they lynched a black person, because they used to lynch so often. They used to lynch other white people, but they didn't show that. There was no big crowd to watch white people lynch other white people, but they did it with black people. They do that because they try to psychologically dehumanize black people. And they have to do that because that's their weapon to suppress black people, because they know our potential. And too often, too many black people, there are some who do, like us, for instance, but too many black people, we don't recognize our potential. So when years and years of psychological dehumanization at the hands of white supremacy are embedded in the minds and the subconscious of black people, we don't believe that we can pull off peace. We don't believe that we can dismantle the system. We don't believe that we can overcome things. So that is why it's up to us, people on this panel, people who are listening, people who are donating. It is up to us to change the precedent and change the narrative and show people and motivate people and inspire people that we can actually awaken ourselves and kind of tap into our true potential, and we can dismantle this system and replace it with a system of justice.
Absolutely, and we should, as we should, for real. And shout out
Especially
to
as we take this down to the generations, I think it's important. I was just saying, especially as we pass this on to the generations, and I'm not saying to tell them racism doesn't exist, but I do think that we need to kind of educate our younger ones. Like, for instance, our elders, right? It was their job to tell us maybe what happened in Jim Crow, civil rights. It's our job to talk about what's happening now. But I do feel like as the younger generation comes up, we have to kind of be careful that we're not ingraining fear into them, and we're ingraining more faith, more hope. Be real with them about the history, but we don't want for them to get out here and just feel any limitations, same as other races. We don't want them to already go into the fight feeling like, well, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy. We want to give them the history and also give them the highest amount of faith that they can have, so they don't feel like, oh, well, I'm this race, so I can't do it. Because that mindset alone is going to lift the consciousness of the next generations, and we're not going to be in this situation anymore.
That's real. Yeah, that's a fact. Absolutely. Speaking of truth to power and just knowledge itself is the basis of any sort of liberation or revolution. So That's important. Absolutely. We can't have a, this mindset where nothing's ever going to happen. That's why even with like stuff like reparations, like a lot of Black people I hear, it's like, man, they ain't gave it to us. They ain't gonna never give it to us. And I'm like, where are we going with that attitude? Like, that's never.
And that's not the point, because reparations are owed. We could be fighting for reparations, for years to come. If it's owed, it's owed. And the
exactly.
whole of reparations
doesn't change the history of what was done.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have to be diligent. We have to be consistent. Because this isn't like a one-time thing. This isn't like a one and done. This is a consistent fight. It took us 400 plus years to get here. It's gonna take us about the time to get out. You know what I'm saying? to refurbish for what we want. So, we do got to take time, and people get discouraged. It's egregious. Who is this?
And although reparations is owed to us, the descendants, we also gotta go in and just take. We got to find loopholes, and because there's loopholes that there's some I's that's not dotted and some T's that's not crossed, and that's how they do. So we got to go in there and do that too. We got to go in there and find any loophole. But again, it's a mindset thing. We have to change our mindset. We follow so many challenges. We share all these fighting videos, but knowledge, empowered. Don't nobody want to share that.
Yeah.
And we should.
Yeah.
We should, because that's our reparations as well.
Absolutely. Who is Magic, the big homie? Is this the
That's
other?
yes. That's your boy, DJ, comedian, supporter. Yeah. Bring him up.
I'm gonna bring him up right quick. Let me take everybody on real quick. Hold up, so the brother can form. Do you know this brother, right?
Yeah. This the homie. Brother Magic. We'll let him introduce himself and tell the people where they can see him at or whatever. But he's done a lot of work in the community and also with this case helping Brother O for us to spread the message. So we appreciate him. But he's also a very talented brother. So however he want to do it tonight, he's want to chime in on the topics, or if he want to give us a little set. I tell you that first of all, congratulations to the brother. He just got married. Shout out to him. So
congratulations.
But he's still coming through for us, right now. So you got the flow, brother. Tell them who you are and what you got for us.
Hey man, Magic the big homie, 2-cut shouted, drunk at the Jerry curl. Hey, I've been listening, and for real, I'm on my honeymoon for real. So it's really crazy. So I ain't got my camera on.
Yeah.
Who is Ass TV? I just been sitting back like that's what. Who Ass?
It's A2Z.
Oh, it's A2Z.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought I was trying to make sure what kind of ass this was before I got to see it. God. Hey, God, I don't want to, man. Shout out to my guy locked up, Othal. See, I'm one of them niggas they lock up for real too. See, I ain't got the story. Oh boy, I got the story. They'll lock my ass up
for nothing.
Hey, look, I'm talking about. So I need plap. I'm gonna need it. Hey, if they get me, I'm gonna need it. So, hey, I heard a couple of things, man. I heard a couple of things that I can't even remember what was said.
Yeah.
Hey, but I heard a couple of things that kind of got to me when they were speaking. I know one thing was, I said they let him go. I said, man, that never happens. And you ain't gonna let you go.
Yeah.
Like, let you go. That's how he say all his syllables. He talking about he don't know what he did. He talk proper. He say all his syllables. That's what happened.
That was not true. Let me bring the brother back on it. That's not true.
Afro Elite. He said,
yeah. Them just jokes, dog.
I'm just diagnosing. I'm diagnosing. I don't know what happened. He say all this. He say everything. He say every syllable. He say I'm gonna let this Negro go.
Now, Well, the thing is that they really didn't have a legitimate reason for pulling me over. So and they couldn't find anything. What they do is oftentimes they pull you over and they come up with some excuse as to why they pulled you over, or they don't even tell you. A lot of times they don't even tell you why they pulled you over, and they'll find a reason afterwards as to why they pulled you over. In both of the incidents that I brought up, they really didn't have a legitimate reason for pulling me over in the first place. So that's kind of
Yeah.
why they had to. They searched for something, and what they searched for they couldn't find, so they had to let me go, whether I was talking proper or talking slang or whatever the case is. They didn't have a reason for pulling me over.
Right.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
hey, see, he still see. I see. I'm gonna do what the police do. I'm gonna see. You know what? I'm gonna let
You
you
better
go.
let this go.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Hey, I'm gonna let you go. You said
You ain't gonna win that one. You ain't gonna win that one, Magic.
I ain't gonna win that one, but listen, but I got one. Look,
Yeah.
I got a justifiable. I got a justifiable arrest. Miss Margie Thompson was late on her water bill, and the man came to cut the water off.
Yeah.
And you know how they be nice at first, and Miss Margie was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And he was like, "Well, I'm here to cut the water off. You owe $166." And Miss Margie said, "Well, I paid them what I had, and they said that they weren't gonna cut my water off." Well, she said, "Well, you're gonna pay the $166. I'm cutting this water off, 'cause that's not what they told me." Now, Miss Margie went left, but Miss Margie said, "You calling me a motherfucking lie?" Now the man called the police on her and got her locked up because she told him, "If you touch that water, I'm gonna kill you." Because I gave them people my last monies and they told me that I was gonna be okay. Now, how we deal with that? Now, I think did Miss Margie deserve to go to jail?
we all know how the facts, Magic.
Yeah, I mean, just from that, I mean, I don't think so, but technically threatening an officer is that
He wouldn't have thought he was the water meter person.
He was a water meter man, huh?
He the water meter man.
brother,
You
you
off
were
the chain, man.
you performed the song for us.
Hey, so did Miss Margie? Hey, where's my guy that was saying all the words? I need him to tell me about Miss Margie.
Look here. Y'all give it up for our brother, big homie Magic. He came through. He did his comedic routine for us. We definitely appreciate that. This is still Oktoberfest. See, we try to still be hopeful. So we definitely thank this brother for coming through and giving us a little comic relief, in this hour. Brother Magic, tell the people how they can reach you.
You can reach me where I pay my bills at. Hey, you can meet me down there. Every time where I pay the light bill, you can come catch me. Where I pay the water bill, you can come catch me. Where I pay my mortgage, you can come catch me. Anybody that looking for me, I'm where a bill need to be paid. But you can find me on Instagram under Magic _ the big homie, Facebook Magic D Hunter, stuff like that, man. But hey, I wanted to make sure I kept my word and come through for you.
You a man of your word, bro.
Blessing.
Hey, I wish every young person knew how important that is, man. Salute to you, brother, man. Enjoy your honeymoon, man. Salute to you.
Yes, congratulations, man.
Oh yes, sir, man. And but I'm still on here, man. Me and the wife, we're gonna be sitting here. We're gonna be listening and check the show, man. So we good.
Appreciate you.
Blessings. Y'all enjoy yourselves.
All right, man. Appreciate
you. Yeah.
That's a blast. You know what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
For a second, I definitely forgot. I'm
Right,
about to bring
right.
this. I thought he was a rapper, man. I thought he was about to perform a song. So I was like, you about to perform?
That's the DJ / comedian. He does DJ work too as well, but he's often, in different cities, different states. So yeah, he's a real good brother.
Oh, okay, yeah, he said cool. He was cool. He was cool. People.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Miss Watchman. I believe she is ready. So I'm about to take y'all back off. I'm about to let
Oh, okay.
Hello, peace again.
Hello, peace again, ZZ. This is a ZZ exclusive. I'm actually going to have to come back to your live so that I can write this one down myself. And this is going to be a freestyle.
Beautiful.
And this one is titled Why I Fight. As a small child, I protected my people because I knew that there was something deeper in the hearts and the minds of those who did them wrong. Fighting my brothers and sisters, I had to be strong. I was fighting for them so they wouldn't be hurt because so many people tried to treat them like dirt. But when I grew older, at the age of 17, I got with a young lady who I thought was a queen. She ran in the streets. She hung out with the crowd. They had a lot of fun. They would drink and be loud. Many people told me I didn't belong, but I was so determined to prove them all wrong. I listened to her and I got into a car. We were going to the store. It wasn't that far. The guy took a detour and put a gun in my face. What could I do? I put myself in this place. He told me to run, so I did as he said. Then bullets began to pass by my head. The next thing I knew, I was down on the ground and police officers were beating me down. I was only 17, but they didn't care. They let me know they planned to kill me there. I went to court and I beat the case, but I could never forget the sound of his voice or the look upon his face. So I decided I had something to do to find this cop and turn what he said on him to become true. So I started wearing a uniform because I wanted to do that man harm. But once I learned what my job was to do, I decided that I had to be true. I had to show my people that someone would do right, and this is the reason that I have chosen to fight. So if you see me out here and I'm wearing a badge, it's not because I'm one of those who's bad. I'm looking out for people who look just like me and you. I wear the uniform to make it do what it's supposed to do. And know that Miss Watchman loves each and every one of you. I am going to do what's right. This is the reason why I fight.
We love to see it. Beautiful. Beautiful sister. You have a very powerful talent. And I'm so glad you came on here to share it with us. It's a blessing.
That one straight off the top of my head, that is a ZZ A to Z exclusive. I will have to come back and listen to it and print it out, write it, and then I'll probably tweak it. And once I do, I'll share that with you as well.
That's a blessing. That is a blessing. We do appreciate it for sure.
You are very welcome. Now I'm going to back out and come off of the panel. But before I do, I want you all to know that everything that I just said to you is true. I write my poetry from life. Those things actually happened to me. I was beaten by a cop. He told me he was going to kill me. I dropped my head and I prayed. They had taken me to an alley. And right after I opened my eyes, a lieutenant called and told them to bring me back to the scene, that if anything happened to me, that they would be found guilty of whatever it was, and he would make sure that they were charged with the crime. I was only 17 years old.
Oh, wow.
And I spent 3 months fighting for my freedom. I was looking at 26 years in prison before I would have been eligible for parole.
That's
This is why I fight.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, that's
You don't have to be sorry, baby. It made me who I am today. It made me who I am today. I love you guys. I'm fighting for O. I'm fighting for us. And I'll never stop fighting. And I'm at a point right now, I don't care who knows. My bosses on my job know. The people who work under me know. The people who work beside me know. I don't care who knows. I am proud to be who I am and how I am. If we don't unify and stand up for us, nobody else will. If you go to my Instagram, Angelic Lyrical Queen, I haven't been on there for a while, but I have a few points on there. If you like something that you hear and you want to give me something, don't give it to me. Go to othal.org and give it to Brother Ozone in care of Miss Watchman.
And I see your donation up there too. Thank you very much, Miss Watchman. That's a
I'm a
blessing.
woman of my word.
We love to see it. Thank you so much, sister. You have a
Already.
good night.
And I'm just going to go back to watch mode because I have some packing to finish doing. I love you all.
Love you, sis.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, that was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, that was nice, very nice.
Freestyle that. That came off the dome. That's a bless.
I know, right?
Off the
Yeah,
dome.
that was good. That was too good. And look, it looks like somebody answered one of your trivia questions.
Oh, definitely did.
Savannah, yeah, we didn't need the year. The year may be kind of off, but that's okay. But the day and month is what we were looking for.
She was close with the year though. What's this? You know what this year
Yeah,
is?
I think it's 90, 92. Let me stop. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But what I was gonna say, I think your brother OC gave him a hint. You can go watch the 30 at 30. Shout out to brother OC. He has the 30 at 30 on his channel. I got the digitized version on mine, but that's the celebration we did before this one for brother O's birthday, March 30th. So yeah, that's the answer to that one.
Thanks. Yes. And actually, I did want to pull this back up to y'all because we just like already surpassed what we did last year. We had like 1,600.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah, it is. It is.
oh, it's a blessing. I'm so happy for this brother. That's what's up. But we still got another 30 minutes. You know, we can go over a little bit. 2000. You know,
Right.
We can stretch it a little bit if y'all cool with that. You know, but we right there by that 30, by that 40,000. So that's shout out to everybody that's donated so far though. That's still, you know, we've already hit the goal. So that's a bless. You know, so right there at the goal. I said 15 would be straight through. So that's a bless. So happy.
It is.
Now let me ask y'all let me see at least for JL and Sister Offset. Let me see. And then I'll go back and vice versa for the brothers as well. But I want to know, especially as Black women, you know, I said earlier, you know, that Black men are really at the forefront of when we're talking about self-defense or even attacks, specifically from police officers or race soldiers. How is it, how do you deal with that? Because I know I can speak, I can relate, should I say, because I'm a Black woman as well. I know for myself, it can be a bit, you can get a little anxious, you know, get overthink, you know, get a little too analytical, a little too worrisome, you know, especially if you know you have a masculine Black man, you know, a Black man who's not going to fold, who is educated, who has knowledge of self and who knows their rights, you know, and they encounter these police officers or these race soldiers And these people, just like a couple people said earlier, they might have been bullied. They go on these power trips. They want to, they kind of want to bully people. Even outside of anti-Black racism, they have problems within themselves as well. And then we add on anti-Black racism on top of that. It makes them, Black men, the number one target of that. So how does it feel as Black people to, be with the Black man who is, because that's what we say we want, revolutionaries, the tough guy, the alpha. How does it feel being with that man and knowing that is that's a real possibility for your man not to return home because he might have to go to war? I mean, he's going out to war when he walk out that door every day. How does it feel?
It's scary.
Yeah, it's definitely scary. Sorry for blowing my nose this whole time, y'all. I've been sick as a dog for like 2 days. That's why I'm looking like a zombie, but I do want to miss this. I definitely feel like, first, I just want to say, as women, I do feel like we're treated a little differently because the same way that I've had those stories as far as Forsyth County, I've actually had some good stories where I've done certain things, maybe backed up certain ways I wasn't supposed to, and I always ask for a warning. And believe it or not, they will give you a warning if you ask nicely, if you ask the right police, I guess I should say, in the right area. But as far as just that fear of having a Black man, I don't know, it's definitely scary, but I do feel like when you have a praying woman, when you have people surrounded by you that have faith, I feel like you're definitely protected. So I try not to put too much power to that, but I mean, it can be a little scary for sure. Just the way that the world is set up nowadays.
Yeah. What about you, Sister Sutton?
That's a tough question. I mean, you definitely want your loved one equipped with, gosh, he just got to be equipped when he leaves the house. Even for myself, I mean, that's tough. That's a tough question. I really, I don't know. I mean, because it's like you want them to be equipped leaving, but then also you still have that fear, getting a phone call or, I just hope that he knows the law well enough that when he gets stopped, or even when I get stopped, to just even know how to use the word back against them. That's just what I hope for when I leave out the door every morning. I just hope that I have the equipment to use against them, that, I'll be able to walk away free. But, if not, y'all, I'll just go down in history. But anyways, I don't know. But I learned a lot from Brother Ken. Y'all know Ken is an intelligent man.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a lawyer. I see. That's a blessing.
Y'all got to go on his, Ken has a couple of videos on his YouTube page where he's battling these, he giving these officers the business.
That's wrong. Whatever, when he asks you why you harass his people. We are God's chosen people. And y'all gonna stop harassing us in our neighborhood. That's what you gonna stop doing. This whole area was peaceful till y'all came around here. Well, nobody bothering nobody till y'all came around here. Well, crack what? You look like a crack cocaine.
Got him. Yeah, I said it. You look like a crack rock. And somebody else.
I often go on there, I'll be cracking up. I'll be like, man, he needs to take me on one of these field trips with him one day. It's funny, but it's also empowering that a couple of them officers, they left the scene because he was too much for them. But I just hope to grow up one day and be like Ken.
I'm weak.
Yeah, you too funny. But yeah, a lot of times people speaking on that issue though, I try my best to be patient and understanding with my people because I would want them to be that way with me. But when it comes to confronting injustice, I give that.
He the GOAT. I'm telling y'all, he the GOAT.
But that's what I want all of us to do, and that's what I want each of us to do. And the best way for us to do it right now is by paying the attorney's fees for our brother who is currently facing the death penalty. As a matter of fact, Z, if you want to bring the website back up, we so close to that goal. We got to get that goal done before we get out of here. I mean, what are we about? Oh man.
We right there.
This is just a small glimpse of the power that we actually really have if we really tap into it, if we really focus on it. We raised so much money, and we haven't even reached 3 hours yet. And look at the type of money we raised. I mean,
That's
this is really an
crazy.
amazing feat if you really think about it.
Wow, I can't even believe that. That's how much we raised tonight.
Yes, we raised. I don't know what the exact number was. I would have to do my math over there again. But I know when I calculated before these, what was that, Miss Watchman? I was probably like 3-4 donations down. 3. I stopped at this one. That was 16. So with this 17, that's basically 18, 19, almost 18, almost 19. So yeah, that's almost 2,000. We almost at 2,000.
Yes, that's great. That's excellent.
That's beautiful. I love to see it. That's a blessing.
Yes.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Now, brothers, I do want to reverse the question as well for y'all. How does it feel, being a man, a Black man who is righteous, who knows his rights, knows himself, his conscience, knows his, has knowledge of self. How does it feel, leaving your house every day?
Okay, the rest of that is okay. Cautionary instruction, that's standard. I would give it. Verdict.
This section.
Yeah, the third paragraph. Huh?
Yes, we strongly object.
Yeah, well, there is case law. I was wrong. I thought, I agree with you. And in previous cases, in my verdict form, I always went, the verdict form that separated the verdict, finding that the defendant guilty either unanimously of felony or unanimously of premeditated. But the case law says that they can split their vote between felony and premeditated so long as they find him guilty of. Absolutely, I want to hear it.
So the reference jury instruction refers to.
Wait, before you do that, I want to put the case on the record. The case is in the standard jury instruction. The state cited it earlier, Mansfield versus State. And I can't find, yes, 911 Southern 2nd, 1160. That case holds that the jurors in a first-degree murder, so long as they're unanimous on either a theory of felony murder or premeditated murder, if each individual juror finds has a guilty verdict, that's a one or the other or both, then that is a sustainable verdict. There's also a different case. Dillard versus State, 329 Southern 3rd, 788. It's a second DCA. And that basically stands for the proposition that the use of jury instructions and verdict form allowing jury to find defendant guilty of first-degree murder without unanimous agreement as to whether he committed premeditated or a felony first-degree murder did not render the guilty verdict non-unanimous. And that's a 2021 case, so it's very, very recent, Dillard versus State. So I'll let you make your argument.
Yes, Judge. So I would point out in the Mansfield case that the court decided, that I also have in front of it, that later in the opinion, they talk about the fact that the direct appeal of Mr. Mansfield's case, which I'll cite for the record too, maybe it's go upwards, is 758 7 seconds 636 from, it's a Florida Supreme Court case, of course, from 2000. They cited the fact that, and they refer to, because I'd highlighted it, the fact that that opinion came, I just had it cited. They refer to the Apprendi case and before the Ring decision. Here it is. It's a long opinion. So the Mansfield also argues that the Supreme Court decisions in Ring and Apprendi have changed the constitutional requirements. So Apprendi, and they pointed out Apprendi and Ring came out after the Mansfield original direct opinion. My argument, Judge, is that, and again, that's the reason why I cited the Miller case in my objection to this very section of the proposed jury instructions. Miller is a second DCA case, and I shepherdized it. And Miller, of course, was a post-conviction relief case. But if you read, and I know you have, the actual opinion that the second DCA was very reluctant to not grant relief in that particular case, and they didn't grant relief in that case simply because the defense attorney or the trial attorney at the time did not object to the jury being told about the non-unanimous decision. And it was clear in my reading of it that the result would have been different had the trial attorney, in fact, did state their objection on the record. Judge, it's a violation of the defendant's constitutional rights, both the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution, as I cited in my written objection in referencing the Miller case, that the state be allowed to do this. It goes against the very grain of requiring unanimity in our decisions that have been upheld for so long, even by our U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, you know, as recent as 2021, the second DCA upheld this particular instruction, and I'm not inclined to go against that, especially in light of Mansfield, plus this opinion of Dillard.
Judge, would the court allow me, if you would cite the case again?
Dillard versus State, 329, Southern 3rd, 788. Florida second DCA 2021. So if you want to take a look at it, if I got it wrong, I have to give you a ruling right now because you're about to do closing arguments. So, so my ruling is that I'm going to give it. There is a correction to be made to the jury instructions, to that particular instruction, the third paragraph of the verdict.
We did change a little bit, just slightly, Judge, to make it seem more like it flowed. Because when we did it, it was, what we did is we just changed and did first degree murder of a law enforcement officer, and, you know, and first degree felony murder. But then we just put the same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first degree murder, just so we don't have to reread the same thing for.
Well, I was just going to add the same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first degree premeditated murder and first degree felony murder. Okay, let me just make that correction. That's kind of weird. My instruction is not matching what I have in paper. Let me just read it out loud. If you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, or this is where you changed it, or the lesser included offense of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree premeditated murder or first-degree felony murder. It's a little bit confusing.
This is how, did you read the new one, Judge? Does that one make more sense?
Well, the old one read, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer or first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. The same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder.
That's the way that's the new way. I thought that's how you were gonna do it.
That's the new one?
But,
I thought I was,
the one you were reading was the one when Mr. Urbana changed it. So
oh, okay.
what the only thing we didn't do is you put the same rule applies to lesser included offense. We put a first-degree murder, but you put a
Right, split it.
premeditated and first-degree felony murder.
Okay, then what I'm gonna do is I'll, I thought I was working on the computer with the same version that I'm reading, but I may not be. So I'll look at it tonight and then
Okay.
let me,
Look at it too, just send it to us.
okay. So that takes care of that. Submitting the case to the jury, that's standard. And I will give it. Okay, verdict form, I didn't print it. You have a printed version of the verdict form?
We did those two, and we inserted two captions, two interrogatories under first-degree murder against the law enforcement officer. And we referenced both premeditated, yes or no, felony murder, yes or no. And include the word unanimous.
Okay.
That's for both first-degree murder and law enforcement officer as well as
Okay, I think I ruled that they don't have to be unanimous on the theory of first-degree murder, so long as they're unanimous on the fact that there was a first-degree murder committed, either felony or premeditated or both. Yeah.
So, and I've got the Gillard case in front of me, and I think, although they concluded in the same position, what I'm struck by is the language that the very last paragraph before the court said affirmed in there. It says, thus this circuit court has properly instructed the jury that either premeditated felony murder could sustain a guilty verdict, so long as all the jurors unanimously agreed Mr. Gillard was guilty of one or the other form. How are we ever going to know that unanimously found one version felony or premeditated murder unless we ask them that, unless we tell them that to be unanimous on either or both?
Let me take a look at their verdict form. I mean, that's where I can explain it to them, but.
I'm gonna try and put it up on the screen, Judge.
Okay. Hold on, stand by it, yes.
Of course.
Did you guys send me a verdict form?
I thought I did. I was looking for
I
it,
can't
Judge.
find one. Huh?
Yeah. I can put up on the, let me just email it to you, Judge. Make it easier.
Did you think you sent that or?
Me or Mr. Urbanik, I think.
I
I'm just gonna
can't.
send you a new copy, Judge. Gary, you okay if I just send it to the judge?
Go ahead and send it, send it.
I got it.
Did you send me the?
I just sent it. Did it not go through? It says it was sent at 3:48 p.m. I can. It'll take probably about 10 or 10 minutes. I can have Terry go down and print it out for us, Judge, if we need to.
Well, I don't know why it's not coming through.
You want me to just put on a flash drive for you, sir?
Let's give it a second.
Okay. Did it disconnect you from the internet by any chance, or?
No, I just received an email from someone else.
I'll send it again. Maybe it's me. I didn't. I only sent it to the judge. I'm gonna send it to Gary too this time. Let's see. Gary, let me know if you get it. I just sent it to you too. This is the first video. So this is the demo version.
Okay, I just received it.
That's something from somewhere. I think it's some instruction.
Somebody's phone is ringing on the table. Okay.
Hold on, let me play this so you can see this. From Kurt's side. Just that, and the below for the portion, premeditation. Then this is just, sure, I'm not gonna, you know, and then this is,
Okay. I have the verdict up now.
okay. Do you want to project it too, Judge, or no?
If you wish, I don't care.
I mean, it's up to you.
I have it in front of me. I don't
Okay,
need to
perfect.
project it.
Just so Mr. Wood, do you have it up, or do you want me to? Okay.
I read it. How do we tell the jurors about the requirement that they be unanimous on their finding of guilty of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer by either theory or both?
I think it's just by the verdict instruction. Under the verdict, it's the instruction.
I suppose I could explain it too.
You could, Judge. I mean, we had it come up in a trial with Judge McGillen, and I think we had forgotten to put that in there, actually. And they came back and they were like, we're 9-3, and we actually had to put it in, and once it.
Okay.
If you want to explain it, we're fine with it, Judge.
I think I'll have to explain it.
Okay.
That's just. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm old school. I'm kind of like you. I prefer to split them and find a unanimous verdict on each theory. But the case law is a case law. I can't go against that. So I respect that's what it is.
And Judge Nichols had this happen about a year ago. The jury actually said, I have 6 for this, and they came back.
Right. Okay, so I will give the verdict as proposed. I will not be able to give you instructions right now. I won't be able to fix all this before I can give it to you. So I'm hoping that you can use whatever you have in front of you and
I mean, I think
give your closing based upon that.
I think Mr. Probisco and Mr. Urbanik pretty much they have the standards of what we're going to use. So I think.
Okay. All right. So then we'll be in recess for, where do you go? Never take them out without letting me know. Please.
And before, we do have to get back to the justifiable use of force.
Hold on. Wait till the defendant comes back.
No, I'm just reminding you, Judge.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Always let me know, man. Did you know when he left? Just now? Okay. All right, for the record, the defendant is back in the courtroom. Do you wish me to go back any on the jury instructions so that he can hear what we're talking about?
You heard them all. I mean, literally, you were talking about I'm old school.
Okay, good. All right, so now you were saying, Mr. Lewis, what were you asking me?
We need to go back to the justifiable use of force. We never finished that, Judge.
Oh, 3.6F?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me take a look at the one you sent me.
We didn't send you one. I was just going to go by what Ms.
He did.
Oh, okay, but yes, I don't think it was very. I would prefer to go with what Mr. Wood has, and we can argue what we agree or don't agree with.
Okay.
But I can.
Let me take a look at the standard.
Sure, of course.
All right. I have the standard up.
Yes, sir. And I compared Mr. Woods to the standard, and I kind of agree with what he put together, except for there's certain things we don't agree with that I can argue.
Okay, then let me take a look at his.
Yes, sir.
What page is his on?
I think it starts on page 22.
Got it.
Yeah. Maybe mine's just out of whack.
What?
I'm just looking, it has 22 on the bottom of the page.
22. Yeah. Okay, and then what do you disagree with? And
But if you go to page 23, the first paragraph, if Othal Wallace was not committing any crime other than the alleged first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it's basically saying he doesn't have to retreat. The state would disagree. He admitted on the stand he was carrying a concealed firearm, which is a crime, and he's not allowed to carry one. So we would object to that paragraph coming in, Judge.
what's his defense?
Parsing the work of putting Mr. Wallace's testimony in context, he was in his car, he was getting got his gun as he was getting out of the car when he was confronted by Mr. Raymond. So we would pretend that he was not committing the crime at the time. That at the time he was getting his gun, in fact, it was not concealed. And therefore, that paragraph should stay in. Oddly enough, the incident happened about 3 days before. I'll change it back into a part, but that's neither here nor there. We think the paragraph should stay.
The gun was concealed at the time that he encountered Officer Rayner. By his own testimony, the gun was concealed at the time he came in and had his interaction with Officer Rayner.
Well, as I recall, he had grabbed the gun as he was getting out, and then he put it in his pocket. I understand that, Judge, but he wasn't doing anything illegal at that point. If this leads the jury to let somebody testify to that, was to do anything other than sitting in his car and listening to music. And this whole confrontation occurred. So our respective position is that there is.
And Judge, there's not going to be a paragraph in there saying he was doing anything illegal or whatever. It's just he doesn't get the benefit of the stand your ground at that point for the no duty to retreat.
I agree with the state. Strike that paragraph.
And then
Over the objection of the defense.
And then Judge, the next one where we.
Hold on.
Yes, sir. The common law defense always comes in. Common law defense.
Next one.
Yes, sir. On page 23, I don't know if it changed when you deleted it, but it's on the bottom of page 23. It has an A and then it goes next to it.
I'm sorry, that's page 24 for me.
24, okay. It says the
Paragraph
person.
A?
Yeah, it says the person who against whom defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcefully entered a dwelling, resident, or occupied vehicle. That's not the case here, Judge. As the defendant testified, Officer Rayner never entered his vehicle. There was no evidence it was unlawful entering in any way. He was having actually the defendant to sit back down. So he didn't even break the plane, the officer. So this is not applicable in that situation, Judge.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it because you have paragraph D in that same instruction. That you can argue that.
So I was looking at where it was A, B, Judge.
Right.
Okay, then you're talking about going back
to
under
D.
A,
I
B,
mean,
C,
D
D. Okay.
as an exception, so I think they're entitled to it. You argue yours, they argue theirs, the jury decides.
So just so we're clear, there's an A, B, and then there's an A, B, C, D. So you're saying,
Yeah,
okay, so I was just saying.
yeah, I'm gonna leave it.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it. All right, any others? Can I polish this one and get rid of a child and all that stuff?
Of course, of course.
Okay.
I think, Judge, also, we would object to my page 25, but it's after that D, where it says a person who unlawfully by force enters or attempts to enter another's vehicle is presumed to be doing so with the intent to commit an unlawful act involving a force of violence. And then it also goes on to define dwelling, resident, vehicle.
Yeah, but again, D above it covers it.
Okay, but can we take out dwelling and resident?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
clean, obviously neither one of those are applicable. Like I said, I'll polish it off, but I would leave the paragraph right above dwelling, which is the one you're asking to be taken out. I would take out dwelling, residence, that's it, vehicle applies. That's it.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, I'll take a few minutes and then we'll have the jury in. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll be in recess for, let's say about 10 minutes.
More thing in there that I think Mr. Wood added that's not
Where?
in that jury instruction.
What page?
It is on my page 29. It's right before 3-7 plea of not guilty.
I'm not gonna do any of that. We went by the other.
No. It's right above that. And it says the discharge.
29?
It's on my page 26, but it's the two lines right above 3.7 plea of not guilty. It's above those. And it says the discharge of a firearm, whether accidental or not, has been deemed to be the use of deadly force as a matter of law. That's not in the standard jury instructions. It's actually an instruction in there to the judge, just describing it, but it's not an actual standard jury instruction, I don't believe. Am I wrong, Mr. Wood? But I thought it was, when I read it, it was not actual standard instruction. It was just an instruction to the court. 3.6F. 6F.
You said that is not in the standard?
I don't see it in the standard. I know it's in here, like it's here, but it's not a standard jury instruction, Judge. It's it looks like an instruction to the court. If you look on page, looks like page 6
I just printed, I just looking at the,
right. If you look at page 6 of 7 on the standard jury instructions.
okay, where? Under aggressor?
Can I put it up and show you, Judge? Might be easier.
Might be easier because I don't see it. Paragraph above 3.1.
It's right here, Judge.
Oh, it's right by the comments.
Yeah, it's a comment section is what it is right here, if you see. I highlighted it for you.
Oh, each one has his own. Okay, here we go. I got it.
I don't think it's a standard instruction. It shouldn't be given, Judge.
Okay, make your argument again.
It's not part of the standard jury instructions, Judge. It's just a note to the court. I don't think there's any conflict that using a deadly weapon was deadly force. I mean, using the gun was deadly force in this case, so I don't think we need to put it in there. It says if there's a conflict, you would, I guess, maybe address that.
What is 3.6G?
Let me look. I'm not sure. I think that's going to be justifiable use of non-deadly force. Yes, that's what it is, Judge.
You said this creates a conflict with what I've given? What
I didn't say it's a conflict. It's just not a standard instruction, Judge.
I'll leave it.
Okay.
I'll leave it as is. All right. So we'll take 10 minutes, okay? All right. Ready for the jury? Oh, I'm sorry, we wanted to address the one last issue with the jury instruction.
Yes, sir. I emailed that to you, and Mr. Wood, did you receive that? Okay.
Okay, and then the discussion was that to 3.6F, there's the addition to the definition of carrying a concealed firearm, the elements of that, and second paragraph below that one. Okay, thank you very much. I took it out for a reason. I prefer if you stay close. I'll bring the little podium back, but that microphone has to be very close to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll go get it. Can you tap on the microphone right there in front of you? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Don't touch it with your hands anymore. Mike, come here. Should we go around over here? Oh, you right there. See that camera? Right there. Yeah. Start putting in the door facing out that way. Yeah. A little more, a little more, a little more. Okay, come back a little bit. This way. Good, right there. Thank you. All right, that's it, that's it. At the podium?
Yes, sir.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
I'm not ready.
Okay. Are you going to be using the TV or no?
Yes, Judge, I'll move after the jury.
Okay, okay, okay. Huh? Yeah, that's okay. Bring the jury in. All rise, the jury. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence or your instructions on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments as they are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Now, each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide their time between an opening argument, and a rebuttal argument after the defense is given, it's closing. At times, the attorneys will refer to what they believe the laws that will be given to you and instructed. You will be instructed on those laws, but I will be giving you a copy of the law tomorrow. You have your own personal copy of the law.
We can sidebar very quickly.
Yeah. Go ahead. State, you may give your closing. I'm sorry. You're good? You may proceed. Cable came loose. It's the same. There it is. It came back. Let me just get rid of that. Make sure you speak up loud.
I will, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Late afternoon. I want to thank you for the time and attention that you've given this matter and this case this week. Believe it or not, lawyers watch jurors and watch you, and you've all been paying very close attention to everything you've received, and you've received a lot of evidence over the last 4 days. And as you've seen, in real life, a murder of a human being is much different than people imagine, much different than you see on TV. In real life, up close, the murder of a human being is raw. It is emotional. There's a great sense of finality to it. Now, the evidence you've received, and I'm going to talk about that evidence quite a bit. But first, I want to talk to you about something that you all were asking some questions about last week. Last week, remember, during jury selection, we did talk to you in that vacuum where we could not talk to you about what the actual law is. And I agree with the judge. His instructions are the instructions to follow. If there's anything different in mind, follow his instructions. I want to go through some of those instructions with you now, and then talk about how the law fits those instructions and how the state has proven the charges in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt. There is only one count you're considering. And again, you're going to get these jury instructions from Judge Zambrano. At the very top, when it's discussing count one, before going into the elements of count one. And that's an important word I want to talk about, elements of count one. For every charge in Florida, every criminal offense is made up of certain elements. It gives you guidance of how we prove the charge. Before getting into the elements, the instructions are going to tell you there are 2 ways. You guys already know this from last week, that someone can be convicted of first-degree murder. the premeditated murder we talked about last week, and the felony murder, both of a law enforcement officer. So there's two ways we can prove first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. We can prove it by premeditated and felony murder. The instructions you need to understand are long. There's nothing we can do about that. They are also very repetitive. And at times, they'll seem a little out of order. And this is one of those examples, because the verdict instruction is way at the end, almost at the very end of the jury instruction packet that you are going to get. But this instruction tells you, I'll have to read it from my laptop, that if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it's not necessary that you all agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it's not necessary that you all agree the state approved first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. So what that means, at the top, you've got first-degree murder, law enforcement officer. There are two theories the state can prove. Again, from last week, felony murder of a law enforcement officer, premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. As long as you all agree we've proven one or the other, the appropriate verdict is guilty of first-degree murder. So all 12 of you could believe we proved both of them, which I submit to you the evidence has. But 9 of you could say, well, I think the state's proved premeditated murder. 3 of you could say, I think the state's proved felony murder. But as long as you all agree that we proved one or the other, the appropriate verdict is guilty as charged of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. So again, you have the two options, as long as you all agree on one of them. Here is the instruction for first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. A few moments ago, I talked to you about elements. This is an instruction where there are 6 elements. 6 elements for the state to prove. I'm going to come back to this in a minute, but I want you guys to see what the instruction looks like first before I talk about each element. This is in the same instruction, and you're going to see jury instructions like to give you definitions for some things. So again, I'm going to come back to these definitions in a minute, but the instruction on first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, premeditated time, defines act, defines killing with premeditation, 2 paragraphs. Not surprisingly, it defines what a law enforcement officer is. It also defines an employing agency. Again, I will come back to those in a moment. And this is an instruction you are going to see over and over and over again in these jury instructions. It's going to come at the end of first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. It's going to come in the instruction for first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. It reads, a person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer, or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty, if the law enforcement officer is acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. And I'm going to talk about this instruction more, but this is one, when I talk about repetitive, you will get it over and over again in these instructions. Now here's another option. We talked briefly about the instruction for first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. Here's the other one. Felony murder. 6 elements as well. And I'm going to come back to them and talk about them. And you're going to see even the elements are kind of similar between felony murder and premeditated murder. Felony murder is a long instruction. It tells you you don't need premeditation. But you do have to prove the felony. So the state has to prove the felony that we're alleging the defendant was committing when he killed Officer Rain. So the instruction will give you the definition of that felony. As I said, you get it over and over again. Here's that instruction about good faith, legal duty, and excessive force. repetitiveness, law enforcement officer, employing agency. And I want to spend just one moment on this instruction because you will get lesser included offenses. I want you to think about lesser included offenses as kind of stairs. It's a step down. So the highest charge offense, first degree murder, law enforcement officer. A step down or a lesser included offense is first degree murder. A step down is second degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And that's what this instruction tells you. It tells you all the steps down, and then you get those definitions as well. So just to kind of explain it a little bit, I've got the first degree premeditated instruction I talked about that I'm going to spend some time talking about. This is the proof. First degree murder of a law enforcement officer, the lesser included offense of just first degree murder. Not surprisingly, we don't have to prove that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer for that lesser. We don't have to prove that Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. And we don't have to prove that he was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. So that's why it's a step down. Now, the evidence has proven the highest offense. So let's go back to that clean instruction. I want to talk to you about these elements now. Again, this is the first option for first degree murder, the premeditated kind. These elements, a lot of them are very easy for you to look at and very easy for the state to prove. Jason Rayner is dead. Obviously, Officer Jason Rayner is dead. You heard from the medical examiner. You saw autopsy photos. There is no doubt that Officer Jason Rayner is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. Again, overwhelming evidence to prove this element. The defendant admitted on the stand that he killed Officer Jason Rayner. It is on video, him having a conversation with Rayner and then shooting Officer Jason Rayner. Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. Again, not difficult. You've got a uniform and evidence. You heard from his supervisor. You heard from his colleagues. Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. Again, the defendant's own testimony. He told you, I saw the police car. I saw the uniform. He knew Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. He was Officer Jason Rayner. And that brings me to elements 3 and 6. I want to talk a little bit more about. There was a premeditated killing of Jason Rayner. And Officer Rayner was engaged in a lawful performance of a legal duty. Let's talk about that 6th element. Officer Rayner was engaged in a lawful performance of a legal duty. You've got his statement to Amanda Dickens, where you heard a lot about this stolen vehicle, stolen a few days before, a gray Honda SUV. You heard testimony and evidence that Officer Rayner received an email into his inbox, as did every officer with the Daytona Beach Police Department, that there was a stolen Honda CRV, 2014 Honda CRV, gray temporary tag, with a photograph of the back of the vehicle. This is a screen grab from the body-worn camera of Officer Rayner showing, again, it can't show exactly what Officer Rayner saw because you all heard the body-worn camera is on his chest. But this gives a good depiction of what he saw that night. A gray Honda crossover vehicle. A very similar vehicle to the vehicle that was reported stolen and that is picked up on this tag reader that the email went out for earlier that day. Remember, Officer Rayner told a colleague, I'm going to look for the signal 10. The signal 10 meaning a stolen vehicle. And here's a photograph that came in through Detective J. Marr. This body-worn camera is the front of the actual Honda vehicle. It was reported stolen here. So this is the Honda vehicle. And I want you to think about Officer Marr's testimony. Because Officer Marr, Sergeant Marr, actually mistook that vehicle, misidentified this vehicle twice in one day. Twice in one day. Earlier that day, remember, he said he was over by the Speedway track. He thought he saw the stolen Honda gray vehicle, and he pulled behind it to check the tag. What you heard from Roy Bedard, who told you, how do you alleviate your concerns about a stolen vehicle or confirm that a vehicle is stolen? You do it by checking the tag of the VIN. That's what Sergeant Marr did. And when he saw that the tag didn't match, he stopped his pursuit. But he had to see that tag to make sure it didn't match first. Then what happens later that night after Officer Rayner is shot and the call goes out for a gray Honda crossover SUV? He chases this vehicle. Again, thinking now it's the defendant's vehicle. That's how close these vehicles are, that a reasonable officer, a highly experienced officer like Sergeant Marr, mistook these vehicles. Because they're relying on what they can observe and what they can see. And you heard from Roy Bedard, he doesn't expect in officers he trains, he doesn't expect officers to have intimate knowledge of every single vehicle. Shoot, you heard from the sergeant, or the detective from Alachua County. He said when he heard about the car, he had to go look up what it looked like to figure it out. So look at the similarities in the vehicles for Officer Rayner and when he was behind 133 Kingston. And unfortunately, I can't stand here, and the state couldn't present any testimony or evidence to tell you exactly what Officer Rayner was thinking, because he is gone. He is not here to testify why he went behind in the building. What was the reasoning, whether it was looking for the stolen car or just going to and proactively patrolling in a high crime area. He can't tell you. But this is a very reasonable explanation and possible explanation for why he was back there. More about the lawful performance of a legal duty. Here's 133 Kingston. We've heard from multiple officers that this is a high crime area. You not only heard from officers, you heard by a resident who lived just down the street this way, who put in surveillance cameras because of the crime, who had to repair bullet holes in his house because of the crime that was across the street. You heard from multiple officers that there have been recent shootings in the area. And you heard from Officer Rayner's supervisor, who encourages his people to go out to these areas, to go into and proactively police these areas, to get out into the community and be seen. That's another reasonable explanation for what Officer Rayner was doing behind 133 Kingston. And then you've got this marijuana cigarette, or what appears as if it could be a marijuana cigarette. And again, we're all at a disadvantage when we watch a body-worn camera. I think Roy Bedard said it. It's two-dimensional. It's two-dimensional. As I already said, the camera's in the middle of his chest. So you can't see what Officer Rayner was actually seeing. You can't smell what Officer Rayner was actually smelling. There's volume, but you can't hear what Officer Rayner was actually hearing. You can't sense what Officer Rayner was actually sensing. You cannot get into his mind just through a body-worn camera. But where does his flashlight shine when he comes around and sees Othal Wallace? He shines the flashlight at the hands. They're trained to do that. And this, what appears to be a marijuana cigarette, is another reason, justifiable reason, lawful performance of a legal duty for Officer Rayner to come into contact with the defendant and to be patrolling that area of Daytona Beach. And I want you to remember what Roy Bedard said about proactive policing. And what he said about the duties of a law enforcement officer. He said they are vast and expanded. They are to enforce laws. He said that we've recently gone through a few years of re-examining police officers. They're expected to have social skills, providing emergency services, first responder medical services. Generally, public safety is primary when it comes to a general overarching theme of policing. It is public safety. They do a lot of things that may not even be spelled out in policy to keep the community safe. Officer Rayner was doing his job. He was in an area he was encouraged to patrol, and he observed the defendant, and his attention was drawn to him. And he went and made contact with him. And you heard from Roy Bedard, there's nothing wrong with a police officer walking up to any person and making contact with them at any time. This is just a closer photo of the marijuana cigarette. And that brings me, while I'm still talking about this, element 6, to the defendant's own statement to Mr. Lewis. Bear with me, because I just added these this afternoon. Mr. Lewis's question isn't black here. You could understand that it is appropriate for an officer to see if someone lives there, referring to being behind 133 Kingston. If they are suspicious, you'd want a cop to look into it. And Mr. Wallace's response, I would want them to do that if they don't live there. So he'd want the officer to look into somebody suspicious behind 133 Kingston if that person doesn't live there. Mr. Lewis asked, how would Officer Rayner know that you live there? Mr. Wallace would not know that I live there. So how does he find out if he lives there? He asks him a question, just like Officer Rayner did. Even the defendant's own testimony supports element 6, that Officer Rayner, we go back to element 6, was engaged in a lawful performance of a legal duty. That brings me to, get these through here, the last element. There was a premeditated killing of Officer Jason. Here is the premeditation definition. I went past it quickly before, but here is the definition you will get tomorrow. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. That's the first paragraph, kind of like what you all heard at jury selection last week. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. There will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. So what evidence is there of premeditation in this case? Well, you have that Othal Wallace thought about it. He thought about killing a law enforcement officer quite a bit in the weeks that preceded the killing of Officer Jason Rayner. In the Johnny Bolton post, which was 20 days before he murdered Officer Rayner, he talks about a trigger-happy SWAT team of Cobb County. He talks about how they are not far off from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutters of America. He declares it's a war. And Mr. Wallace testified that he wears his heart on his sleeve, and I think that's an understatement when you look at his messages. He bears his soul on his social media platform, his inner feelings. And they're about hating police and war and blood. And he tried to minimize with Mr. Lewis. Remember with this post, remember what he said? He said, it was just something I was thinking about a lot, and I felt a lot of compassion for the family of Johnny Bolton. Where's the compassion here? This is not compassion, this is anger. This is frustration. This is intent. And even 4 days later, so he posts this post, and 4 days later, we know he's feeling the same way. The same exact way he was feeling when he made the Johnny Bolton post. When he says, one day I'll take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on my hands and boots. You you can't feel this energy. Following me is not going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy. There's that word again. War, enemy, blood, and wish death. There's no getting around what the defendant means in this message. He is wishing death upon people. There is no way to sugarcoat that, to talk around it. This is not directed to Instagram. It's not directed to the people of Instagram. I'll tell you that much. So we thought about it. And then these thoughts that he had, he talked to somebody about them. Remember, his friend sent him a message, sent him the clip and said, you're going to get banned. And how does Mr. Wallace respond? You're right, fam. That's why I've been not tagging my old tags and not saying too much. But bro, I want their blood for what they have done. In May, June, they just killed another brother. I hate them. And Mr. Wallace testified this is about Instagram. That makes no sense. No sense when you consider the context of this message, what it's discussing. Remember, this message is talking about this post. And Mr. Wallace was saying, well, there was more context to it. There was this. All this conversation happened on June 7th. This isn't like a text message conversation where he's talking on June 2nd, Mr. Wallace is talking on June 7th, and then the other person responds on June 13th. This is a continuous conversation in the same day, talking about one thing, and that's killing law enforcement officers. And this one, he almost describes prophetically his interaction with Officer Rayner in the last comment. If they come for me, it's a message to y'all. I'm not going to back down, though. I'm not going to back down. He meant to do it. You heard this statement several times. His reaction after shooting Officer Rayner, it wasn't, oh my God, what happened? It wasn't running for help. It was, I know Mr. Wallace said there was something else that he said, but you can listen to that as many times as you want. He says, fuck that man, after he shoots Officer Rayner in the head. Then even more telling is this post to Instagram. Officer Rayner is shot and killed around 8:50. This recording is 2 hours old when it's recorded. And it's recorded at 11:05. So at 9:05, about 15 minutes after he shoots Officer Rayner in the head, he's bragging about it.
I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all, Black Power and shit.
He was concerned about getting his last message out. And it is a message of anger towards law enforcement. It is braggadocious about what he just did. It is evidence of premeditation. You've got an intent before, an intent after, and you've got an intent during. It's hard to see, but if you recall, Mr. Wallace, during his testimony, stated that, yes, I guess that's a conscious decision. Mr. Lewis was asking him, you decided to pull the gun out. You decided to pull the trigger. He said, well, that's a conscious decision. And was premeditation a conscious decision to kill? I want to play the video for you. I'm only going to play it once. And I want to play it in real speed. This is the FBI version. It's not slowed down, but it is the one that is lightened up a little bit.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on?
Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down, sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay, come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why you asking me do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Ooh, Charlie 777.
No, back up.
Stop, man.
How many times is Officer Rayner asking to stop? How many times did Officer Rayner ask him to sit down? And he's saying, sit down, and I'll tell you. Officer Rayner is overly polite and courteous to the defendant. And the defendant's responses at times, before he shoves Officer Rayner with his forearm, is, no, back up, man. And earlier, even before that, Othal Wallace says, don't do this. Don't do this. He is non-compliant. He's escalating this situation with Officer Rayner, who's trying repeatedly throughout this conversation. To the moment he's shot, he's asking Othal Wallace to stop. To the moment he's shot in the head, he's asking him, stop, stop, stop. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was going to spend some time until today talking to you about the safe mode in Officer Rayner's camera and why those 30 seconds just simply didn't matter. That it was speculative at best. And what I had done is this is a clip from the surveillance video across the street. It's not the entire thing, and I won't play it because I think the issue has resolved itself. But Officer Rayner's car, this is his car going behind the building. He's back there for about 68 seconds. 45 seconds of those are captured with his interaction with Othal Wallace until Othal Wallace shoots him and leaves, leaving 23 seconds. A few seconds to drive up the side of the building, a few seconds for Wallace to drive back. Maybe he sits in his car for a minute. That argument is an example of speculative doubt about what would have happened in 10, 15 seconds. And probably what would have happened is you would have seen, as you did with Officer Erlinson's video, the front of his dashboard on a body-worn camera. That's what you would have seen. But of course, I don't have to make any more of an argument about this today. Because, and that is obstructed, but Mr. Lewis asked the defendant, the video is the complete interaction between you and Officer Rayner. Othal Wallace's response, yes. So, I'm going to move on. We've discussed all the elements for first degree, premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. I submit to you the evidence is overwhelming and the state has proved that charge. That brings me to the felony murder instruction. We've talked about premeditated, option 1. Felony murder, option 2. And you're going to see the instructions kind of repeat themselves again. Jason Rayner's dead, obvious. Already even talked about it. Othal Wallace was the person who actually killed Officer Rayner. Obvious, admitted to, no issue. Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. He is Officer Jason Rayner, got his uniform. Obvious, we've talked about it, proven. Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. Again, we already talked about that. It's been proven, it's obvious. I just spent some time talking about Officer Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. So I'm not going to belabor that point anymore, but you heard and saw the evidence in regard to why he was doing his job. So I just want to talk to you about the last element here. While engaged in the commission of resisting officer with violence, the defendant caused the death of Officer Rayner. This jury instructions are written by lawyers because you can kind of separate this one out, but it's kind of two here. So the defendant caused the death. Well, that's easily proven, admitted to, on video, clear. Remember I told you, felony murder, you have to get the definition for the felony. So because the state is alleging resisting with violence, you get the definition for resisting the violence. 4 elements. But first, the instruction tells you premeditation not needed. You all remember that from last week. So here's the 4 elements. To prove resisting with violence. Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Officer Jason Rayner by doing violence to Officer Jason Rayner. At the time, Officer Rayner was engaged, and here's again, lawful execution of a legal duty. At the time, Officer Rayner was a police officer. And at the time, Othal Wallace knew Officer Jason Rayner was a police officer. So again, you're seeing the repetitiveness in these jury instructions. And that's why you should go count by count looking through them. And you'll see if they repeat themselves. So again, we've already talked about how Mr. Wallace knew Officer Rayner was an officer. We already talked about how he actually was an officer. And we already talked about Officer Rayner doing his job. But Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Jason Rayner by doing violence to Officer Rayner. That's the element I want to discuss. And I submit to you the evidence is overwhelming there as well. As soon as Othal Wallace pushes Officer Rayner, using that forearm, and I know he kind of described it as I'm trying to get distance, but that's a push. You see Officer Rayner go back when he gets that forearm. As soon as he does violence to Officer Rayner, this element is proven. Knowing and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed by doing violence. When he gives that forearm to Officer Rayner, he has resisted with violence, willfully and knowingly. And you even heard him say why he did it. I submit to you that's not entirely true. That's why he did it. But he admitted to knowingly and intentionally pushing Officer Rayner with his forearm. And here's this instruction again. This is perhaps one of the most important parts you will get this because it goes in the resisting with violence instruction. And it tells you a person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer. Or to resist a law enforcement officer who's engaged in the execution of a legal duty, there it is again, execution of a legal duty, doing his job, if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. The defendant himself testified on the stand that he would expect an officer back there. He even said, then we talked about the video, and Mr. Lewis was playing it, and they got up to the 9-second mark. He's like, yes, it's fine. Everything he's doing is fine. That was at the 9-second mark, where Officer Rayner's already gone around the side of the door. Because Officer Rayner was exercising legal duty, he's in the execution of legal duty, in good faith. So the defendant cannot use force in that circumstance. He cannot use it, period, under the law. The exception, excessive force. And there's been zero evidence before you of excessive force used by Officer Rayner. Now I anticipate, and we're mostly going to address self-defense in our rebuttal argument, but I do anticipate the defendant to argue self-defense. Not surprising, I think you all have known it since last week when we did voir dire and jury selection. There is no behavior of the defendant during that video, the incident, and the conversation with Officer Rayner, where he shows any fear. He is combative. He was so fearless that Officer Rayner, that he stood up out of the car when he approached it. He was so fearless that he refused to sit down over and over again. So fearless that he wouldn't even respond to the officer's comments. And so fearless that he aggressively engaged Officer Rayner when he tried to call in dispatch. That cuts against a self-defense argument. The actions after as well. His behavior after he shoots Officer Rayner also proves this was not self-defense. Just wasn't. He ran. He ran far and he ran fast and he tried to cover his tracks as best he could. He booked up to Jacksonville, cut across to Gainesville. After making his social media post, when he could have been calling anonymously, 911 or some way to get Officer Rayner some help, who he just left for dead behind 133 Kingston. But no, he goes all the way to Gainesville. First calls his dad. His dad's not willing to help him. Then he calls his brother. His brother gives him a ride up to the Atlanta area, Snellville, Georgia. He never says anything around Ms. Bodison about self-defense. He never says anything about self-defense in his last message. What he thought was his last message to his followers, he doesn't say anything about defending himself. Behavior after shows this was not self-defense. And guess what's in the self-defense instruction one more time? This is the most important place where you will see this instruction. Same one, I'm not going to read it again. A law enforcement officer in the execution of a legal duty, in good faith, a person cannot use force unless the force is excessive, which again is not present in this case. There is no excessive force used. And I want you to remember some of the defendant's statements. One of the issues with self-defense is there another option? You know, justifiable use of deadly force needs to be the only option, essentially. And Mr. Wallace admitted over and over again on the stand about the other options he had. I could have sat down and complied. Could have sat down, but I wanted to walk away. Initially, could have sat down, yes. 0 injuries, you know, excessive force. Yes, there has to be excessive force and there's 0 injuries. He testified to that. I had 0 injuries. I was fine. Mr. Lewis asked him, he asked you to sit in the car. Didn't listen, did you? No. And here's the biggest one. Mr. Lewis asked him, all you had to do to defuse the situation was listen to his commands. And the defendant's response was yes. And that should have been the end of this. It should not have ended with Officer Rayner having a bullet in his head and his life taken from him. Because Mr. Wallace didn't want to listen to a pig's commands. Because he told his followers, when they come, I'm not backing down. And he didn't. And Officer Rayner is dead for that reason. Ladies and gentlemen, Othal Wallace was going to murder a law enforcement officer. It was a matter of where, when, and who he would kill. Tragically, the where was Daytona Beach, the when was June 23rd of 2021, and the who was an officer who was patrolling an area doing his job. And because the evidence is overwhelming, I ask that you use your common sense, follow the law as instructed by the judge, and if you do so, the appropriate verdict is to find Mr. Wallace guilty as charged of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to take a restroom break, about 10 minutes.
All right, jury.
like to schedule the trial date for Monday, jury selection beginning on Monday, April the 3rd.
I need to free my mind now. I really need Jaja. I need to free my now. I really need my now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system you cannot pray. I need to find release. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have trouble me. I need to give up my pain. I need to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need right here. I really need my love. I need to free my love. I really need Jaja. I need to free my mind out. I really need Jaja. I need to free my love. I really need Jaja. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah, to set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah. If you're dead.
Can I show my love for you? Can I show my love for you? sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me, we are not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Swallow your pride. If I have been, you need to borrow. For no one can feel don't love me that you won't lean on me. We are not strong, and I'll be your friend.
Brothers that believe that he deserves a fair trial have organized a virtual celebration called 30 at 30.
I'm gonna need somebody to lean
Oh, yeah.
on. Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me, said it won't be long, so I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
I pop the pain away, I slide the pain away. I pop the pain away, I slide the pain away.
I hope I'm not too late to set my demons straight. I know I made you wait. How much can you take? I hope you see the God in me. I hope you can see. And if it's up, stay down for me. Yeah.
Cherry, cherry, cocoa bar, Seraphina, flame and ice. Where I'd be without your love. That's your wings and trust. I feel you deep. I feel deep. I feel deep. I feel deep.
Do you love me? Do you trust me? Can I trust you? Don't judge me. I'ma die hard, it gets ugly. Too passionate, it gets ugly. I wonder where I lost my way. Been waiting on your call all day. Tell me you in my corner right now. When I fall short, I'm leaning on you to cry out. We all got enough to lie about. My truth too complicated to hide now. Can I open up? Is it safe or not? I'm afraid a little you relate or not. Have faith a little. I might take my time. Ain't no saving face this time.
I hope I
All rise for the jury.
The jury is present. You may be seated. Defense, your closing. Court is pleased.
Members of the jury, good evening. If there's one thing that I think we can all agree about, it's that this has been a very long and stressful couple of weeks. And this morning, when I was leaving my house, my wife gave me a cup of coffee and she said, I know that this is going to be a long and stressful day. I read your mind. I was thinking about that on the drive to the courthouse, and it really underscored what this case comes down to, which is that the state of Florida wants you to read Othal Wallace's mind. The government has summoned you here today to deliberate on the most serious accusation that we can lodge on another one of our citizens. And with your deliberations comes the responsibility to fairly consider all of the evidence, all of the testimony. And in doing so, you have to be convinced that the state of Florida has met a high and heavy burden to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Wallace is guilty. And the state has not met its burden. The state of Florida has to prove either that Mr. Wallace, in a premeditated fashion, killed Mr. Rayner, whether he was committing the felony of resisting with violence at the time, and that caused his death. And in doing so, the state has relied on what I would categorize on an alphabet soup of information to you. They presented a day of testimony on Monday, essentially about an email that Jason Rayner may have considered, that he may have opened, that he possibly relied on. The other day, we heard an hour-long presentation about how Mr. Wallace went from point A to point B in Georgia. You have all of these exhibits, a duty belt, of fragments, photographs, but it really doesn't come down to the mind of the matter. The state of Florida wants you to read Mr. Wallace's mind. It would have you believe that when Mr. Wallace came home after visiting his children, that he was sitting there with such hatred and malice in his mind that he was ready to essentially execute a police officer steps from where he would lay his head. And in reaching your determination, you need to make an individual assessment. Each and every one of you needs to make an individual assessment about whether the state has met its burden, about whether the state has ignored or oversimplified or completely disregarded what's at issue in this case. The state is asking you to read his mind. And in participating in a fair and full deliberation of what actually matters in this case, I believe that the law requires you to consider how Mr. Rayner's actions affected Mr. Wallace's state of mind. We heard all of this testimony from the medical examiner, from the FDLE agents, from the ATF agents in Georgia, and all of these guns and everything. Is that a distraction from the heart of the issue here? Is that a distraction from the state of mind that your government must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt existed? Why would the state spend so much time on presenting you evidence that does not get to the heart of the matter. Try to impress you with the fancy badges and the titles and the credentials. Distract you from the fact that if you look at the video, you will have to ignore the fact that Jason Rayner was not acting on any suspicion. He was just in there on a whim. Mr. Wallace was not doing anything wrong. Mr. Wallace didn't come up to Mr. Rayner and put his hands on him and ask him a question at first, and get in his face and push him back into his vehicle. That's how this encounter started. So instead of embracing that and diving in with every witness on the video and presenting to you evidence of peace of mind, they presented you this alphabet soup of FBI and ATF and the Georgia police and the officer Kaluta that came in here and gave you redundant testimony about what my client's girlfriend said when she was presented with the fact that Othal Wallace was on the body camera. Members of the jury, if Jason Rayner was acting lawfully, then we rightfully concede, as the law allows, that he had the ability to detain Mr. Wallace. And Mr. Wallace doesn't want to distract you from the issues. He doesn't want to put up a dog and pony show over here and try to impress you. He acknowledges the fact that law enforcement officers have a difficult job. They have a dangerous job, that there's considerable leeway given to them when they have to make these on-the-scene decisions. And lawfulness can mean that you can get it wrong. You can be in good faith pursuing a vehicle that looks close, pursuing a suspect that looks similar, looking into a circumstance that looks suspicious, but ultimately it turns out to be unfounded. So the question before you is the reasonableness of the actions. Are you acting in good faith? So when the state of Florida is presenting its case to you throughout this week, even the remarks of the government prosecutor, they're saying, here's a possible explanation. It could have been this. It could have been that. The state wants you to read my client's mind, but they're not presenting any evidence to the heart of the matter. There's only 3 elements that are in dispute. I disagree with the government that we have conceded that the death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. There's no criminal act. It was self-defense. It was not premeditated. Mr. Rayner was not engaged in his lawful duty. Now, certainly there are many ways that a person can come to this reading of one's mind. Be your intimate partner, you're with that person every day, you can finish each other's sentences, give them coffee when they need it, or a 30-second video. So the state wants you to read Othal Wallace's mind in a 30-second video. Now, there's certain things that you could watch in a 30-second video depiction of a law enforcement officer, and it would not be very hard to discern the majority of what's going on in that officer's mind. Video of an officer writing a speeding ticket, running radar, walking someone to the courthouse with handcuffs. But in this video, we don't see any of those consistent activities with police functions. It's very convenient that the state ignores to you in their presentation the fact that Mr. Bedard previously testified that Officer Rayner's actions were not consistent with the way one approaches a high-risk vehicle. He quarreled with me about that, and then I had to remind him with his sworn deposition testimony for just a month ago, where he stated just that. He stated, this is not consistent with the way that an officer would approach a high-risk vehicle. So you have to ask yourself, does Officer Rayner's actions on the video undermine premeditation? Does it undermine lawful duty? And a fair deliberation in this case requires you internally and amongst one another to take into consideration that Mr. Wallace is in fact permitted to using even deadly force against a law enforcement officer. And again, it's very convenient in the way that the state is trying to ignore the fact and suggest to you that under no circumstance can an individual use any type of force against a law enforcement officer. But when Judge Zambrano instructs you on the law, the opposite is true. That the state of Florida needs to show to you that there was in good faith, that there was a lawful duty that was being performed. And if those things aren't happening, and Mr. Wallace is in a position where he reasonably feels for his life, then he can in fact use reasonable force. If Mr. Wallace reasonably believed that the force was excessive, then he can use the amount of force that he reasonably feels is necessary. And let's talk a little bit about that. The state's evidence is inconsistent with premeditation. What's confusing to me, and what I hope is confusing to each and every
objects confusing to him. I think that's not the argument.
Okay. Overall, go ahead.
Members of the jury, what's confusing about the state's evidence in the state's case is the fact that they want you to completely ignore and disregard that Mr. Rayner was wrong about the stolen vehicle. He was wrong about the stolen vehicle. So if he's wrong about the stolen vehicle, and Mr. Wallace is not doing anything wrong in his car, then how does Mr. Wallace feel when he's sitting in there doing nothing wrong after visiting his kids, getting out of his vehicle, about to go inside, and he's abruptly met with a light in his face and a person blocking his only escape from his vehicle? How is that not a factor in a human being's state of mind? The essence of humanity, something that we can all share, about that fight or flight mentality when you're presented with something startling, when you're backed into a corner and your blood pressure raises and you get stressed out and you start to stress and you can't think clearly. The state would have you just ignore all of that because Jason Rayner wore a uniform. And then he walked up to somebody. The state wants you to disregard the fact that we live in the United States of America and you do not have to just submit on a whim to an officer's commands or directives. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. Must allow enough reflection. When Mr. Wallace is sitting in his car not doing anything wrong, and he has Mr. Rayner's hands on him for the entirety of the encounter, pulling him, grabbing him, eventually choking him with the back of his collar, is it reasonable for you to believe that in his mind he's thinking, oh, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for? I'm plotting the execution of this pig? Or is the real human circumstance a person who is surprised, caught off guard, and then in a defensive posture and reacting to the provocation that they did not deserve? That's what's shown in the video, members of the jury. What's shown in the video is a man that's not acting consistent with this radicalized cop killer that the state of Florida would have you believe that Mr. Wallace is. Is Mr. Wallace's salutation of sir? He calls him sir. This man who the state claims has been lying in wait to execute a police officer at his doorstep calls him sir. Asks a basic question. How is that premeditation? How is that a premeditated intent to kill when you arguably address the object of your ire with a formal salutation? If you find the state's evidence inadequate and inconsistent on whether Mr. Rayner was acting lawfully and in good faith, then how can he be guilty at all? state would have you believe that the conversation ends because Othal Wallace answered Mr. Lewis's screaming match to him and said, "Oh, well, all you had to do to end the situation was to sit down. Just comply." Has the state of Florida presented to you a credible amount of evidence? Look at all the evidence. Mr. Wallace is literally on trial for his life, and he embraces all of the evidence in the case, and he encourages every single one of you.
Objection, he's talking about the defendant, it encourages them, that's it.
Overall.
Mr. Wallace, the person that's on trial here, the human being for whom you have been summoned to consider whether he is guilty of a heinous crime, wants you to look at all of the evidence in the case. And when you look at all of the evidence in the case, among it, you will not find any consistent narrative which shows that Mr. Wallace did not have the right to walk away from that encounter. He had every right to walk away from that encounter. As much as the state of Florida would like you to look away and think about all of the fancy apprehension and the crime mapping and the FDLE labs, which show nothing about the disputed issues here. We don't contest that my client's DNA is on the gun or on the shell casing or Mr. Rayner's DNA is on the hat. None of that matters. None of it. All you had to do was sit down. He doesn't have to sit down. He has the right to walk away because he's not doing anything wrong. So if in your mind, you're not doing anything wrong and you have the right to walk away, what is going through Othal Wallace's mind? When a light's shown in his face, when somebody abruptly comes and blocks his only escape, when somebody puts his hand on him, what's going through his mind? The way the state has presented this case, you would think that the roles were reversed and that the culmination of the video was the result of Othal Wallace coming up with an erroneous suspicion, quickly approaching the side, grabbing, twisting, not answering basic, humane, courteous questions. Mr. Wallace acted in response to these actions of Mr. Rayner. How have they shown premeditation? So what is the state of Mr. Wallace's mind when Mr. Rayner is performing a barrage of actions on him? Is the state's evidence in this case eliminated a self-defense claim? Because it's the state of Florida's burden to prove that the evidence that it has presented to you overcomes his claim of self-defense. What are the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused? Now, look at the social media evidence, members of the jury. Mr. Wallace didn't deny that. He testified to you that he regrets that. It's an absolutely stupid way, an unproductive way to communicate frustrations about what was going on in the world. And it's very unfortunate that you are now tasked with reviewing that evidence in light of what happened on the video. And we acknowledge that. Now, what's interesting about the social media evidence and the way that it was presented is it's consistent with what I've been discussing this entire time. This look over here about all of the elements that aren't in dispute, and we'll pile on all this evidence, and then maybe that will be enough to get to what actually matters. So the state of Florida would have you believe that you are able to read Mr. Wallace's mind with, what was it, 2-3 social media posts. We heard testimony, members of the jury, of tens of thousands of pages of social media. And the state of Florida, who has the burden in this case, brings the charges, investigates. We heard all about this big investigation, coming down to the moment of truth, we're in the arena and they give you 3 posts, 3 social media activities of my client a few weeks before. Is that the full picture? Similarly, members of the jury, I'd like you to consider the fact that when you are taking all of the evidence back with you, the state of Florida has similarly cherry-picked just a few still shots of the slowed down enhanced video. When you look at the defense exhibit, you're going to get a zip drive with about 150 of them on there. And I'd like you to look at every single one of them. Because what the state of Florida dodged around and didn't have any witnesses talk about or discuss the appropriateness of was the horse collar, or the grabbing, or the twisting. Sir, he's not yelling at the cop. He doesn't come up and say pig. He doesn't have his gun waiting on his lap, waiting for the opportunity to execute a police officer. How is that consistent with someone who is so malign towards an officer weeks before? It's not. It is absolutely inconsistent. The social media, in this case, also, at least the way that it's presented, completely ignores the context. Completely ignores the context. Now, members of the jury, again, Mr. Wallace's testimony and my sentiments on his behalf in no way condone the violent rhetoric expressed in this social media. It's not productive. It's counterproductive. But there is a vast distinction in a person who looks like Mr. Wallace, who's lived his entire life in a high crime area, and who is observing people who look like him when they're engaged with a law enforcement officer, doing something wrong or not, and wind up dead. When Detective Smith took the stand and I asked him about that, he almost seemed contemptuous that I would even suggest that there was some context to this. So you have to ask yourself, is his righteous indignation justified? Yes, absolutely. I think if you're a fair-minded, non-prejudicial person with common sense, you can agree that it is absolutely unacceptable about some of the things that are still happening, that have happened for hundreds of years, that Mr. Wallace carries with him through his heritage.
Sustained.
And to not even give that any context or credence? Similarly is the way the investigation unfolds. One day on June 24th, Mr. Wallace is charged with attempted first-degree murder. One day later. Detective Donardi almost seemed surprised that he was questioned so aggressively on, was there ever any consideration about why Mr. Rayner came up to him? No. There was no mention of the stolen vehicle in the report. There was no mention of cannabis. The cannabis didn't come until they paid Roy Bedard to come in here and tell you about it. So has the state really proven beyond a reasonable doubt the significance of that social media? Or have they made a presentation to you in a light that is most favorably to their narrative, but is a distraction between the actual state of Mr. Wallace's mind? And I would suggest to you, members of the jury, that the high and heavy burden which you must deliberate has been met, is not met by 3 out of 5,000 social media posts. I understand the tone, I understand the tenor, they're disgusting, they're vile, and you need to consider them. But when you consider them with context, you consider them in light of what was going on in Mr. Wallace's mind, and you consider them in light of how he's acting in the initial exchange on the video, and how he only reacts, they haven't improved the state of mind. Mr. Wallace was not committing a felony at the time that Mr. Rayner died. None of the other elements are in dispute. It comes down to whether Mr. Rayner was acting lawfully. And they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not probably, not, okay, members of the jury, here's 4 or 5 things that probably were going on at the time to prove lawfulness. He probably got the email. There's probably a joint in his hand. There's probably a lot of crime. Did you see any crime statistics? Did you see any data from that? Or did you just hear people talk about it? One of the people that you heard talk about it was Amanda Dickens. And Judge Zambrano is going to instruct you when you're weighing all of the evidence in the case, from all of the witnesses, that there are some rules that you should apply. And Mr. Wallace encourages you to do so. And one of the things is, does the witness have an interest in the way that the case will turn out? And I would suggest to you that every single law enforcement officer in this trial has an interest in the way that this case comes out.
You know, I'm going to object to relevance of that.
Members of the jury, what I'm talking about is the law that the judge will instruct you on. Nothing else. I'm talking to you about the law, and what you're going to hear is the law says that you can consider whether a person has an interest in the way that the case unfolds. And one of the other items for deliberation is whether a person has made an inconsistent statement at a previous time. Well, we heard from Amanda Dickens. First of all, she allegedly has this conversation with Mr. Rayner a few minutes, really, before everything unfolds. And I'm not trying to pull wool over your eyes or make light of the situation or anything like that, but I would say it is absolutely reasonable and within common sense, even during a time of trauma, that a law enforcement officer would express some semblance of that information to someone that night, or the day after, or the week after, or the month after, or 6 months after, or a year after. However, Amanda Dickens doesn't do that. As we're approaching trial, then the epiphany from above comes and says, that's right. He said he was going to go look for that stolen vehicle. Well, members of the jury, what's before you for consideration is a video of what Amanda Dickens testified to be her first recollection. Her first version of the story was, I came to a traffic stop for Officer Rayner. He had a female inmate. We needed to search her. And when I was done with that, he said, all right, I'm going to go look for that stolen vehicle. I'll show you the video in a few moments. I want you to look at that video because there's not a word spoken between the two. She comes up, she searches, she leaves. So how much credibility is there to that? Nothing. There's no credibility to Amanda Dickens' statement. I'm not sitting here and telling you that she made this up, that the state attorneys got with her and told her to lie. I'm not saying any of that. There's a lot of reasons why a person can provide testimony that's not credible. But at the end of the day, it's the state of Florida's burden to show that testimony is not credible. And if you had any reason, a reasonable cause to believe that her testimony isn't true, then you can disregard it. Doesn't matter what it is. She might be lying, she might be mistaken, she might be traumatized. It doesn't matter. Flat out, it's not credible. I think what we need to keep in mind here is there is a lot of emotion, and we don't take any issue with there being a aggressive and emotional response by the Daytona Beach Police to solve this crime, to apprehend and identify this person. That's absolutely reasonable, and I'm not suggesting otherwise. What I'm suggesting in the checks and balance in the system that we have is you are the deliberators of the facts in this case. And was there a rush to judgment? Was there a pursuit for the ultimate charge in this case before a full investigation occurred? I would contend to you that if you look at all the evidence and the ignoring the mind of the matter, that that's exactly what happened here. Because you're not determining his state of mind by him being in the treehouse. So, members of the jury, you have to look at the common sense. I mean, this is something that I understand the state will get another chance to come and talk to you. But the fact of the matter is, there are some hard realities that the state of Florida cannot deny. And one of those hard realities is Mr. Wallace, this person whom the state of Florida would like you to believe is a maniacal cop killer waiting to shed the blood of cops. And what better opportunity for him to be in the higher ground, heavily armed, tactical advantage at night. You heard no testimony that Mr. Wallace was aggressive, hostile, fired a shot, resisted with violence. In fact, the testimony was to the contrary. Officer Salcedo from Georgia testified that he was compliant, that he was cooperative, that he went peacefully. That's not consistent with the state of mind that the state of Florida has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. How was Mr. Wallace's mindset affected by Jason Rayner's actions? And that wouldn't be an issue in dispute if it wasn't the proactivity of Jason Rayner who initiated this encounter. So how do we read Jason Rayner's mind? Well, 30 additional seconds of video would help. Now, what's amusing from the state's presentation to you is a complete missing of the mark of the importance of the 30 seconds. We agree. Don't deliberate this. The video is the entirety of the encounter between Mr. Rayner and Mr. Wallace. Agreed, end of story.
You deliberate what you want to deliberate, folks.
I agree with that 100%. If you don't have to believe anything that I say, you don't have to believe anything that the government has to say. What we say is not evidence. But members of the jury, I stand before you about the words that I express to you, and I will say that what I am submitting to you is backed up by the evidence in this case. And the significance of the 30 seconds of videos, it does give some insight into, at least on June 23rd, 2021, the practice of Jason Rayner. And that was after the 4 calls that he had that night, every single time he put his camera into sleep mode. Every time. You're going to have the audit trail. It's about 25 pages long. It's amongst the many exhibits that you have to look through and look at that. And the expert, the Axon expert came in and told you just that this was a deliberate pressing of a series of buttons that hindered the 30-second look back. Again, we don't have to prove anything. And I'm not suggesting that this was some calculated thing or an accident, or maybe there was privacy. If you find that cause, it's the state of Florida's burden to prove otherwise. But the fact of the matter is, on 4 occasions that evening, Jason Rayner put his camera into sleep mode. And what we also heard from multiple law enforcement officers who were with the Daytona Beach Police Department is that the policy is you keep your body worn camera on, and you really only put it into sleep mode when it's privacy or power failure. And when you look at the Axon trail, you're going to see that Mr. Rayner's body worn camera was at 90%. So the point of the 30 seconds of video is, what did he see? What did he see in those 30 seconds? The guy that the state paid to come up here and give you his testimony couldn't point out a single thing. He's traveling around the world testifying 300 days a year. He's the preeminent expert in law enforcement tactics, and he tells you, I don't see anything criminal in the video from the first initiation. So would the 30 seconds help you? What did he see coming around the corner? I would argue to you he saw nothing. We saw nothing, which further bolsters our claim that Mr. Wallace was doing nothing wrong. So how do we read Jason's mind? Well, we can look at the video. We can look at the video and assess his actions in the video. And I gave an example a few moments ago about some things that you readily come to mind if you saw a 30-second video. Writing a ticket, running right out, putting handcuffs on someone. You can read a lot of an officer's mind by just that 30-second video. But again, it seems like the state of Florida was in a different trial when they presented to you all of this weight on Roy Bedard, yet he gets caught in his own words, standing right here a few hours ago, saying, yeah, I said that. I said that is not how we approach a high-risk vehicle. That's what it's saying. And that's what's on the video. So the state, let's break this down here, okay? This vehicle is evading the entirety of the Volusia County law enforcement for the week. Because when you look at the Volusia Crime Bulletin, it goes out on 6/21. So on 6/21, up in Ormond Beach, there is this stolen vehicle report. And then 2 days later on 6/23, it's still out there and it hits a license plate reader in the area. And what is uncontroverted in this case is that a stolen vehicle is a high-risk vehicle. And if we move forward, we heard testimony, we saw pictures, we heard about the felony stop that happened as to the actual vehicle, which involved multiple officers, guns drawn, and a tactical approach. You see none of that in the video, I'm just curious. What's uncontroverted is that there was not a 911 call complaining about Mr. Wallace. There was not a dispatch to 133 calling about something else. He wasn't flagged down. So you can eliminate from any reasonable consideration that any of those things prompted his response to 133. So then you consider the vehicle. And again, we go back to, we agree. If a law enforcement officer is acting reasonably, then he can get it wrong. And we're going to give them leeway. We understand that. But with great power comes great responsibility. It's not that hard to look at the side of the vehicle and determine that the lights look different. That there's differences to the top of the roof. That there's no door handles. Members of the jury, I'm not asking, I am not putting a burden on Mr. Ringer that he needed to be Superman or have any superhuman powers. All I'm asking you to do is consider what's on the video in light of reasonable law enforcement actions. And what we heard from Mr. Bedard, what we heard from Detective Denardi, what we heard in sum from all of the law enforcement officers, that your powers of observation are what you own. Those are the tools of your trade. You sharpen your sword. So you should be more perceptive. And it's unreasonable to suggest that on the longest day of the year, when there's still some light in the sky, and I agree, there's not a lot of artificial light back there, but he has a flashlight. He didn't one time look to the passenger side of the vehicle. Perhaps if we would have had that 30-second video, we could either prove or disprove the fact that he pulled up on his computer that email that he may or may not have considered and compared it with the vehicle that he was coming upon. How is that an unreasonable call for action? It's not. There's no backup. There's no call for, how hard would it have been to call dispatch and say, do you have any more information? Have you seen it anywhere lately? So instead, the state would have you believe, inconsistent with its own expert witness, that that's one of the possibilities here, that he was approaching this high-risk vehicle in a parking lot without announcing his location, without any backup, and going immediately to the driver's side of Mr. Wallace's vehicle and restricting his free liberty immediately. So what's going on in Officer Rayner's mind in that point in time? What is Othal Wallace's state of mind when he has the right to be free from unreasonable intrusions into his liberty? And all of a sudden there's a flashlight in his face, and a person at his door, and a hand on his shoulder, and then another hand on his arm. And then when he tries to walk away 3 times, he's yoked and tussled with. How does that affect Mr. Wallace's mind? Are those actions reasonable? You can walk away if you're not doing anything wrong. Why does the state of Florida want you to so steadfastly ignore that fact? Because in order for you to convict Mr. Wallace, the state wants you to believe that anytime a law enforcement officer comes up to you for any reason and gives you a command,
Counsel, observe the golden rule, please.
wants you to believe that it's entirely appropriate in the United States of America in 2021 for a sworn law enforcement officer to come up on somebody just because they want to and ask questions upon them and makes demands of them and put their hands on them. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you should just comply.
Counsel, observe the golden rule, please.
And that Othal Wallace should have just complied. That he should have just complied. Because why? It wasn't a stolen vehicle. Nobody called 911 on him. Nobody flagged him down. You don't see him doing any crimes in the video that we've looked at. Nothing. But he should just comply and sit down because he's in a high crime area. So your government argues that if Othal Wallace has the audacity to find himself in a high crime area, that he is immediately subject to inquiries about his address and his activities. And that's acceptable. That's lawful. That's reasonable. That's good faith. How has the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace didn't have the right to walk away? He tried to do it 3 times. 3 times. Bedard finally reluctantly agreed that. Gennardi agreed that. Bedard agreed that he would not instruct his law enforcement students to detain a person if they weren't doing anything wrong. Oh, must have been the cannabis. This is another side. I'll get to the cannabis in a moment, but this is obviously from the rear. But this is a very good representation of the vantage point that Mr. Rayner would have had when he came across the vehicle. And as we saw on the slide before, the lights are different. The lights extend into an area that was easily and instantaneously observable by Jason Rayner. It was so dark out there. I mean, the state of Florida would have you believe that you needed light vision goggles to see 1 inch in front of your face. I mean, you could see this, you could see this, and you can see this. And then you ask yourself, what evidence has the party with the burden in the case presented you to show what efforts Jason Rayner took to dispel that this vehicle was one and the same with the one in the crime boat? Where's the evidence? I challenge you, members of the jury, to look at every single piece of evidence in this case, and you will not find a shred of it. What you will find, which is very convenient from this theory that, he's smoking a joint that he rolled with white rolling papers here. It's a Swisher Sweet. It's a Swisher Sweet. How is this isn't probably, members of the jury, this isn't horseshoes and hand grenades here where you get close and you score a point. This is beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that he should be convicted of first-degree premeditated murder on a law enforcement officer. And the state wants you to disregard the fact that there's a brown cigar wrapper in here and a brown tip of a cigar in his hand. Do you see any smoke in the pictures? Do you see any embers in the vehicle? Do you see any cannabis? Did you hear one single law enforcement officer come and say, "Oh, you know what? We found all of this weed in the car. There was obviously he was smoking." No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That's the quality and substance of the evidence that you need to say he was smoking cannabis in the car. But you don't have that. You have, again, a jump to conclusions. Here's a theory for you to consider, members of the jury. It's common sense. Okay, the state would have you believe that after he fulfilled his desire of killing a police officer, he stopped and bought some Swisher Sweets after the fact on his way out of town. So if the basis of Mr. Wallace being detained is merely him sitting in his car, then how are Mr. Rayner's actions in good faith? How are they in good faith? How are his actions lawful? What evidence will the state of Florida present to you or sum up in the rebuttal argument to say that a law enforcement officer's lawful duty is to come up to someone who's sitting in their car, not doing anything wrong, and instantly detain them and refuse to provide information about the reason for the detention? I'd love to hear that piece of evidence in the state's rebuttal. But what they did do was they paid Mr. Bedard $4,500 to help you look the other way, to impress you with the fact that he's traveling around the world and he knows everything about police training. Yet, when it came down to it, he admitted that Rayner's actions were not consistent with approaching a high-risk vehicle, that he did detain him and box him in. And it doesn't make a lot of sense with just common sense or police practice of de-escalation that if you're just acting proactively and trying to gain rapport amongst the community who allegedly believes that you're, purveyors of justice, that you would instantly detain them. There was this long discussion about, well, now we've readdressed policing and we want them to be more friendly and we put them on bikes and we want them to, have better community ties. So the way that we do that is when we see a person sitting in a parking lot, you go up to them and you immediately block them in and get 4 inches from their face and shine a light in their face as well. How does that play into Mr. Wallace's state of mind? The state would like you to focus on the hour-long presentation from the FDLE analyst about the phone mapping rather than have you dive into that matter. Or maybe you should consider the hours and hours of testimony about the things that didn't matter, like that my client's DNA is on his gun that he was found with that he admitted to using, or the shell casing, or the hat. The state hasn't met its burden. They want you to believe that Mr. Wallace's mere existence in a high crime area allows law enforcement officers to just get it close enough. The car looks close. He's got something in his hands. He's probably doing something wrong. What's the baseline? What's the baseline? We want to talk about the baseline in a church on a Sunday morning. What's the baseline in an apartment parking lot at 8:50 at night? People in cars. People in cars. Close enough doesn't cut it here, members of the jury. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the taser? Did the state present the taser? The state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that there couldn't have been a reach for the taser at any point in time. You have pictures of the taser latch being undone. I mean, the question is more of, evidence integrity than anything else. I mean, they keep the most important evidence in a paper bag. They throw it in the trunk of the car and take 2 pictures and then call it a day. How's the state of Florida's presentation of this case shown that Mr. Rayner did not go for his gun? It's convenient that there's all of this evidence about what you can clearly see on the video or what's not in dispute, but the really mind of the matter comes in those seconds that you can't see in the video. That I would argue to you, Mr. Wallace's testimony was absolutely consistent with the totality of the evidence and the medical forensic evidence in this case. Mr. Rayner was taller by several inches than Mr. Wallace. The trajectory is consistent with the way that Mr. Wallace described this event happening. Anywhere, the medical examiner candidly told you 6 inches to 2 feet. That's not inconsistent with what he said happened. It's not inconsistent with them tussling and fighting. So what is going on in Mr. Wallace's mind when he has a light shown in his face, when he's not doing anything wrong? Well, see, did the state of Florida present to you some manifesto that he was drafting at that moment in time about the ways in which he could execute a peace officer? What's going through Mr. Wallace's mind when Mr. Rayner comes and blocks his free liberty, the liberty that he had every right to exercise because he was not doing anything wrong? And how did Mr. Rayner coming around and blocking that make him feel? Who initiated the encounter? The state conveniently ignores that premeditation has to be considered in light of the circumstances of the killing. If Mr. Wallace wasn't doing anything wrong, then he created no circumstance under which Mr. Rayner had the right to approach, detain him, put his hands on him, and ask him about his activities or his address.
How's it going?
Do we see any attempt in those few seconds to discern that this was or was not the stolen vehicle? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. But according to the state of Florida's theory of defense, theory of the case, if you're in a high crime area, you just comply. You just answer the questions. You just sit down. Because when you're in a high crime area, you don't have the rights that everybody else has. Othal Wallace wasn't deserving of any scruples to determine whether he was doing anything wrong. So let's dive in a little deeper and let's consider this idea of excessiveness. I would argue to you, members of the jury, there's a vast difference between the way an officer would approach someone if they are executing a warrant on a serial killer versus somebody that's trespassing or at worst and maybe smoking a joint in his car. Oh my God. So it's a sliding scale. It's reasonableness, okay? It's reasonableness. I would argue to you that there is no credible evidence to suggest that Othal Wallace was smoking cannabis in his car. Okay? And even if he was smoking cannabis in his car, he deserved to get tussled and grabbed and pulled on and treated like that? Is it consistent with somebody knowingly engaged in criminal activity to walk towards a law enforcement officer with a joint in their hand? I would argue no. So the state would have you believe that, oh, it was the cannabis that was the thing. Well, you can use your common sense, rely on the video. Again, disregard everything that I have to say. But what the video unequivocally shows is that Mr. Rayner had no opportunity to view anything until he has already detained Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace is about to be detained in a millisecond here. Use your common sense and by all means, listen to expert Bedard. Okay, because he told you can't see what's going on in the sands here. So what's going on in Jason Rayner's mind? What is this element of proactivity that's existing where this community caretaker function is such that just to strike up a conversation, the best way to instill confidence would be, I'm going to go over and surprise the heck out of this guy sitting in his car. Members of the jury, there is no credible evidence to suggest that the stopping of the car, the exiting of Jason Rayner, and the walking and approaching the vehicle was founded upon anything other than a desire to make contact with somebody. And we don't know the intentions beyond that. And if the state hasn't proven to you with the substance and quality of its evidence that it was something lawful, that it was something reasonable, that it was something in good faith, then I would argue foremost, you have to consider that in your inquiries of premeditation and unlawfulness. You should also consider it on the ultimate issue of guilt. So what evidence has the state presented to you to justify the parking, the exiting, and the walking? Because as we know, what's uncontroversial here is that Othal Wallace becomes detained at this point in time. And you can only be detained if you're doing something wrong, and there's no evidence that Othal Wallace is doing anything wrong. So rather than do any investigation or consideration into the genesis of this encounter, we'll just go ahead and charge Mr. Wallace with first-degree murder, and we'll backfill everything in later. We won't give any regard to the context of the social media posts. In fact, what would be better to do is we'll go ahead and we'll get like 20,000 pages of it, and we'll pick out the ones that look really bad. And we'll give those to you for consideration.
Sustained.
What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Why does Mr. Wallace have to sit down? What has he done? What has he done?
Thanks. Don't do this. Sit down.
Why are you asking me to go in here?
You live here. You'll sit down.
What's going on though?
Who, Charlie? Is this a reasonable approach to instill confidence in the community? Why do you live here? Sit down. Let me grab your shirt while I'm doing so.
Objection, Your Honor. That's improper argument. Let me grab, he didn't say that.
Well, the jurors will rely on what the evidence shows you. Counsel are free to argue what they may show, but it's your decision to determine what happened here. You may proceed.
What did Othal Wallace do up until this moment to deserve a hand and a push and a grab? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, to be fair to both sides, you say, well, what's the context of this encounter? What's the context leading up to this? And as we've gone through in a laborious fashion in this trial, and I've also touched on it here, we're without context. We don't know. It's uncertain. There's theories that are unproven. In fact, there are theories that are, I would argue to you, objectively disproven by a fair look at the video. The state disregards the context. The state would have you look the other way. The state hasn't proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the social media in this case allows you to read Mr. Wallace's mind beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the context? Members of the jury, the proactivity that caused the ire of my client enough to post these disgusting things on on social media, his worst nightmare, became his reality.
Stop. Stop. Stop, man.
How is the state disproven that Othal Wallace's version of events is inconsistent with the truth? How is the state of Florida proven to you that Amanda Dickens' testimony should be relied upon? Here's the man we had this conversation with Jason Rayner about him going.
Hello. Mommy. I know. Mom. I know. I just want to let her know because my boyfriend, he at the party. And she said he did the party. But I can't talk to him because I think he's going to work tomorrow. Let's have it. I feel like, it's a little bit wider, a little bit red. My job. Can we tell her now?
Yeah,
Can you please do me a favor?
We're gonna talk.
May you just tell her to that I said to grab my boyfriend Damien and just meet me at the police station on 92. Tell her, please. Yep. Tell her I said just please. No, I'm sorry.
There is absolutely no discussion between Mr. Rayner and Miss Dickens in that video. Again, undermining the context that the state would have you ignore. Mr. Wallace said some awful things on social media. He acknowledges that. He doesn't deny it. The state has argued in its closing and undoubtedly will argue to you again in its rebuttal presentation of all of these gross admissions that were made and, that he was trying to blame it on Instagram. Well, rely on your recollection, members of the jury. Was there a clear and fair opportunity for Mr. Wallace to answer the questions when Mr. Lewis was screaming at him and dancing around in circles in front of him? Where's the context? The Instagram audio post is an inartful dying declaration. He expressed his characterization of Rayner's actions towards him. Ultimately, has the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Wallace was unreasonable in feeling that Jason Rayner was fucking? How is the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was unreasonable for Mr. Wallace to be on edge, to be scared? Is it unreasonable for a person, for Mr. Wallace, sitting in his car doing nothing wrong, to have this happen to him? Is it unreasonable that in light of an innocent mind, to be yoked up by your collar like that, to be on edge, to have your heart racing, to maybe not be thinking clearly, to start to sweat, to start to have those fight or flight instincts that the human being that Othal Wallace is undoubtedly had in that moment? But the state would have you just rely on a few of 5,000 Instagram posts. So you have to ask yourself, members of the jury, where else does the evidence of premeditation come from? Does it come from the gun? Does it come from the FDLE tracking? Does it come from Roy Bedard? Does it come from the fragments or the photos or the uniform or any of the other alphabet soup ATF FBI? No. The only evidence of premeditation comes from the social media, which again, members of the jury, you have to understand in context. The message was unartful, the message is unproductive. But it's in response to culturally significant events that are happening at the time. Culturally significant events that Othal Wallace testified were in his mind at the time that he was being yoked out of his car by a law enforcement officer. Argue that there is a complete difference in the state of mind presented in a social media post by one who looks differently than Othal Wallace in speaking about a different context to which he is inartfully articulating online. It's a completely different mindset. His indignation is justified, his method of delivery was not. But the method of delivery is different than the state of mind. What causes more of a state of mind? What sheds light more on a person's state of mind? When they're in their car, being approached, being startled in the way that they react to that? Or vapid banter on a medium for the purpose of vapid banter? At no point in time does Mr. Wallace come up in the initial encounter and be disrespectful towards Mr. Renner. So let's rectify those two. The state of Florida's only evidence of premeditation in this case are social media posts that happened weeks prior. So to hold him guilty of premeditation based on these posts, one would have to logically assume that for weeks, he harbored this hate, he harbored this malice, and finally had the opportunity to live out his intentions that he posted online. How is it reasonably possible then for a person with so much hate harboring and manifesting in their gut for so long to call the very target of these posts sir, to act calmly, to try to walk away 3 times? How is that consistent? How can the state of Florida even get close to a premeditated or murderous mindset when the best that the state of Florida can say justified this was maybe a tip, maybe marijuana, maybe a high crime area, and wants you to ignore the state of Mr. Wallace's mind when this is happening to him? Only after and in response to what Mr. Wallace was subjected to did he draw his weapon. He was responding. He was defending. Members of the jury, I submit to you that in this 30-second video, you can read Othal Wallace's mind. The pages of his mind begin with confusion, and they end with fear for his life. And while he's retreating, he perceives a threat. The threat of a law enforcement officer reaching for his waistband inches from his neck. Now, the state took a lot of time to establish this chain of custody laboriously. The gun belt got off. I took it. I put it in there, sewed it up, secured it nice and safe in this paper bag. Here's the Axon guy. We weren't going to ask the Axon guy anything in our direct examination about the 30-second video. Not going to ask him anything about that. But what he told you was the sensor is all the way down. You have to pull it down. He couldn't tell you exactly how far, but you have to pull it all out. And the state of Florida made the big deal about that gun always being in the holster, never being removed from the holster. Yet 4 minutes later, on the Axon audit that you'll see, there's a signal firearm draw. How reliable is that information? Othal Wallace does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, the state of Florida has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. So it is unreasonable to use deadly force when, after doing nothing wrong, having a light shine in your face, being ignored when you're asking a reasonable question. Okay? There was, I think, 4 minutes of going back and forth of, well, you didn't answer him between Mr. Lewis and, well, you did answer him, you didn't answer him. Othal Wallace doesn't have to give him an answer. And if we're holding law enforcement to a high esteem, in a high position of authority, how is it unreasonable to expect an answer to a question? Hey, why are you detaining him? How can the state of Florida get close to a premeditated or murderous mindset when all of these things happened? And Mr. Wallace only acted in response. He's justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed. Reasonable belief. All that Mr. Wallace is asking you to do is be reasonable. Is it reasonable for him to feel in fear for his life when everything that happened up to that point was excessive? It's one thing if Mr. Wallace is credibly doing something wrong. It's one thing if Mr. Wallace is a serial killer, if he has known violent tendencies, and there's a level of tactical force in response and guiding of his body, then it would absolutely be unreasonable for us to argue to you self-defense. But excessiveness and good faith and reasonableness are sliding scale common sense determinations.
Objection, Your Honor, a misstatement.
I will instruct you on the law, okay?
So any amount of force in this situation is excessive. Because if you're not doing anything wrong, you can walk away.
Try not to use the word you for them.
If Othal Wallace is not doing anything wrong, Othal Wallace can walk away. And that's exactly what he tried to do. And what's been again covered in all of the unimportant pieces of evidence in the case is that the state of Florida still needs to prove to you that Mr. Rayner was acting in good faith. But he was acting in good faith. That Mr. Wallace, it's irrelevant as to the status of Mr. Rayner as a law enforcement officer if he's not acting in good faith, if he's not acting lawfully, and his actions are excessive. Judge Zambrano will instruct you on the law on this matter, on the justifiable use of force. And you'll hear some discussion about the duty to retreat and a discussion about certain scenarios in which a person is presumed to be in reasonable fear. And it's very important that you pay careful attention to that law. The judge is the authority about the law. In no way, shape, or form am I suggesting to you that if in my banter with witnesses that I am correct over Judge Zambrano. I would submit to you that I have done my best to accurately elicit that information, but Judge Zambrano is the authority on the law. And what I would like to help simplify it with is this, is that Othal Wallace had a gun in his pocket. We're not disputing that it's his gun. If you want to take time to debate that element, you're welcome to. He had the gun, it's his gun, that's the murder weapon, end of story. And he had it in his pocket. And the only reason why he's at any jeopardy of having this carrying a concealed weapon situation thrust upon him and in his face is because Jason Rayner prevented him from walking inside and putting his gun away. I mean, you see Othal Wallace walking out of his car. The car doors open when Rayner first gets out. So is it unreasonable? Is it really even illegal for a person to have a gun in their pocket when they're walking from their door to their car for 10 steps, maybe? So the way that can wrinkle itself in the law in this case is the law will suggest that if he's doing something wrong, which we would submit that he's not, then a person has a duty to retreat before they use it. Mr. Wallace was trying to retreat from jump one. So we embrace that law. It doesn't change the analysis or you have to do any creative leaps to get there, because from jump one, what we believe the entirety of the evidence, not just the cherry picked evidence, but what the entirety of the evidence shows is that Mr. Wallace intended to exit his vehicle and walk to his apartment, and he was prevented from doing so by Mr. Rayner. Initially, when he got out of his car, and then he tried to get away again, and Mr. Rayner put his arm on him and pushed him a little bit, forced his way back, asked him questions, tries to get around again, and then he's met with another hand. And then he tries to walk away again. And he gets a horse collar. And then he tries to swoop under his arm again, and he sees Rayner going for his waistband. And I will comment on this, members of the jury. Mr. Wallace was nervous. He was testifying for his life. And what he could have said is made up some story to you and said, you know, absolutely, he drew the gun and pointed at me. He gave you his best recollection of what he remembered in the moment in time. But you have to view it in context. How is it reasonable at all for a law enforcement officer to go for his duty belt when the encounter started for no reason and the citizen walked away? How is that reasonable? It's excessive is what it is. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, what was Othal Wallace even under arrest for? So if he's not under arrest and force is being applied, then it's not good faith. What is he under arrest for? He's not in a stolen vehicle. There's a Swisher Sweet pack in the car. Members of the jury, a fair deliberation of the facts of this case requires a number of things. And I would say that among the most important of them are that you listen to one another and respect the deliberative process. Each and every one of you has to make an individualized moral assessment about what the state of Florida has proven in this case. And in doing so, you should internally consider all of the evidence and debate amongst yourselves. And a full and fair deliberation of the matters in this case requires consideration of the heavy burden that the state of Florida carries in attempting to get a conviction. And I would ask you, because of the heavy burden, the state gets to have the final word in this case. Certainly, as a criminal defense attorney, I'd lobby to change the law if I could, but we accept that that is the case. And it should be that way, frankly, because the state of Florida has the burden. But I would encourage you to consider, when Mr. Larissa gives his closing remarks to you, to win the deliberative process, consider what would Mr. Shoemaker say to that point? What would Mr. Provisco say to that? How do we think that Mr. Wallace would respond to that? That would be a fair deliberation. And what's interesting about the law as it applies to reasonable doubt is that the state uses, the law is that you have to have an abiding conviction of guilt. As you can probably discern from all of the procedure and all of the formalities, that the words matter. We take a lot of time to arrive at the words that we're using in the law that the judge will instruct on. It's interesting that the word conviction is used, because conviction, just like many words in the English language, has multiple interpretations. And it's also synonymous with the feeling, and in this context, the conviction that one would have. And we don't use conviction in the terms of, I really love a steak for dinner tonight. We use the term conviction when we're talking about true core beliefs, our ethics, our religion, our family, what is our conviction? That is the standard here. An abiding conviction, one with which you hold to the same regard as your most deep and core values. And if you don't have that abiding conviction, Mr. Wallace is not guilty. And again, on behalf of Mr. Wallace, we would absolutely acknowledge, and we do not want part of the deliberative process to suggest in any way that law enforcement is an easy job, that it's a job that should be overlooked, it's an unnecessary job, or that any verdict that you render in this case would be a disservice to Mr. Rainer. We acknowledge that. We embrace that, and we agree that that's the case. But with great power comes great responsibility. We understand that there may be deliberations, and you are absolutely free. Again, I can't stress this enough. If something that I've said, if something that Mr. Shoemaker said is turned to up, consider the evidence. What we're saying is not evidence. But if you're going down and you're thinking, well, even if Mr. Rainer was in the wrong in some way, did he deserve to die? I think that's a fair question for debate. What I would argue to you is that the question should be posed as, was it reasonable for Jason Rainer to make Othal Wallace feel like he was going to die? On June 23rd, 2021, Othal Wallace had the right to be free from unreasonable intrusions into his privacy and into his liberty. If you determine, which I believe the evidence supports, that Mr. Wallace invaded on that right, he was not acting lawfully. If he's not acting lawfully, that has an effect on Mr. Wallace's state of mind. But he is battling with someone who was unlawfully detaining him, and that affects Othal Wallace's human instinct and plays to a self-preservation state of mind, not one of premeditation. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration in this matter. And I hope that your deliberation in this case finds Mr. Wallace not guilty.
Thank you. We're going to take about a bathroom break, 10-minute break.
All rise and jury.
I would like to schedule the trial date for Monday, jury selection beginning on Monday, April the 3rd.
I need to free my mind now. I really need Jaja. I need to free my now. I really need my now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Sadly, love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, you cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind, it runs. All these thoughts are troubling. I need to give up my babe. I need to be up. last night when it's time to leave my life. Then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need, right here. I really need my love. I need to free my mind. I really need your love. I need to free my mind now. I really need your love. I need to free my love. I really need your love. Oh, yeah. To set me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah, to set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
If you're dead.
Feel this shit, boy.
Go baby, go baby.
I'm a living legend, living legend, a living legend. Picture a young living legend, a living legend. I'm a living legend. I gotta get my shine on. To be close to me is a blessing, a blessing. Respect it, a check.
I need you. I breathe you. Turning my heart blue. Maybe I need you. When I leave you, I see you. Maybe I just feel lost without you. Maybe I'm just pissed off without you. Maybe my life's just off without you. Maybe you're worth it all to me, baby. Maybe, just maybe.
When I was a young boy,
my dreams, they left me.
And then I got stronger and tired of the pain.
That's when I picked up the pieces and I regained my name.
And I fought hard, y'all, to carve out my place. And right now, you look at me, and it don't seem in place.
Your dreams ain't easy. Just stick by your place. Go from boy to man. You gotta act like a man. When I get turned on, God what you know. And my background, so
You will know.
and I know you will know. You will know. You will know, yeah. Your dreams ain't easy. Think by your plans. What's a man? You protect like a man. It ain't hard, yeah. Grab what you know. Oh, damn, Kai, you crazy.
Be seated. Okay, we have the defendant? Yes, we do. All right. You bring the jury in.
All right, so jury.
All right, jury is present. You may be seated. Mr. Larissa, your rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, folks. I will agree with Mr. Probisco on one thing. It's been a long time. And you know, while I get to go last, and usually that's considered an advantage by some, y'all been here a long time. I just ask you to please bear with me as I talk to you. I'm not gonna scoff. I'm not gonna make fun. I'm gonna talk to you. And all I want you to do is listen to me. And your decisions, what you decide, that's yours. You own it. Juries are to be trusted. Trusted to care. Trusted enough to be able to abide by the law as you're instructed. You're trusted to do that. So I want to point out some things to you. I'm not trying to tell you what to think or what your decision should be, but I want to make sure you understand certain things. And the first thing I want to say is, I was wondering for a while which trial we were in. Was Othal Wallace on trial, or was Officer Rayner on trial? Was the state of Florida on trial? But I've been around long enough to know that defense attorneys like to blame everybody but their client. They're not going to blame their client.
Sustained.
The bottom line is premeditation. I think Mr. Probisco said there's no evidence of premeditation. But folks, let me ask you about something common sense. The defendant posted that he wanted to get pig's blood on his hands and on his boots. I believe it was on June 7th. On June 23rd, he shoots and kills Officer Jason Rayner. This ain't a post and nothing happens. He said he was going to do it. Not with just that post. There were two posts. And then, after he does it, he posts within 15 minutes. His own words. The defense says, can't read Othal Wallace's mind. I submit to you, you don't have to. All you got to do is listen to them posts or read those posts and listen to that message. I mean, it'd be one thing if he didn't kill Jason Rayner, if he didn't plant a bullet in his brain. But that's what he did. Why? Because his rights were violated according to the defense. So he can shoot Officer Rayner, he can take that gun, pull it out of his pocket, point it at his head and pull the trigger because his right was violated. What did Mr. Bedard say? What does the law say? The law says that you do not resist a police officer with violence. The judge is going to tell you that. And you may not like it. Some of you may say, well, what about us? What about our rights? That is why we have a courtroom. That is why the defendant gets his day in court. And you, members of the jury, are the ones who are going to decide if he's guilty or not. There's a lot of talk about Officer Rayner and that he was somehow wrong. You remember Mr. Nipper, the fellow with I think he had a mohawk. He came in, he lived right across the street from those apartment complexes. How many times did he say he had, how many bullet holes did he have to repair in his house that he was renting? None. The reality of our world today is that we need police officers to help to maintain order, to protect us. There's a lot of communities that need that help and that assistance. And law enforcement response. Is it wrong for a law enforcement officer to walk up to somebody and say, hey, how you doing? Do you live here? Is that wrong, folks? Use your common sense. What did Officer Rayner do? He asked, where do you live here? And what did he get? He didn't get an answer. Now, Mr. Probisco says he don't have to. And that's right. We don't have to do anything if we don't want to. But the law steps in. If we could do what we wanted all the time, then there'd be no consequence. There'd be no order. We would live in a world where people could do whatever they wanted at any time. And the reality of our world now is there is violence each and every day. All you have to do is turn on the TV. What do they talk about? Violence. Do you want, or excuse me, does society want a community where you're afraid to go out and walk around?
Sustain. Please abandon the
Yes. Yes. I know y'all seen this video a bunch, but I want to play the video for you in real time. Mr. Lewis is going to help me with this. And then I want to show you a slow version. But before we play that video, and I know you probably are going again, but I want to kind of lay some context here. This video lasts about 42 seconds. The defendant's tires are, you can hear the gravel, you can hear it screeching out. He's leaving. 42 seconds from the time Officer Rayner says, hey, how's it going? Do you live here? Until the defendant is leaving in the car with Officer Jason Rayner laying on the parking lot with a bullet in his head and his eye hanging out. And at 21 seconds, that's when Officer Rayner keys his mic. That's when he starts to call for backup. 21 seconds. At 24 seconds, the defendant's hand is on, Mr. Officer Rayner's hand is on the shoulders. And we'll see this in slow motion. At 28 seconds, there's a shot. So from 24 seconds to 28 seconds, 4 seconds. 4 seconds, the defendant pulls a gun, points it, and shoots Officer Rayner in the head. This talk about moving and getting underneath and pulling that gun out and trying to get away 3 times. Folks, the whole situation only lasted 48 seconds, 42 seconds. That's it. Think about this. Officer Rayner didn't know that the defendant had a gun in his pocket when he came up. And there's talk about this stolen vehicle and how, there's no evidence of that, and a marijuana cigarette. All of those things are just the state giving you the information it had. You can accept it or reject it, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Officer Rayner was trying to figure out what was going on. His right, his duty, his responsibility. He saw a car, he saw a person in it, and he did what he did was absolutely okay. It was lawful. He was walking up, hey, how you doing? Do you live here? How was that wrong? And the defendant, how did he respond? He didn't respond. He didn't answer the question. Jason, can you key that up for me? Just play the video, just straight through.
How's it going? Do you live here? Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay. Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Cool, Charlie 77.
No, back up.
Stop, man.
Now, I want to play it slowly, and I'm going to ask Jason to stop it every now and again so that we can. I just want you to see it. I'm going to make a few comments. You can agree with me or not. Go ahead, Jason. Okay, now stop for a minute. It's a Honda, no doubt about that, and it's gray. Keep going. The door's open, and Othal Wallace is starting to come out before Officer Rayner gets there. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. Now, what I want you to do is watch this. Watch what he does with the phone. Go ahead. Stop. Oh. Stop. Can you stop? Some people say, or there's some argument that was, he was trying to conceal a marijuana cigarette. We don't know if it's a marijuana cigarette. What I submit to you he was doing, he's right-handed. He has a gun in his pocket. A police officer is coming up. What does he do? He takes that phone and gets it out of his right hand. He's freeing up his right hand, folks. Before there's even been a touch or anything, he frees up his hand. He takes that phone, clear as day. He moves it. What's Officer Rayner doing? He's asking him to sit. Hadn't touched him at this point. Go ahead. He touches him lightly on the shoulder. Go ahead. Now stop. Did you see that little tap? Excessive force, right? What do you think? Go ahead. Now stop. Did it again. Stop. He's turning into it the way I see it. I mean, make up your own mind, but Othal Wallace is, does he look like he's afraid, folks? Does he sound like he's afraid? Does he? Or does he sound like he doesn't like what Officer Rayner is doing? Go ahead. Now, let me show you, stop again. You got, now, I want you to pay attention. You got one hand, one of Jason's hands on his right hand on the left shoulder of Wallace, and then his other hand with the flashlight over there. Both of his hands are up here. Okay, go ahead. Flashlight in his left hand, right hand on the shoulder. Stop. That forearm happens when Officer Rayner starts calling in. Officer Rayner's got one hand on the shoulder and one hand on the mic. And what does Wallace do? He creates space, which I think he also said, but not, folks, I submit to you, not to try and get away. Keep going. Stop. He's turning. Keep going. Stop. He's turning towards the car, folks. Now he says that he had the gun in his pocket. Maybe did, maybe didn't. Maybe it was in that car door and he's pulling it out. I mean, it's for you to decide, but where is he trying to get away from? He's going back towards the car. Go ahead, Jason. Now, Scott, yeah, that it's over. That's I submit to you that is Wallace standing up. Officer Rayner's falling to the ground. He's shot. He's shot, and ultimately he's going to die from that shot. Okay. Yes, we take that off. Again, I'm not going to try to tell you what to think or how to interpret this, but according to Wallace, Officer Rayner's reaching for his waist. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but Officer Rayner's got a hand here and a hand here. Wallace turns toward the car. And in 4 seconds, folks, 4 seconds, he's shot in the head. Now, how in the world is he gonna reach down and go for a gun? He's trying to stop him from moving. He's trying to get control, sure. He doesn't know what he's got, but what he knows is when he walks up and asks, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Do you live here? Wallace gets out of the car and won't answer. It's what's going on? What's going on? That's a law enforcement officer. He's trained. That's as the guard said. That's a distraction. He's trying to distract the officer. Look, we're not saying that Wallace did anything wrong. We're saying the question is, was what Officer Rayner did reasonable under his training and circumstances? Listening to the defense, you think he was the one that pulled the gun and shot somebody. He was doing his job in a high crime area, and somehow that's wrong. Is it wrong for a police officer to go out in the community and try to engage folks, find out what they're doing, especially in a community where there's been 3 shootings in the last several days? Where there's been domestics, where there's been narcotics trafficking. Look, it's a tough world out there. Most folks never know that. They don't experience. Is it somehow wrong for a police officer to go in a community that suffers from those things and try to make it better? Isn't that what Officer Rayner was doing? Did Officer Rayner say anything? Excuse my language, but did he say, hey, motherfucker, what are you doing? Did he walk up there and threaten him? Did he have a pass in his hand? Did he have his hand on his gun? No to both of those. Did he grab him and shake him? Did he threaten him in any way? Get out, get back in the damn car, I'm gonna bust you. No, he didn't. He said, sit. Well, get in the car, I'll talk to you. Wallace wasn't having any of that. But somehow, Officer Rayner is the bad guy. And God forbid that his liberty be restricted while Officer Rayner's trying to figure out what's going on with reasonable questions. I just put a bullet in his head. Othal Wallace put his phone from his right hand to his left. And then he waited until Officer Rayner had one hand here and the other hand on this mic. That's an opportunity because Officer Rayner's distracted. Not only that, I agree. Yeah, he was worried about law enforcement coming. He didn't want to deal with them. He wanted to get Rayner and go. Now, Mr. Probisco has really, he's minimized those posts. And you know what, folks? At the end of the day, you can believe the defendant's story if you want. I was just so fed up with what was going on. I shouldn't have posted them. I think he even said I should have took them down, but I couldn't. Sure, he could have took them down. He never took them down. How do you, folks, how do you ignore the fact that he posted? We got those posts real quick. Let's get them for me. Here's one. We are at war. Johnny Bolton died at the hands of a trigger-happy SWAT team. These crackers are not far from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutters of America. How about the other one? One day I will take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on my hands and boots. He did. Well, almost. He got Officer Jason Rayner's blood on his vehicle when he shot him in the head and left him for dead. Now, you can say, oh, it's just coincidence that he posted these things and then shot somebody and now claiming it's the officer's fault. If you think that's reasonable. I mean, it's up to you. You know, it's very important for you to judge credibility. The defendant took the stand, and I challenge you to judge his credibility. You saw him up there. I'm not going to regurgitate everything he said, but you heard him, you saw him. You saw how he acted. You saw how he answered questions or didn't answer questions. You know, I think Mr. Probisco was implying that law enforcement had such an interest in this case. And of course they do. You saw how it affected Officer Dickens when she had to watch and relive finding Officer Jason Rayner. Sure, they want the just and right resolution. So he implied that they would lie or that they would manufacture evidence or somehow come in here and try to pull the wool over your eyes, to use his. But what about him? What about the defendant? Does he have an interest in this case? Does he have something to lose? Does he? According to his defense counsel, he does. Is that a reason for him to stretch the truth a little bit? Or maybe a lot? You think about that, and then you decide. You know, there's been a lot of talk about if this, then that, and that, you know, that if you find that Officer Rayner acted unlawfully, then Wallace is not guilty. Folks, that is not the law. The judge is going to explain the law to you. The reason that the law says you can't resist an arrest or resist an officer with violence, you have to look no further than this case right here. Why that's true. Why that is the law. Law enforcement officers, they choose to be cops. They choose to go out there and work in dangerous conditions. They do it all the time. But the law recognizes and understands that as human beings out there putting their life on the line, and listen, 42 seconds, after 28 seconds, Officer Rayner was shot in the head. 28 seconds from the time he got out of his car and walked up there. Think about that for a minute. 28 seconds to make decisions, trying to figure out, what do I have here? Oh, go on and walk behind the car. Sure, while you got a man that you don't know coming out of the car, it's dark, and they won't answer your questions. What's he going to do? Just say, ignore him and the officer's safety concerns and walk around to the back of the car, which you couldn't do anyway. You heard Letitia, the defendant's ex-girlfriend, say that there was bushes up there. That car was back then. Whether Wallace did it on purpose or not, it doesn't matter. Officer Rayner couldn't see the tag. Somehow he should have, by God. He should have went and looked at that tag. Again, who's on trial here? Is it Officer Rayner or is it the defendant? "28 seconds. And he's supposed to figure out that ain't the car. 28 seconds. Now, again, you can choose not to believe that that's one of the reasons why he stopped, or you can choose to believe it. It's up to you. But is it reasonable? If the actions that Officer Rayner did consistent with that, and even if it wasn't, it doesn't matter. He has a right to walk up to a person and say, what's going on? You live here. And a defendant cannot resist with violence, period. Now, sure, if a police officer pulls out a baton and starts beating somebody for no reason, you got a right to defend yourself. What did we see here? There was 4 seconds from the time that Officer Rayner keyed his mic till he was shot. What did he do? Excessive. There's a tap on the shoulder, and there's a alleged horse collar. That's not what the defendant called it. What did he say? He was yoked, or he was trying to yoke, he was pulling. And I'm not even sure what yoke is exactly. Maybe y'all do. I don't. But that's what he said. Wallace shoved the officer, created space. When he shoved that officer, folks, he committed a crime. Now, if he wanted to contest why the officer approached him, if he wanted to establish that the officer was wrong, that's what a courtroom is for. Otherwise, what, we're going to have folks shooting law enforcement officers because they don't agree with why they were pulled over? Or they don't agree with the reasons the officer wants to talk to them? Do we live in a society where officers can detain people for no reason? Absolutely not. And there are rules and laws in place to protect your rights. But those laws and rules, they don't give a defendant the right to pull a gun, point it at an officer, pull the trigger, shoot them in the head, leave them for dead because they didn't agree with what the officer was trying to do or the questions the officer was trying to ask. That's not the way it works. And maybe you don't like it. I don't know. Maybe you do. But that's the law. I submit to you that Officer Rayner couldn't have put his hand down towards his waist. He had one hand on his mic and one hand on the shoulder, and 4 seconds later, he shot and dead. The defendant was already moving, but where he couldn't see Officer Rayner, look at the video for yourself. The video is the best evidence, but look at it. He turned away. He was going for the gun, folks. That's exactly what he was doing, and it's exactly what he did. When did he ask to leave? Did he say, officer, I'm leaving. I don't want to talk to you. Did he ever say, I don't want to talk to you? He talked to him. He engaged in conversation with him. What about that? Never once, not once, did he say, let me go. In fact, if you really look at that, analyze it yourself, but I submit to you that Wallace was in control. Rayner was trying to get control. Officer Rayner wanted to, and he was trying to do it in a polite way. Now, Mr. Probisco kind of scoffed at them, but I tell you, objection, oral. He was courteous and professional. You know what? He gave the defendant benefit of the doubt. And the defendant gave him a bullet in his head. That's what happened. I thought I heard somewhere that Officer Rayner blocked in the car. Well, how did the defendant how did he get away? How did he get out and drive through? He never blocked the car in. Wallace got in it and took off. You know, how often is it? Well, I shouldn't say that. You are fortunate here that you have statements from the defendant that were voluntarily made. I mean, nobody nobody was interrogating Wallace when he said he wanted pig's blood on his hands and boots. He posted that on his own and admitted it was his own words. Not like he was put in a box and questioned for 3 days before he made the statement. Folks, you should consider that, I submit to. And the other posts as well. Nobody made him do it. He wanted to do it. Now, again, you can believe it was just coincidence that he made those posts and 3 weeks later, Officer Rayner's dead and he shot him. You can do that if that's what you believe, if that's what your deliberations reveal. But it's one heck of a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? And how about some of the language? Pigs, crackers. Last time I checked, those aren't terms of endearment. And you know, it's uncomfortable to be confronted with having to sit and make decisions when you've got that kind of negativity, that kind of energy. And because it makes most folks feel uncomfortable. But it made Wallace, it made him mad. He was mad and enraged over what was going on. It's clear from his posts. And again, is it coincidence that less than 3 weeks later, he kills a police officer? Awful victim. Can you play the audio, the story, I think it's called, please? I know y'all heard this a lot. Again, we don't need to read Wallace's mind. He's given us his mind. Can you play it?
No. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all, Black Power and shit.
Consider. He had just shot Officer Rayner in the head and left him for dead. Never mentioned self-defense, does it? Never says I was in fear of my life. Does it sound like he was in fear? Or does it sound like when he starts talking about don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you, that he was excited about it? You decide. And I'm sorry to use that kind of language, but that's what it is. That's what he said. And folks, you can consider that. It is a window into his mind. You are fortunate to be able to have that to consider. Now again, okay, he was just all pumped up with adrenaline. Folks, it was 15 minutes later. He's driving away, ultimately gonna head up to Snellville. And he says, don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck. I think it speaks for itself. What do you think? There's no doubt he said it. He admitted it. You'll have instructions about the execution of a legal duty. See, the instructions, one part of the instructions, look, these instructions are created by lawyers, so they're not necessarily the easiest things to understand, but the best attempt to try and guide you. But don't ever forget your comments. Take that back there with you and have some good, honest conversation. But there's an instruction that says under the felony murder, about the resisting officer with violence. It says that Officer Rayner has to be in the lawful execution of the legal duty. But there's another instruction I want to draw your attention to, always a but in there. That but says that, and do we have that instruction handy, the one about cannot resist? I think I know it pretty well. That instruction says that an individual cannot resist a law enforcement officer with violence if the officer was executing a legal duty. Let me talk to you about that for a minute. Engaged in the execution of a legal duty. We know what legal duty. First off, you'll get another instruction that talks about law enforcement officers. What's their duty? To deter and detect crime. Is there any debate here that that's what Officer Rayner was doing? The defendant says he didn't know. We've never met him before. There was nothing going on between those two. Officer Rayner's doing his job. He's trying to protect the folks in that community, in his jurisdiction. That, folks, is engaging in the execution of a legal duty. Understand, it says execution of a legal duty, not lawful execution of a legal duty. You don't get to attack police officers because they might make a mistake about the law. Think about this for a minute. 28 seconds into his encounter, and he's shot in the head. 28 seconds for him to process what's going on and try to apply that to the law. It's an unrealistic burden. That's why, as long as he's engaged in the execution of a legal duty, detecting crime, and he's acting in good faith. What was it that Mr. Probisco said a lot about, is that good faith, and he was implying it was bad faith. Judge for yourself, folks, but 28 seconds. What did Officer Rayner do that was bad faith? He was investigating. He wanted to know if the guy lived there. There'd been shootings in that area. Nipper had 9 bullet holes in his house. Officer Rayner didn't have to be there. That's the sad irony of this. But he took pride in his job, and he put himself on the line. He put his life on the line, folks, and he lost it doing his job. He didn't lose it doing something bad or something unlawful, illegal, something in bad faith. He lost his job because he didn't go in there with his gun pulled. And he didn't go there and be more forceful on his commands. He was giving the defendant the benefit of the doubt. He was trying to be polite and courteous. And that's the sad reality of what happened here. Doing his job and trying to do it in such a way that would be respectful. And he died for it. He died for it. We know he was reasonably known to be a law enforcement officer. The defendant helped us with that. Now, it also goes on to say that if the officer uses excessive force, folks, I'm not going to beat you over the head with that one. I mean, you've got literally about 28 seconds and to watch to reach a conclusion about excessive force. Excessive, and in the self-defense claim, let me talk about that for a minute. It says that a individual is justified in using deadly force. Now, deadly force, taking the gun, pointing it, shooting it, and putting that bullet in somebody's head, that's deadly. Nobody's arguing. But they can only use deadly force if there is an imminent meaning immediate, right then and there, threat of death or great bodily harm. Is that what would happen? What do you think? It's a reasonable person standard, folks, on whether or not there's reasonable fear. Would a reasonably cautious person in the defendant's situation have done what he did? A reasonably cautious and prudent person, would they? Mr. Probisco is challenging the posts and such because, you know, as we argue, it's evidence of motive. You know, we don't have to prove motive. But juries, I mean, folks like to know why somebody does what. You can choose to believe Mr. Wallace's version. You can choose to believe it, or you can reject it. Too many coincidences. Wants to get the blood of police officers, pigs, on his hands and boots. It's war. Blood running in the gutters of America 3 weeks before, and then Officer Rayner's dead, and then 15 minutes later, I submit to you, bragging about it. And again, no mention of self-defense. Not with Miss Bodison. Remember the lady that wrote that was, I think, the girlfriend of Wallace's brother, Octavius, I think. No mention of self-defense. Because it wasn't. But again, who's got an interest in the outcome here? Who has more of an interest in this outcome than Wallace? Nobody. Nobody. Mr. Lewis was asking him about, why didn't you just sit down? And he said he wanted to leave, he didn't want to sit down. And then he shoots Officer Rayner. He had a duty to avoid that. Call it a duty to retreat. He had a gun in his pocket. Now you can buy a story if you want that he had put it in his pocket because he was getting ready to leave and take it in the house. Doesn't matter. He had a gun in his pocket. He didn't have a permit. Didn't want to admit that, but he did. That's carrying a concealed firearm. Mr. Probisco kind of talked about it in passing. If you're engaged in criminal activity and try to use the stand your ground or self-defense, if you're engaged in criminal activity, which he was, contrary to Mr. Probisco's dissertation, he has to retreat if he can. What does that mean in this case, folks? It means he should have sat down. He could have sat down. And he admitted he could have, but he didn't. He could have got back in that car, and we wouldn't be here today. He didn't. Listen to the jury instruction. Another thing, I won't play it for you. You'll have a chance if you're so inclined, but at the end of the shooting, after he shoots Officer Rayner in the head, he says, "Fuck that man." I submit to you that's what he said. Didn't want to admit it. He said, I think his words were something like, get the fuck back, man. That is not, I submit to you, that is not what he said. But he doesn't want to admit that because that's further evidence of his intent He wasn't in fear for his life. Folks, it's sad and it's disturbing, but he wanted to kill him. And he did. Fuck that man. Evidence of fear or disdain. It's your call. It's your decision to make. And there's no evidence. Even the defendant never said that Officer Rayner drew his weapon. Quite frankly, once he was under attack, once he was getting that violence, that force directed on him, I submit to you, would have been justified to pull his weapon. But he didn't. He tried to control the situation and he couldn't. And he lost his life for it. And, you know, Mr. Probisco was kind of making fun of what we did with our case. Like that we...
Sustain.
Okay. Let's just say he was less than complimentary. Objection again.
Overall.
He was less than complimentary about some of the things we did. Should we not present the evidence that that the gun that killed Officer Rayner did not have Officer Rayner's DNA on it? Should we not do that? We don't know what's going to happen in the trial. We don't know what evidence is going to come out. Mr. Probisco acted like we did. We were preparing for trial, as we should. A police officer in our jurisdiction, in our community, in our state, was shot in the head and died. We're not gonna leave any stone unturned, and folks, we make no apologies for it. You deserve to get every bit of evidence, every piece of it. And then you consider what it's worth. You make that decision. The phone records. Again, less than complimentary about, well, wait, like we're wasting your time, were we? We're being thorough, folks. Again, we don't know what's going to come out. We don't know who's going to testify and what they're going to say. We have to be ready for anything. And again, we don't apologize for that. It's our duty to give you everything that we have. And then it's your decision to decide if it's important. We don't presume to what you're going to think. We just give it to you and you decide. We know for sure that Officer Rayner's gun was never pulled out because of the audit trail. Now, you got the audit trail, and I want to try and just correct something. Mr. Probisco said something about the alert going off. I think the implication was that Officer Rayner pulled his gun. You know how that Axon, the alert is if you pull your gun. And I think the testimony from the guy from Axon was if you pull it out far enough from that sensor, then it automatically triggers the body cam if it's not on. Not only that, it sends an alert to that audit log saying weapon pull. But what else did they tell you? What else did that man tell you? Childs or something like that, I believe. He said that if you have a lot of officers in close proximity and they pull the gun, then every body cam in that zone will get the audit alert of a gun being pulled. And I'm going to show you before we're done the video of the officers, you saw it before, it was heartbreaking. Where the officers are running, they even fall down as they're going to try and get to their colleague, their officer who's lying there bleeding on the ground. And their guns are pulled. Of course, Officer Rayner's log is going to reflect that. But it was several minutes after he was shot by Wallace. Folks hold dear the Fourth Amendment. You know, nobody wants their privacy violated. But let's put this into context in this case. There was talk in opening by, I think, Mr. Shoemaker about the right to be secure in your homes and it's safe. That's true. But that doesn't mean a law enforcement officer can't come up to you and ask you where you live, if you live.
Counsel, be careful, golden rule.
Okay, my apologies. That doesn't mean that an officer can't ask somebody, hey, how's it going? Do you live here? The Fourth Amendment is not a ticket. It's not a pass. It's not it's okay to shoot a police officer if they violate your Fourth Amendment rights. That's not the law. The court is where you address it. Otherwise, it'd be chaos. Mr. Probisco is talking about a civilized society. So if your privacy right is violated, you can park a bullet in a police officer's head? Is that what it means? What do you think? Could have answered the question. I mean, he lived there. That's what he said. I think Letitia was a little bit different. She didn't say he lived there, but upon cross with Mr. Probisco, she said he was welcome there. I mean, yes, I live in this apartment. How hard is that, folks? What's wrong with an officer asking that? And why wouldn't he answer? Because he don't have to. You're right. He doesn't have to, but there's consequences for actions. Talking about your deliberation, want to make sure it's clear. You get back there and some of you say, I think it's felony murder. Some of you say, I think it's premeditated. Just want to be clear, as long as all 12 of you agree it's one or the other.
Sustain. Rephrase your comment.
You can choose premeditated or felony. What the instruction will tell you is that so long as all 12 of you agree to first degree murder by whichever theory, that's what the law says. That's what the instructions. Sleep mode. Sleep mode. The state was I won't say accused, but it was implied that the state was trying to distract you by some of the things that we brought up, like the DNA evidence, like the shell case. But this sleep mode is, I submit to you, distraction. It's an attempt, like some of the other arguments that the defense is making, for you not to focus on what you need to focus on.
Overall.
That encounter, that 48 seconds is all there was of what happened. That's it. Anything else about what was on, what could have been on there, that's speculation, folks. And what does the reasonable doubt standard say? It's not a speculative doubt. It's got no place in your deliberations. You can decide to consider it, but consider what? What is there to consider? He had it on sleep mode. Could have been for privacy reasons. They don't know. It's speculation. And it has no business, it has no relevance to the case. That video captures the entire encounter, the entire episode, everything. Even the defendant admits that. And the defendant fleeing, taken off. You'll get an instruction. It's consciousness of guilt, fleeing from the scene. You can consider that to be evidence of guilt. Why not stay? Well, the defendant says he was afraid that he could get shot by law enforcement. But 15 minutes after he shoots and kills, or shoots Officer Rayner, he dies 55 days later. He's posting, he's bragging, don't let the pigs fuck with. Excuse me, pussy ass pigs. Does that sound like somebody who's afraid law enforcement's gonna shoot him? Sounds like he's inviting a confrontation. It was a public page, as a public, anybody could see it. Everybody could see it. Think about that. He wasn't restricting it to people that he knew or that were friends or whatever you call it on Instagram, followers. He posted it for the whole world to see. Consider that. And consider the tone. I mean, I don't have to tell you about the tone. You heard it. You heard it. He builds. I love y'all. I love y'all. He fucking fighting. He's moving fucking forward, and then don't let them pussy ass pigs fuck with you. You can see, you can hear it. That is an indication of his mind. It's not, we're not reading his mind, we're hearing his mind. They make no mistake, this ain't a mind reading episode here. This is us using common sense to the words he used and the things he did. Went to Gainesville, Georgia. And he could have shot all the police that were there. Yeah, he could have, I suppose, and got killed himself. Is that maybe something? I think, I submit to you. The reason he didn't fire, because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. When he had Officer Rayner alone in that secluded parking lot in the dark, knowing he had a gun and knowing that Officer Rayner was giving him the benefit of the doubt, he had an opportunity. I'm not saying he planned to kill Officer Rayner weeks in advance. He was predisposed. He wanted to kill a police officer, and the opportunity presented itself. Now, you can reject that if you want, but again, 3 weeks before, he's saying, I want to get pig's blood on my hands and boots. 3 weeks later, Officer Rayner's dead.
It's been an hour.
I'm about done, Judge. I'm about done. Can you play the Burlington video?
we have 10:30. That's correct. Where is he? 5-7, Central Rescue Curtesy. Where is he? Second gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Yo, upside down. He's shot. Where's it at? Hold it, buddy. Hold it. Hey, just talk to me, man. Talk to me, Jess. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him, buddy? Just hold on, man. Just hold on. Central Rescue Code 3. See if we can hear it. Oh, blood. Oh, my goodness. Get something to hold pressure. Oh, 3 years. This way. He got my shirt. He got my shirt. 10-3. Gunshot wound in the head and one on the chest. Come on, man. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescued here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
You'll get these instructions at the end. You must follow the laws as set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. In this case, all of us are depending upon you to reach a wise and legal decision in this matter. Let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law as spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Now, folks, I'm not going to tell you what verdict you should render. What I'll tell you is what my challenge to you is that you do your duty. You consider the evidence and you deliberate. Follow the law. Follow the law. And reach the only verdict that is fair and just and is supported by the law. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for what a day I don't think any of us will ever forget. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for doing your duty as jurors. God bless you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our business is not really concluded because she has to follow the law. So this is the plan. I was going to help you come here tomorrow early, but I think it's better if I keep the normal schedule. So I'm going to expect you to be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Now, special different rules for tomorrow. This is what I want you to do. When you come tomorrow, I want you to bring an overnight bag with everything you need in case the deliberations should go past 1 day. So you pack up whatever that is, your clothing, your medications, whatever it is that you need to be with us in case we have to be here longer than 1 day. I'm not suggesting that we should, but I'm just saying I don't know how long you're going to take. That's entirely up to you. Once I give you the case, you control the calendar. You control how long we stay in this building. You control what happens as far as the verdict. So when you arrive at the courthouse tomorrow, I want you to leave that bag in your car. Do not bring it into the building. If necessary, we'll give you an opportunity to get that bag later in the day. But for now, that will be the plan. I want to remind you, you are not allowed to talk about the case yet. I haven't released you from that order. So please do not discuss the case with anybody. And that includes among yourselves. So you have heard the law. You've heard the arguments of the lawyers, but you haven't heard me speak. Just to give you an idea, if your instructions are lengthy, it'll probably take me about an hour or a little over an hour just to read them to you. And you have a copy, each of you. And then after that point, the case will be given to you, and then you begin to deliberate tomorrow. That is the plan for tomorrow. Do you have any questions? And then I will see you here tomorrow, sharp. Yeah. Should it have to go past tomorrow? I'm not suggesting that it should, but should it go beyond tomorrow, then Saturday would be the day that we would come back. Okay. You will be excused at this time. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Rizal, you may be seated.
Thank you. Folks, be here tomorrow, 8:45. Sometime tonight, I'll give you the final version of the instructions that I will read tomorrow in case you want to go through them, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Whoa. I got feelings for you. Hope you ain't loving the crew. How many bodies you got? Pray it ain't more than a few. Know that you dealt with some lames when you was young and in school. He had to pop your cherry, but I got it wet like a pool. She got a new G-Wag, she wanna hit highlight room and show it out. Got a new body, girl, show it out. It's a Brazilian, I know it's all. Toned up and she got a six-pack. Look like she used to play volleyball. American Express, you can have it all. Code to the safe, you can have it all. Fuck your main page, what's your Finsta? I wanna know the real you. You started dancing to pay your tuition, girl, I wanna know what you been through. You want a boutique or you want a...
Peace and blessings, family. Salam alaikum, shalom, hotep. Peace and blessings be with you. This is your brother Questman, aka Abdul Wadud. Give me a moment. I'm loading up the camera system here, the OBS system, and what have you. But I would like to ask the viewers, if you don't mind, to share your thoughts on the commentary on how things are going so far. If you could put yourself in the position of the jurors, I mean, I'm saying many of us, we are those who support our brother, period. You understand? But I want you to be able to put yourself in the mind of a juror, where if you could be neutral based upon what you've seen from the prosecution and what you've seen from the defense, what do you think the vibes would be upon the jury? Do you think that anything has been said that would logically compel the jury to notice that, or to take note that our brother is innocent? Or do you think that not enough has been presented to where they could draw that conclusion? I'd like to know what you think, because, us looking at this, being supporters and what have you, it puts us in a situation where our hearts are what do you want to say? It could get in the way of the same things that the jury might experience, because we're automatically going to shout out that the brother's innocent. You understand what I'm saying? That's just by default. But I want you to evaluate this from the basis of what they are seeing. Do you think that the jury has enough content to work with to be able to see that this brother Ozone, aka Othal Wallace, is innocent? What do you say? And it may take you some brainstorming, because tomorrow, as this judge said, he's going to present to them the legal ruling and what have you of what they need to hear and all that. And that also is going to affect the way they think when it comes to how they deliberate and things like that. But if you were a juror and you were seeing this, let's say you were seeing this and you don't know anything about Othal Wallace at all. You never heard of the guy, never heard of anything about him. This is your first time even hearing, about the brother. And all you've got is what these two sides have had to say. Is it enough to notice, to recognize the brother's innocent? I mean, I'm just going to let you know, for me, it was enough just to hear the brother speak. I could tell when there's something about when you hear someone speak a certain way, you can tell whether or not they're saying the truth or not. And I could tell that the brother was speaking the truth. I am adamant in my heart that the brother's innocent. I believe with every ounce of my ability to think that this is a circumstance of systemic racism that the brother's been caught up in, and they're taking advantage of every bit of it in the state of Florida. But we have to be critical. We have to even be a devil's advocate. Has the jury been told enough to be able to, as people, again, not knowing anything, assuming they don't know anything about Brother Ozone before all this, so they're looking at this with a clean slate, so to speak, with no pre-notions or whatever. Do they have enough to be able to see, like, yes, the prosecution hasn't proven their case, or yes, the defense hasn't, spoken out enough to convince us that the brother's innocent? Yeah, I think I'm looking at the commentary. I think there will be at least 4 reasonable judgments. If I understand the legalese correctly, I think all you need is a handful of disagreeables to mix this situation up. This is, I don't like the audio that he put out, but actions speak louder than words. But when he was arrested, he didn't try to have a shootout with the police. Yeah, anybody that looks at the clip, he was trying to get the guy to leave him alone, and he was trying to de-escalate the situation. You understand? The cop came with that, that air of arrogance they like to show up with. Like, you do what I say, whether I'm right or wrong, you just do what I say. That's the whole problem altogether. They don't approach us like we're human beings. They approach us like we're just supposed to tuck our tail and be docile, submissive, little subordinate, obedient, whatever you want to say, servants, slaves. But how dare you stand up and act like you're a human being that has rights to be respected? How dare you become concerned that your life could be at stake because the last you've seen on pretty much any channel, some melanated person's life was taken when they tried to reach for their wallet when asked for it, when they tried to reach for, a camera, anything. Or when they were just standing by selling cigarettes. Or when they were falsely accused of having bogus $20 bills. Or when they were sitting in the car with their children heading home. Or when they just were minding their own business. Or when they were just minding their own business, sitting in the car, and you decide to roll up on them like you've got something, some power over them. Like you could just do whatever you want, and they're supposed to just submit. Where do you find that in the law of the United States? We just submit. You show up, we submit. We don't open our mouth. We shut up and just behave. Just comply. Man, I'm telling you, this stuff really. Yeah, it gets under my skin. Let me let's go here. So I just want some honest perspectives, honest thoughts about this, because that's what we have to look at tomorrow. Many of us are going to be prayerful, and yeah, we need to, because when the thing is, if you can't remove an evil with your hands and you can't remove it with your tongue, then remove it with your heart. That's prayer. That's hoping. That's wishing that the best outcome comes to pass. How they say, expect the worst, hope for the best, things like that. That's the least of the three actions to take against evil. So we have to enter tomorrow, God so willing. We have to enter tomorrow, you understand, being realistic in our thinking, you understand, not being emotional, but ready to, hear the outcome of this. Okay, so there's that. And I could do that. Wow. Okay. So, that's what I'd really like to know. That's the thing I'm curious about, because many of us are going to go in tomorrow. We may have, we may have some reserved expectations. At the end of the day, I can guarantee that anybody that's about anything meaningful, that's been paying attention, we want our brother to be free. But we understand the stakes. That's why I'm asking the question I'm asking. Because for those that believe in the design of this, does the jury have enough to work with? I don't believe they do, but the thing is, I do believe that there is a higher consciousness. You understand? A higher presence. I'm using generalized words because I understand that we are a diverse people, and I don't like to use things that, if I'm speaking to a broad audience, I like to use words that I feel in my heart can easily apply to all of us, irrespective of our individual or grouped beliefs. I try. It's not always easy. I have what I believe, and I even have my choice words. But that's when I'm speaking with people of, who have similar beliefs. but I'm speaking with a people. We're a family, and many of us have come together to this point, this nexus, where we are very diverse. We've come through we've come this way via different paths. But what can we say about this? I want to hear what I see. Sister Watchman, is that recording? I think that's recording, because I have some of these recordings, but I want to hear this real quick.
Let alone detain. There was no reason for the police officer to put his hands on our brothers. We ask all the time, where are the freedom fighters? Where are those people who are going to stand up for us when something wrong happens? Well, Brother Ozone is one of those brothers.
Yeah.
Now it is time for us to stand up and stand behind Brother Ozone. When he was doing what he was doing out here in the illusion of a free world that we live in, he never asked anybody for a dime.
Mm-hmm.
He traveled at his own expense, on top of taking care of his family. Now our brother needs our help. He's been incarcerated for over 2 years, and it is our responsibility to stand up as a people. PLAP, People Legal Aid Program, that was created by us for us in such cases as this. PLAP is the one that's sponsoring Othal.org. That is where you will go to make your tax deductible contributions. This is a non-profit organization. I thank each and every one of you for all that you have done. And I thank you for that which you will sacrifice to do in the future, because this is about us, for us. Either one of us could have been Othal, Ozone, Wallace. Either one of us. I could have been Othal first, because I had a similar situation at my home on my carport before this ever happened to Brother O. The only difference is the police officer chose not to put his hands on me. So it didn't result this way. And anytime I sit on my carport in my car, I was sitting on my carport in my car with my firearm. I'm never without it unless I'm somewhere where I cannot legally carry it. And that's very seldom. So I thank you all once again. And I want you to realize the power of your words. And I say again to you all, thank each and every one of you. When this is over, we shall say, welcome home, Brother Ozone.
Yeah.
Shalom.
See, I salute Sister Miss Washman on that heavy dose of optimism, which we need to carry on with us tomorrow.
Well, I was saying,
we need to enter tomorrow
because they debating,
ready,
because they debating the person that is bringing the message instead of debating the message itself. They have to be against the truth, because you know, if it was a lie, then why don't you debate the subject matter instead of the character that's bringing forth the information?
Yeah. So, like I said, we need to enter tomorrow full of optimism, in control of our emotions for whatever comes to pass, and ready to stand up for real justice. That being, let's say, everything works out in our favor. We still have a problem. You understand? We celebrate the homecoming of Brother Othal, but there's still a problem that has to be identified. We don't just celebrate and go our separate ways, like, oh, okay, we go our separate ways, and Ozone's home, back with the family. We've celebrated, but we still got a problem where when we encounter oppression, when we encounter the mistreatment of people in power, or when we are being made to be docile little puppies instead of human beings, when you've got these this generation of people who wants to hold heavily on to laws or rulings or ideas that see us as less than human beings. And so when they approach us, the idea of us behaving as human beings and living in accordance to the same rights and values that anybody else would cherish in this land, that somehow we can't act upon that the same way. We can't act upon that the same way. I can pretty much guarantee you, family, that if the shades of complexity were different, we wouldn't even be talking about this. This wouldn't even be a matter. There may be some, I'm not saying there wouldn't be a court hearing or this or that, but it'd be the claim that would be pushed forth would be easily resolved. But because it is the scenario that we have, you understand? And when you think about the environment in which it played out in, and the mindset there, and so on the flip side, things don't go in our favor. We still have the same problem. And in fact, it would have crescendoed, because now the powers that be are saying in words, in legal, so-called legalized words, what? You don't have a right to defend yourself before us. If we show up, you bow down. You don't have a right to defend yourself. You are not of the level of humanity. If it's one of these or those, they can bear arms, they can defend themselves, they can do whatever. But if you bear the same arms, you don't have that right if we catch you. This is the problem that we're dealing with, is systemic racism, real-time systemic racism. Many of you can think that this, that you are free from this. Maybe you don't have any arms. But imagine a world, and this might be something that many of you are delusioned. Some of us are delusioned about. But imagine none of us, I'm talking about the melanated community, not having arms. Imagine what the stakes would be then if none of us no longer had the right to bear arms. If none of us no longer had the right to defend ourselves, to stand up and defend ourselves in the face of injustice, when we don't know if this could be our last day living, because the last we check, every time we look, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of profiles that we could scroll through where a melanated face breathes their last breath at the hands of police brutality. So I'm just saying, beyond the badge is another human being. And that human being has been empowered. So the playing field is not equal as the prosecution wants to make it out to be. Oh, he's just skipping along. How do you do, sir? What are you doing? Nothing like that. What are you doing? Rolling up. He's got his weapon right there. Just the very presence is a threat. The very presence is a threat to any person who's been observing what's going on that's melanated. Your nerves are going to, you're going to feel some kind, your blood pressure might rise up just by them showing up. And you may be well-to-do. Many of us don't, some of us, we don't even bear arms. But you could be minding your own, driving the speed limit, your tags work, your tail lights are on, everything, following the script. Pull over. You still feel it in you. But see, the thing is that we're human beings. And many of us, we're not cowards. It doesn't mean that we don't have fear for our life. It doesn't mean that, because I'm fearing for my life that I start talking meekly or something. I can still talk to you as a man and still fear for my life. I can still be bold and courageous and even aggressive with my words. But that doesn't change the fact that if I'm afraid that you might do something. In the ring, two boxers. The reason why they put their hands up because they're blocking, because they're concerned that the other person could hit them. It doesn't mean that either boxer A or boxer B is a coward. It's just part of the reaction to the environment. That guy can hit me. So I'm going to put my block up just in case he does. Just in case he does. Or in this case, he's got a gun and he might use it against me. I don't know if he will. But every time you've seen scenarios like this, this seems to be a repeated occurrence. So I better defend my own life first. And I'm just saying, that's the thing. I'm hoping that somebody in those jury seats gets driven home. As this is no ordinary rainy day Mr. Rogers' neighborhood occurrence. This is a situation where the atmosphere altogether is people, every time you see something going on and these folks show up, you don't know what's going to go down, and the pattern keeps going on and on, that when the smoke clears, another black life is lost. Many of them aren't even armed. Many of them had no weapons, but they still lost their life at the hands of law enforcement. This is commercial stuff, so I think the channel's off. So let me stop sharing that channel. I want to put the link in the chat here, family. Feel free to click the link, share your thoughts. Remember, this is Soul Journey of Life, conscious Black social media. So that means we come with a sense of responsibility, a sense of intelligence. If we truly want justice for Ozone, then we'll have to get it the same way we got justice for Asante. Their system has no justice. I agree with what Sister Elena was talking about by, communicating this on higher platforms. You understand? Not just the state of Florida, not even just the United States, but on higher platforms. If you can't hold the state of Florida to account, then hold the country to account if you're doing wrong. If you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But, we know that the politics here is so entrenched in shenanigans. People whose interests are swamped by material gain, image, things of that nature. The defense also forgot the new law that allows people in Florida who don't have a permit or license to carry legally. Yeah, if that was the case, then you would, look, if the brother was in wrong right there, just by that would have been a whole thing. But nobody even complained. What they tried to do is use all kinds of